Chapter 2701. Pursuit of Mortality. The palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing by the time Sunny reached its bent, misshapen gates. Actually, he wasn't even sure that the palace could collapse. Normal buildings were built out of brick, wood, or stone. Those in the waking world, meanwhile, were built from cement or metal frames covered by alloy plates. When damaged enough, they crumbled. The palace was simply cast from metal, though. There were no seams on its towering walls, and no distinction between its many spires. It was like a titanic organ built from countless hollow pipes. Sunny was not sure what music would be produced if the palace ever sang, and had no idea what its destruction would look like. It was not an idle interest, either. He needed to know in order not to get buried under the debris. Now is not the time to wonder, though. The giant serpent slithered out of the palace like an onyx river and coiled briefly on the open space between its gates and the walls of the dark castle. Then, it vanished, leaving only Nightwalker, his shadow, and Sunny behind. The shadow remained motionless, while Nightwalker rolled across the cracked stones with a stifled curse. Sunny, meanwhile, just stood there for a moment, looking at the silk scroll held in his blackened, charred hand. The rain felt soothing on his skin. A moment later, the scroll disappeared without a trace, transported onto the altar of the replica of the nameless temple standing upon the dark waters of his lightless soul. What the hell is that? Nightwalker was sitting on the ground, staring at his shadow with a strange, mournful expression. It was as if he himself did not understand the bitter feeling of sorrow and longing that the shadow invoked in him, and was confused by that uninvited emotion. Sunny sensed a deep, indescribable longing emanating from the shadow, as well. The two clearly wanted to be mended and become whole again, to become one again. Even if neither of them had the capacity to realize the desire consciously. What a touching reunion! It seemed like a deeply meaningful scene, a man longing to reunite with his death. There was probably some kind of conclusion about human nature to be drawn from it, but Sunny was not really in the mood for philosophical ponderings. His burned body hurt too damn much for that. Lowering his hand, he answered with a shrug. "That is your shadow." Sunny approached Nightwalker and added in a subdued tone. "Long story short, the Eternal City claimed you by separating you from your shadow. So if we attach it back to your soul, you'll be able to leave." He scrutinized the shadow silently. "Of course, you will also become mortal again." Nightwalker looked around. The mountainous edifice of the palace was slowly collapsing in on itself. The entire world seemed to be swallowed by blinding radiance and white flames in the east. A myriad of wraiths was besieging the dwindling formation of the Shadow Legion. A great titan was marching toward them across the lake. And on top of that, the invisible dome holding the obliterating mass of the storm sea back was on the verge of breaking. Even if one tried really hard, it would be difficult to come up with a worse moment to suddenly become mortal. Nightwalker grinned. "Sounds great. Let's do it." There was a profound sense of disbelief hidden behind his carefree tone. It seemed that he had never taken Sunny's promise to help him escape the Eternal City seriously. At least that was how Sunny interpreted a hint of hopelessness reflecting in Nightwalker's silver eyes. He nodded slowly. "Can I even do it?" Well, that was a meaningless question. Sunny was a supreme, so if he decided to do something, his will would make it happen. His word was law in the most literal sense, as long as he could enforce that law upon the world. Before getting to work, Sunny spent a few moments evaluating the situation on the battlefield. The Shadow Legion was slowly being wiped out, but... His expression changed subtly. "Who? Cassie, where is Jet?" None of his incarnations could sense her presence. The response came shortly. She was swallowed by the soul of Kanakht. Sunny's eyes widened. She was what? For if his incarnations were supporting the Shadow Legion and were therefore present on the battlefield, but he was not omniscient. The reach of his shadow sense was limited in the Eternal City, and most of the northern expanse of the Palace Island was enveloped by mist now. On top of that, wraiths barely cast shadows. So Sunny was having trouble perceiving the ghostly soldiers and their leader, as well as Jet herself, when she assumed her transcendent form. Which was why he had lost track of her for a bit. What do you mean, she was swallowed by the soul of Kanakht? Cassie responded succinctly. I'm sure she'll be fine. It would have been more reassuring if she still had the ability to see the future. Sunny gritted his teeth. It's Jet. It's Master Jet. She knows what she's doing. He was uneasy, but knew that he had to do his own part at the moment. Especially because there was not much time left. The dome of the Eternal City was coming undone, the damn ghost army was on a rampage, and the flesh of Kanakht was drawing closer. The whole place was about to collapse. All of these problems could be easily solved, though. All Sunny and his companions had to do was run. While preferable, nothing dictated that they had to slay the flesh, the soul, and the madness of Kanakht. Now that Sunny had gotten what he wanted, they could simply leave the three eldritch abominations at the bottom of the storm sea and escape. The only thing standing in their way was the fate of Nightwalker. As soon as Nightwalker and his shadow were reunited, Sunny would have far more options as far as the end of this expedition was concerned. So, he looked at the youthful immortal and smiled. Hey, stay still. Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. Okay? But, why did you say it so ominously? Sunny kneeled near him, outstretched a hand, and summoned a memory. Moments later, Weaver's needle fell into his grasp. Because I am going to sew you and your shadow back together. Oh, it might hurt, but don't worry. He smiled pleasantly. You won't die. With that, four inky black hands manifested at his sides. The four hands wove a thread out of shadow essence. The charred arm hung limply, while the second of the original hands held the needle. Sunny took a deep breath. And got to work. Chapter 2702. Shadow Seamster. How had the Demon of Repose separated living beings from their shadows? Sunny had no idea. That shouldn't have been possible. She was not Shadow God, after all. In all Sunny's years, he had only witnessed something similar once. He had met the lost shadows that belonged to the companions of the First Lord of the Bright Castle at the boundary of the underworld. Sunny still did not know what exactly had happened to them. All he knew was that it had something to do with either nothing or nothing creatures. Come to think about it, there were wisps of nothingness drifting in the central hall of the palace, as well. Maybe that had something to do with it. In any case, Sunny was uniquely suited to resolve the fate of orphaned shadows, both back then and now. The shadows severed by the Demon of Repose were being drawn into the shadow realm at the moment. There, they would return to the natural cycle and be reduced to pure essence, which meant that the immortals of the Eternal City would become mortal again. Actually, no. That was not right. They would not become mortal, they would die. All the bodies that comprised the flesh of Kanakht would perish. Sunny doubted that it would bring the great Titan down, though. He did not believe that it cared whether its flesh was dead or alive. After all, it never had. The immortals made for perfect hosts for the malevolent parasite not because they were alive, but because they were undying. Similarly, the flesh of Kanakht itself was not going to die. That was because it had never died in the Eternal City, and its shadow was not in the void chamber as a result. The sorcery of the Demon of Repose was not holding it back, or rather, the sorcery that had held it back was long gone. The barrier built by Daron did contain it, though. For now, at least, it had been created to prevent a great terror from being unleashed upon the world, not a great Titan. In any case, Sunny and his companions would still have to fight the flesh of Kanakht. With the sorcery of the Eternal City failing, however, its body would not be healed in an instant, and it would not be raised from the dead, either. So, they at least stood a chance. That was the extent of his current concerns about the shadows drawn into the Shadow Lantern. One shadow remained, though. The shadow of Nightwalker. Unlike the rest that had to be returned into the embrace of death, that one had to be returned to its original owner instead. But since Sunny did not know what sorcery the Demon of Repose had used to sever it, there was no clear way to reattach it. It was not like he had no relevant experience, though. Surprisingly enough, Sunny had done something similar to what he wanted to achieve once. It was during the creation of the blessing. Back then, He had sewn the shadow of the sword to the shadow of its wielder in order to connect its physical vessel to its spellweave. It had not been easy, considering that he had to bend the world to his will to succeed. However, Sunny had indeed succeeded. Mostly because his will had already been tyrannical enough, but also because he used Weaver's Needle and possessed authority over shadows. After all, he was the Lord of Shadows. Sunny had been a transcendent terror back then. He was a supreme titan now, and his will was therefore far more dreadful. So, if he wanted to sew Nightwalker's shadow back to its owner, no one could tell him that it was impossible. It was in his purview to decide what was possible and what was not, to begin with. I doubt it will be effortless, though. Laying the shadow of Nightwalker over the inanimate shadow that followed him around, Sunny peered into his soul and saw the splendid radiance of his starlight core. Then, he reached forward and pierced Nightwalker's soul with his needle. Nightwalker gritted his teeth, then let out a curse so dirty and inventive that Sunny almost blushed. What the hell? I did not know those words went together. Settle down. It's just the first stitch. There are far more coming. Nightwalker glared at him silently. Then get on with it. Smiling faintly, Sunny did. Asterisk. While one of his avatars was busy reattaching an orphaned shadow to its other half, for incarnations of Sunny were supporting the Shadow Legion in its desperate battle against the Wraith army. To be honest, I am a bit disappointed. Sunny had hoped that his legion would be able to repel the myriad of souls unleashed by the Dutchman. However, the actual outcome was somewhat expected. After all, the captain of the Dutchman had spent thousands of years accumulating his forces. Sunny, meanwhile, was not even 30 yet. What will I become in a few thousand years, I wonder? How vast will my legion be? Well, by then, he would not be the sovereign of death anymore. He would simply be death. So, his legion would presumably consist of everyone who had ever died. If he were to survive at all, of course. The situation is troubling. The number of shades was dwindling. His shadows were wounded. The formation of the Shadow Legion was pressed against the walls of the Dark Castle, barely wide enough to defend it. Nephis was still fighting the madness of Kanakht, but Jet was nowhere to be seen, which meant the Cursed Wanderer was free to wreak havoc. However, Sunny had just a plan in mind to turn the situation around. It required him to make a little sacrifice, but promised a bountiful harvest in return. No sense in wasting time, then. A moment later, 3 of his incarnations abandoned the Shadow Legion, leaving only the one augmenting the puppeteer behind. Robbed of their support and of the dire boon granted by the curse, the Silent Shade suffered. More of them were being killed now under the onslaught of wraiths, and fewer enemies were vanquished. The inevitable defeat of the Shadow Legion was brought closer. But that was, hopefully, all right. The 3 incarnations manifested black wings and soared into the air. They were flying toward the palace, whose walls were torn and split open by then. A few moments later, the incarnations dove into one of the rifts and disappeared from view. Chapter 2703. Last Hurdle. The Shadow Legion had been pushed against the walls of the Dark Castle and diminished to barely a third of its size. The mist that threatened to swallow it had been held back by a monstrous blizzard for a while, but now that the shadow of the winter beast was vanquished, it enveloped the world, the defiled Seeker had fallen, and even the elusive Ember Queen was littered with grievous wounds. Neither the Shades nor the Wraiths left bodies behind, and the Palace Island kept repairing itself no matter how terribly it was shattered and broken. But the battle that was taking place on its shores had been truly cataclysmic, more so than any battle Sunny had ever participated in. And he was losing that battle. His legion had been at a disadvantage to begin with, and that disadvantage continued to grow exponentially as more and more shades were vanquished. Things took a truly drastic turn only when he pulled back 3 of his incarnations, though. Devoid of their support, the formation of the Shadow Legion began to melt at a dire speed. But even that was not the most pressing issue. That bastard. The most pressing issue was the Cursed Wanderer and the eerie sword he wielded, the Great Tyrant, Soul of Kanakht. Before the flesh of Kanakht arrived, that was. Now that Jet was gone, there was no one left to stand in his way, which meant that he could utterly decimate the formation of the Shadow Legion. Worse still, the sinister apparition did not simply vanquish the Shades, he could truly destroy them. Sunny could not allow that to happen. The problem was that he did not have a lot of options left. The Shadow Legion was already barely holding on, or failing to hold on, rather, and very few of his warriors could slow down the Cursed Wanderer, let alone contend against him. Sunny could command Saint to bar his path, for example, but that would only cause the section of the formation she was supporting to collapse. What to do? Did he have to face the Great Wraith personally? Only 2 of his incarnations were outside the palace. One was busy attaching Nightwalker to his wayward shadow, while the other was augmenting the puppeteer. Sunny could potentially abandon the colossal moth and manifest himself onto the battlefield, but that would mean surrendering precise control of the Shadow Legion. The result would be just as disastrous as doing nothing. I just need to buy time. He considered his options feverishly, trying to determine the optimal solution, then swiftly settled on the best one. Down on the battlefield, the Cursed Wanderer picked up the ghostly cutlass from the ground and straightened slowly. He cast an aloof gaze at the crumbling formation of the Shadow Legion, and then headed toward it with unhurried steps. An obsidian wasp dove at him through the pouring rain, and he casually bisected it with an effortless slash. His gaze climbed higher, finally settling on the dark figure of the gargantuan moth perched atop the highest tower of the magnificent black castle. The Cursed Wanderer regarded it for a moment, and then his cold sea-colored eyes ignited with a chilling malice. The sinister apparition continued forward, casually slaughtering the Shades that tried to get in his way. Until a lightning-fast blade struck from the veil of rain, sudden and entirely unseen. The Cursed Wanderer only reacted at the very last moment, swiftly raising his cutlass to block it. The impact actually pushed him several meters back, and the ground behind him was shattered in a long and jagged line. He remained motionless for a moment, then righted his posture and looked ahead. There, hidden in the rain and swirling mist, a dark figure stood, staring back at him with a ruthless intensity. Her ebony body was encased in a suit of light armor, and her face was obscured by a veil. She wielded a short sword in one of her hands, and as the sinister apparition watched, she unsheathed another. Both blades slowly swelled with a blinding glow, illuminating the mist and outlining her slender figure. She was the shadow of Orphney of the Nine, Slayer. Sunny had commanded her to abandon the walls of the dark castle and descend onto the battlefield. Who was better suited to confront the ghost of a fallen member of the Nine, after all? The ghostly face of the Cursed Wanderer remained motionless, but something changed in the depths of his sea-colored eyes. A hint of recognition appeared in them, painted by an inexplicable emotion. His lips, which had remained sealed for thousands of years, moved slowly, as if straining to whisper a forgotten name. But in the end, no sound came from them. Indifferent to the subtle movement, Slayer lunged forward with dreadful speed. A trail of shattered raindrops was left in her wake, and the mist flowed in a turbulent stream around her. The Cursed Wanderer shifted and met her attack with indomitable strength, causing a flash of light to drown everything around. The shining swords and the ghostly cutlass danced a deadly dance, guided by malevolent will and boundless killing intent. The litany of ringing steel echoed in the mist, fusing into a chilling melody. The Shadow and the Wraith exchanged 100 blows in the blink of an eye, shattering the ground around them completely. Slayer did not manage to gain the upper hand. In fact, she was pushed back a few steps and forced into a defensive stance. However, she had not been defeated, either. For a few moments, at least, the perilous clash seemed to hang in fragile balance. Which meant that the Cursed Wanderer was temporarily contained and held back from reaching the formation of the Shadow Legion. And that was all Sunny needed. Because by the time Slayer could not hold the sinister apparition back anymore, he would have had enough time to turn this entire battle upside down. Chapter 2704. Turning the Tide. Slayer engaged the Cursed Wanderer in a deadly duel, which bought the Shadow Legion some time. But, sadly, not a lot of time. Even if she continued to hold the sinister apparition back, his army of wraiths was still assaulting the weakening formation of the Silent Shades. Saint, Fiend, and Serpent did their best to repel the enemy, but even their great strength was not enough to turn the tide of the battle. Soon enough, the formation was going to break. The wraiths were going to wash over scattered shades, obliterating them. Then, they would assault the walls of the dark castle, bring them down, and slaughter its defenders. Lastly, Sunny would be left to face the horrors of the Eternal City alone, having lost both his shades and his shadows. He would probably be able to save Neve, but the incarnation sewing Nightwalker and his shadow together would be interrupted, dooming the legendary founder of the House of Night. That was unless the flesh of Kanakht reached the Palace Island first and fused with the soul of Kanakht, dooming all of them. The ghastly mountain of bleeding flesh was already looming close, wading through the boiling lake with deceptively slow steps. Now that it was closer, its titanic size felt especially daunting. The flesh of Kanakht was not exactly on the same level as Condemnation, but close to it, standing as tall as the palace. Actually, now that the palace was collapsing, it was taller than it. The abhorrent titan could easily reach the roof of the failing dome with its hand, which meant that it could reach the Ivory Island, as well. It could also rip off the colossal wings of the puppeteer or crush the entirety of the dark castle under one foot. How are we even supposed to fight that thing? Sunny knew that he would manage, somehow, if push came to shove. But he was not looking forward to that particular battle. He would have to survive the Dutchman and the Wraith Horde first to get the chance to survive against the flesh of Kanakht, though. East of the Palace Island, Nephis and the madness of Kanakht were still locked in a fierce battle. Sunny did not know what was going on there, but judging by the blinding radiance that enveloped the eastern sky, she was going all out. The situation seemed hopeless. But, luckily, it was not. Continuing to stitch Nightwalker and his shadow together, Sunny smiled darkly. Good job, Slayer. He had bought himself enough time. Out there on the shattered battlefield in front of the dark castle, the formation of the Shadow Legion shifted slightly. The towering gates of the castle opened. And then, suddenly, rows of new shades marched out of its maw. Hundreds of them at first, then thousands. Most belonged to humans, but some belonged to magnificent beasts. And all of them were exceedingly powerful. Sunny's smile widened. Well, of course they were. After all, they were the shadows of the immortals of the Eternal City. At the same time as his burned incarnation had begun to stitch the orphan shadow to Nightwalker, 3 others entered the collapsing palace. In an ironic twist of fate, or lack thereof, he rushed back to the Shadow Lantern immediately after escaping it. His avatar swiftly reached the Void Chamber, what had been the Void Chamber, rather. It did not exist anymore, having fused with the great hall above it in a mess of darkness and torn metal. The dying star was barely an ember, and the black rift of the Gate of Shadows seemed to have grown hungrily in size. The 3 incarnations dove into its impenetrable darkness without ever slowing down. Ah! Entering the Shadow Realm, Sunny was immediately blinded. The vast expanse of black dunes was usually shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the distant radiance of the essence storms. However, at the moment, he was surrounded by turbulent currents of essence on all sides, bathed in brilliant light. It seemed that an essence storm was being born at that precise moment, in front of his eyes, all around him. Countless shadows were moving slowly in the blinding radiance, slowly dissolving into billowing torrents of essence. They were the shadows he had liberated from the prison built by the Demon of Repose, delivered to the realm of death after eons of captivity. The Shadow Realm was rending the shadows swiftly, as if time was catching up to them. He was not going to be able to recruit them all, but with 3 avatars acting as his heralds, he would be able to recruit many. Enough to turn the tide of the battle, at least. And that was what he did. Now, thousands of immensely powerful shades emerged from the gates of the dark castle like a black torrent. They flowed around the formation of the Shadow Legion and descended upon the wraiths from the flanks, crashing into them like an obliterating wave. Compared to the myriad of ghostly soldiers, there were not that many new shades joining the battle. But each of them had been cast by an immortal dweller of the Eternal City. They were all tremendously strong, vastly increasing the power of the diminished Shadow Legion. Enough so to break the balance of the battle entirely. The Shadow Legion had been losing before. But now, it suddenly had the advantage, pushing the ethereal warriors back. Countless wraiths were slaughtered in an instant, and more were being destroyed every moment. Even the mist seemed to reel back, repelled by the fury of the calamitous clash. Somewhere above, there was the sound of thunder. A hexagonal section of the invisible dome failed, and a pillar of black water of the same shape crashed down, instantly turning the ruins below into dust. The dust did not move anymore, having lost its ability to turn back into magnificent buildings. The cursed wanderer halted for a moment, watching as his army was being destroyed. Then, he lunged forward, broke through Slayer's defense with a reckless attack, and endured the sharp bite of her blades. He was severely wounded, but managed to push Slayer back with that sacrifice. She evaded the ghostly cutlass, but failed to evade his empty hand. The great wraith's hand pierced her abdomen, dealing her a deep wound, and threw her to the ground dozens of meters away. The cursed wanderer did not pursue his wounded opponent, though. He did not rush to join his melting army, either. Instead, the sinister apparition turned around and rushed toward the approaching ghastly mass of the flesh of Kanakht. Sunny flinched. Curses. Chapter 2705. Soul of Kanakht. Damnation! Behind Sunny, the palace collapsed inward with a deafening scream of tearing metal. Its proud spires and towering walls crumpled as if they were made from paper, and its foundation actually detached from the ground in a mess of jagged edges, slowly rising into the air. The entire colossal structure seemed to levitate. In reality, of course, it wasn't taking flight, it was simply being drawn to a central point. The expanse of the palace above the void chamber was being drawn downward, while everything below it was being drawn upward. The unimaginable mass of metal was contracting under inconceivable pressure, deforming and losing shape as it slowly grew smaller. The invisible dome protecting the Eternal City was in the initial stages of collapsing, as well, and the flesh of Kanakht was just a few steps away from reaching the shore of the palace island. But that was not what had Sunny's attention at the moment. Instead, it was the cursed wanderer who had chosen to abandon his wraith army and dash toward the lumbering great titan instead of continuing his assault. That damn wretch! Belatedly, Sunny realized that just like he and his companions had already accomplished most of their goals, the sinister apparition had already accomplished his. Since they could simply retreat, so could he. It was just that nightmare creatures were not usually ones to resist the scent of human souls, so Sunny had not considered this turn of events seriously. But the cursed wanderer had already gotten his main prize, the remains of the heart of Kanakht, which were preserved in jet. Now that jet was in his grasp, obliterating the Shadow Legion was merely a bonus. And it seemed like the great wraith chose to continue expanding his collection of the fragments of Kanakht first, then slaughter the human second. Curse him! It was a reasonable choice. The problem was that Sunny could hardly pursue the apparition at the moment. Slayer was wounded and far behind the cursed wanderer, so even if she ignored her wounds and pursued, she would not be able to catch up with him in time. Saint was even further away, while Serpent and Fiend were entangled with a vast swarm of wraiths. Neither Leve nor the Shadow of Dayron were fast enough, and even the puppeteer was not going to reach the sinister apparition in time. Sunny could only go himself, but if he did, the Shadow Legion would lose its hard-won advantage and fall into a dire state again. The flesh of Kanakht was like a mountain now, having drawn close enough for its titanic body to be beheld in all its abhorrent glory. The boiling waters of the lake barely reached its knees, and as it took the next step, the entire palace island quaked. By now, it could touch the shore by simply leaning down and outstretching a hand. And that was where the cursed wanderer was rushing, to the span of the lake shore directly in front of the great titan. He was raising his ethereal cutlass, as if prepared to sink it into the titan's flesh. His cold, sea-colored eyes were glowing with an ominous light. Sunny attempted to manifest shadows to bar the sinister apparition's path, but his enemy was too far, mere moments away from reaching the shore. Crap! Sunny steeled himself for things going from bad to worse. But then, something strange happened. The ethereal glow of the Viridian cutlass suddenly grew dimmer. And then, it grew dimmer still. Come to think of it. Sunny suddenly realized that it had not emanated a wave of Viridian radiance, and therefore had not summoned a new swarm of wraiths in a while. Who? The cursed wanderer had felt that something was wrong, as well. Without ever slowing down, he spun and threw the ghostly cutlass, which cut through the raging currents of rain like a flash of viridian lightning. The spinning blade soared high, aimed at the heart of the flesh of Kanakht. Sunny did not know what would have happened if the two parts of Kanakht collided, and he never got the chance to find out. Because the ethereal cutlass never reached the Titan. Almost immediately after it left its master's hand, a net of thin cracks spread across its viridian blade. And then, to Sunny's shock, and the cursed wanderer's shock, as well, it shattered. Even the flesh of Kanakht seemed stunned by the sudden destruction, halting for a moment as it reached the shallows of the lake. However, there was no mistake. The ghostly cutlass wielded by the sinister apparition broke apart as it flew, its shards falling down as they slowly dissolved into ethereal light. The soul of Kanakht had been destroyed. Sunny perceived its destruction viscerally, sensing its faint but harrowing shadow dissipate without a trace. How? He struggled to believe his own senses. The mist swirled as it swallowed the last glimmers of the eldritch horror. Then, the mist coalesced into a familiar form. Jet stood there, in front of the cursed wanderer, wielding a fearsome scythe. She was still in her wraith form, looking chillingly similar to undying Slaughter, by whose hand Sunny had died gruesomely countless times. There was something different about her. Jet had not grown taller, but her presence had become far more overwhelming, making it seem like she did. It was as if she towered above the cursed wanderer now, looking down at him with her icy blue eyes. The cursed wanderer looked at her, as well. Then, the dreadful scythe fell down, passing through his ghostly body from shoulder to hip. He remained motionless for a few moments, frozen in place. But a moment later, a gust of chilling wind blew and dispelled him like mist. Just like that, the cursed wanderer was destroyed, as well. He was vanquished in the very heart of the eternal city, which he had searched for thousands of years, slain by a far more dreadful wraith. Jet lowered her scythe and looked up, as if wanting to inhale deeply. At that moment, Cass's voice resounded in Sunny's head. "See? I told you she'll be fine." Chapter 2706. Fox in the Henhouse. You have slain a great tyrant, soul of Kanakht. You have slain a corrupted devil, elites of the Nine. Jet looked up at the dark sky of the eternal city. She should have felt ecstatic, but instead, the thought that came to mind was, damn. She had not been away for long, but the sky above her was crumbling. The torrential rain had turned into an apocalyptic downpour, and here and there, colossal hexagonal pillars towered above the ruined city. From afar, it seemed as if they were supporting the invisible dome of the sky, but it did not take Jet more than a moment to realize what they really were. The vast surface of the invisible dome turned out to be composed of countless hexagons, and as some of them faded out of existence, the cold waters of the storm sea rushed down under devastating pressure. The giant pillars were not supporting the dome, they were water falling through the breaches in the dome, still contained in their shape. On top of that, the palace was nowhere to be seen. Instead of it, a gargantuan mass of bent metal was floating in the air, groaning as it was being bent even further. By the dead gods! I only stepped out for a moment. On the positive side, the Shadow Legion seemed to have been pushing the wraiths back. And now that both the tyrant controlling them and the devil controlling the tyrant were gone, those wraiths were barely a threat. They would be wiped out before too long. Right. Jet finally remembered what she had done. She had killed them. The soul of Kanakht, the cursed wanderer. The horror of the seas, Dutchman, and its fearsome captain were both gone, slain by her hand like many abominations before them. Jet had killed countless nightmare creatures throughout the years, but still. This was her crowning achievement. Killing a great tyrant was not exactly a common occurrence, in fact, it was something that was not really supposed to happen. And yet, Jet had done it. In the end, it had all come down to the decision she made after activating the special ability granted to the Mist Blade by the soul of the heart of Kanakht. Jet had wanted to attempt killing the cursed wanderer, but she was not sure if she would be able to. It was a gamble, and a dangerous one at that. So, in the end, she went with a different gamble. Instead of trying to slay the master of the soul of Kanakht, she chose to be swallowed by it. It was not an entirely reckless decision. Jet had been studying the Dutchman and its wraiths for a while by then. She had especially noted that the ghostly cutlass kept emanating torrents of ethereal light, summoning more spectral warriors onto the battlefield, which meant that its hold was not empty yet. The soul of Kanakht was a hungry beast that had devoured countless souls throughout the ages. However, Jet had quite an appetite herself. She wanted to kill the cursed wanderer, but that was not her task. Her task was to hold him back and buy her allies enough time to accomplish their goals. The soul of Kanakht was his source of power, so if she could destroy or weaken it, that would achieve the same result. Plus, she had just the needed constitution to do that, being a wraith and all. So instead of trying to kill the cursed wanderer in the single heartbeat granted to her by the heart of Kanakht, Jet severed his hand and took hold of the ghostly cutlass instead. She knew that it would consume her. In fact, the very purpose of stealing the soul of Kanakht was to be consumed by it. Still, when she felt herself being drawn into the Viridian blade, she could not help but feel unnerved and cursed quietly. In the next moment, she was gone. Out there in the belly of the soul of Kanakht, the world was different. There was no world there, actually, to begin with. There was no space, no time, no life, no death. Just a vague expanse of viridian glow that enveloped her like a mire. And the presence of countless souls that the tyrant had consumed, just like her. But there was one crucial difference between Jet and those subjugated souls. They had been killed before becoming thralls of the soul of Kanakht. Jet, however, had been dead to begin with. She entered captivity as a malevolent wraith, not as a hapless soul stripped of its flesh. And that allowed Jet a measure of independence, at least for a brief moment. She was on the verge of dying by then, her soul almost entirely drained of essence. The tyrannical will of the soul of Kanakht descended upon her, striving to suffocate her sense of self and make her a mindless, obedient thrall. It might have succeeded, as well, it would have, probably, given a chance. But Jet did not give the soul of Kanakht an opportunity to conquer her. Instead, she used that brief moment to raise the mist blade and focused her killing intent into a razor-sharp scythe. One slash of that scythe was enough to harvest every enthralled soul within the great tyrant. After all, there was no space and no time there. That meant that all of the captured souls occupied the same space, and unleashing 10,000 strikes took the same amount of time as striking once. So, like a fox in the henhouse, Soul Reaper Jet slaughtered every single phantom contained within the soul of Kanakht in an instant. Oh! A tsunami of essence flooded her crumbling soul, mending it in an instant. Much more impactful was the great torrent of fragments that flowed into her shattered soul core. The core, which had been growing steadily for decades, suddenly ballooned, increasing in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had instantly grown so vast and so heavy, in fact, that Jet's transcendent soul started to struggle with bearing its weight. That's quite a boon, I think. Jet felt strange. Much more powerful, yes, but also dangerously unbalanced. She would deal with that later, though. For now, Jet had slaughtered every soul enveloped by the viridian glow with her first strike. Her second strike was aimed at the walls of her prison itself. It was as if she were cutting a way through the belly of a beast after being swallowed by it. Soon enough, the strange unworld surrounding her shattered, and she found herself under the tempestuous sky of the Eternal City once again. Standing in front of the cursed wanderer. The sinister wraith seemed greatly diminished now that the source of his power was destroyed. Jet, meanwhile, felt more powerful than ever. So, she brought her scythe down and erased her enemy from existence. That was how the dreadful legend of the cursed wanderer and his monstrous ship ended. That was how a new chapter was added to the glorious legend of the Soul Reaper Jet, as well. Chapter 2707. Finish line. The battle against the Dutchman and his wraith armada was all but over. It ended suddenly and without warning when Jet shattered the soul of Kanakht from within and cut its master down with her mist blade. At the moment, surrounded by cold mist in her ghostly form, she really did look like the Grim Reaper. Continuing to pour all of his will into stitching Nightwalker and his shadow back together, Sunny whistled quietly. She really is fine. Honestly, it felt great. For once, someone else had pulled off an unexpected and utterly unbelievable, borderline preposterous feat. Sunny was quite happy to be usurped. This strange mixture of disbelief and elation, is that how people feel when I'm around? Maybe it was. What are you mumbling about? Sunny was pale and covered in cold sweat because of his ghastly burns and the exertion of bending the world to his will, while Nightwalker looked the same because his soul was being pierced by a literal needle. His voice sounded a bit strained. Sunny flashed him a brief smile. It's Jet. She killed the Dutchman. Nightwalker blinked a few times. That lovely young lady? She destroyed that fiend. Sunny chuckled. Yes. To everyone outside the Eternal City, that lovely young lady is the fiend. She had once been the commanding officer of the Devil, after all. Sunny sounded nonchalant, but while he wasn't as stunned as Nightwalker, he was also surprised. Jet was strong, yes, but the most powerful enemy she had defeated before was a great devil, and even then, Effie and Kai had aided her. So, he had not expected her to go and outright slay the Dutchman. She had given them an unexpected gift. There were countless wraiths still left on the battlefield, but now that the tyrant who commanded them was gone, they became a disorganized mob. The Shadow Legion had already been gaining the upper hand, so now the battle was turning into a slaughter. The sorcery of the Demon of Repose was failing, and as more holes appeared on the surface of the dome, the ruins below were not repairing themselves anymore. The crushing had destroyed the Eternal City one final time. Behind Sunny, the palace was slowly turning into an enormous sphere of jagged scrap metal. Beyond the palace? Oh. Damn! The entire eastern expanse of the lake was enveloped in white flames and swirling torrents of black dust. Nephis seemed to have unleashed her true transcendent form, becoming a boundless sea of immolating fire. The maelstrom of flame and dust was revolving furiously, being drawn to the epicenter of the fiery calamity. Soon, it coalesced into a beautiful, radiant silhouette that hovered alone above the water, illuminating the darkness with her brilliance. Nephis seemed to have absorbed the madness of Kanakht into herself. That was one way to deal with the seemingly indestructible abomination. Just her style. She remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her head slowly and briefly covered her eyes with an unsteady hand. Then, her eyes ignited with a pristine, furious, merciless white light. Sunny thought that he heard an echo of an inhuman wail. I guess that one is dead, as well. Ah. I suddenly feel lazy. Sunny was not entirely sure how Nephis had managed to absorb the madness of Kanakht into her mind and burn it to ashes instead of succumbing to it, but then again, that sounded exactly like something she would do. If it had been Sunny, he would have probably had to suffer infuriating whispers for a couple of years before finding a way to rid himself of the maddening mind invader. What are you talking about now? Nightwalker looked at him with curiosity. Sunny smiled. Oh. Nephis killed the madness of Kanakht. Nightwalker tilted his head. Nephis? That pretty young lady. Sunny gave him a smoldering glare. Yes. And hey, bastard! Pretty young lady again? Don't you know any other words? Nightwalker smiled sheepishly. What? I'm just saying it like it is. He paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of excitement in his voice. What about Neve? Whom did he kill? Sunny stared at him with a dubious expression. A bunch of wraiths. Nightwalker remained silent for a bit, then looked away and sighed. Well. He did his best. Sunny frowned and drove Weaver's needle into his soul. Ouch! At that moment, Sunny dismissed the shadow lantern. The last of the shadows had just entered the Gate of Shadow, so there was no need to keep it manifested anymore. Sunny had recruited as many as he could, and the rest were already being obliterated by the Shadow Realm. A resulting essence storm was becoming increasingly destructive and furious, accelerating their final demise. Even Sunny's own avatars were not safe there anymore. So, raising a hand, he summoned the shadow lantern back. The small stone lantern appeared in his hand as if nothing had happened, as if it had not randomly turned into a black hole and obliterated both the divine sorcery of the Demon of Repose and her entire palace. Its gate opened, and 3 tattered shadows flowed out of it, turning into 3 battered avatars of Sunny. "Welcome back, guys. Good job." Behind them, the messy sphere of metal that had been levitating high above the island suddenly plummeted down and hit the ground with a deafening thunderclap. It was all that remained of the palace, 100 times smaller in diameter, but weighing the same. The moment the sphere impacted against the ground, the palace island quaked, and its surface split open. Shielding his eyes from the cloud of dust and debris that rose into the air, Sunny calmly continued stitching. Nightwalker, meanwhile, looked north, where a titanic mountain of ghastly flesh was drawing closer to the shore. The arrival of the flesh of Kanakht was imminent, and the shadow was attached only halfway. So, only this ugly thing is left, then. Sunny took a deep breath. Yeah. Why worry, though? It's just a great titan. Chapter 2708. Enemy Titan. Sunny would be a fool not to be wary of a great titan, especially one as ominous as the flesh of Kanakht. True, he had slain a cursed tyrant once, a being who was far more powerful, at least in theory. However, that had happened inside Ariel's game, where the puppeteer had been heavily restricted by the rules of the miniature realm. Its greatest power was the beings it controlled, but in the end, the sinister moth had been forced to face Sunny alone in melee combat. So, now, its shadow helped him control his legion. The flesh of Kanakht was not restricted by anything, though, and could unleash its power fully. Still, while Sunny was worried, he wasn't too worried. Facing the great titan alone might have been tough, but at the moment, there were 2 supreme titans set against it, the Lord of Shadows and the Star of Ruin. Speaking of ruin, Nephis had thoroughly destroyed the Eternal City with the help of the Crushing. Sunny had unraveled the sorcery sustaining it, while she obliterated the city itself. Now, it was slowly being turned to dust by the growing number of hexagonal pillars of water, and only the area around the palace island still remained unscathed. Well, relatively unscathed. The palace itself was gone, and the entire island had cracked. The Shadow Legion was still cleaning up the remaining wraiths, exacerbating the damage. What wondrous destruction! The Eternal City had survived thousands of years, but Sunny and Nephis wrecked it in the span of a day. Now, all they had to do was destroy the flesh of Kanakht as well, or at least stall it long enough for him to make Nightwalker mortal again. Sunny considered his options carefully while his avatars moved to the northern shore of the island. He abandoned the puppeteer, as well, judging that the Shadow Legion could finish the job even without his direct participation, so 4 of his avatars stepped out of the shadows near Jet. She was still in her wraith form, looking calmly at the looming titan. Letting his avatars fuse into one, Sunny spent a moment enjoying the rush of power and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you not turning back into a human?" Her ghostly eyes pierced him with a distant gaze. Jet remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Oh, somehow, this felt more natural for a moment. The mist around them flowed, being absorbed into her ethereal form and her scythe. Then, she turned back into a human and forced out a smile. Damn! I look like a corpse. Her armor was torn, and her face was blooded. Having endured the duel against the cursed wanderer, Jet looked quite battered, although, surprisingly, not as battered as Slayer was. That was the difference between fighting an enemy that you perfectly countered and one that you did not. Sunny stared at her for a moment, then said neutrally, "You are a corpse." Jet grinned. "At least I have a corpse, though. You're just a creepy shadow." Sunny could not help but smile back. "Excuse me, creepy? I am not just a creepy shadow. I'm also 6 other shadows." He fell silent for a few moments, then added earnestly, "Also, good job killing the Dutchman." Jet nodded. "Good job destroying the palace. You should think about opening a demolition company." With that, she turned and looked back at the flesh of Kanakht. She remained silent for a moment, then asked, "So, what now?" I sort of gained a lot from slaying that dreadful duo. Essence, a deluge of fragments, and their souls are trapped in the mist blade now, as well. However, as much as I hate to admit it, I don't think I am ready to fight another damn part of Kanakht. Sunny shook his head. That's all right. You should head back and help Cassie and Neve finish off the remnants of the Wraith Armada. We'll take it from here. He paused to think for a second, and then added. Oh, and since this whole place seems to be falling apart, be ready to board the chain breaker and get the hell out of here, Great Titan be damned. Jet chuckled. I guess our expedition is really coming to an end then. She looked at the scene of devastation around them, then sighed and turned her back to the lake. It was fun. But also, let's do something less exciting next time. Sunny wasn't sure that he could promise something like that in good faith, but still nodded. Deal. Actually, I've been thinking about exploring the underworld. But Jet was already rushing away. Nope. Not a chance. Take Cassie instead. She hasn't had an astonishing adventure with a Lord of Shadows yet. With that, she was gone. However, Sunny was not alone on the fractured shore. At some point during their conversation, Nephis had landed on the stones behind them, her silver hair moving slightly in the wind. Now, she walked over to stand beside Sunny on the edge of the water, and both of them looked at the approaching Titan. Why did she run away? What did you say? Sunny coughed. I just shared my plans. You know, one last expedition. She remained silent for a moment. I see. Her voice should have been flat and devoid of emotion, somewhat, but it sounded strangely full of it instead. Sunny studied her carefully, feeling that something about his girlfriend had changed. The madness of Kanakht. I assume it's dead. Nephis shrugged slightly. It's dying. Having it in my head was fruitful. I think I took a big step toward mastering the knowledge of corruption. Sunny smiled faintly. That's good. He fell silent, then asked in the same tone. So, how are we going to handle this great Titan? Nephis looked up at the immense expanse of the walking, abhorrent mountain of grotesque flesh and said with a hint of hesitation in her voice. I go high, you go low. Sunny studied her for a moment. Was that a comment about my height? Nephis finally turned away from the Titan and looked at him silently. I love your height. Sunny coughed again. Oh. That's good, then. As Nephis took a step forward, though, his expression changed subtly. Wait! Hey! You didn't say no. Chapter 2709. In the flesh. Nephis' skin swelled with a blinding radiance, and two beautiful wings opened behind her. She soared into the crumbling sky of the Eternal City, rising to meet the titanic figure of the abhorrent Great Titan. It was as if a falling star was shooting from the ground to pierce its colossal head, surrounded by a vast halo of pure light. Light and darkness clashed, and darkness parted to make way, illuminated by the passing of the Star of Ruin. Countless raindrops glistened like precious jewels. At the same time, a tide of shadows swallowed Sunny and surged, transforming into the Shadow Colossus. Jade Mantle encased him in a suit of fearsome black armor. He summoned Serpent, who turned into a tenebrous Odachi that spanned no less than 200 meters. Dare I say that my height is of no issue? Sunny smiled. His shell was truly enormous, but it seemed tiny in front of the grotesque figure of the flesh of Kanakht, barely reaching its knee. He could make it taller, but the amount of effort needed to maintain such a gargantuan manifestation would grow exponentially, especially considering how intricate a proper shell needed to be. So while this size was not his limit, it was the optimal choice. Let's fight a Titan. Sunny took a step forward. At the same time, he activated the Weakening Curse, enchantment of the curse, with 4 links of his shadow-bound memory working in tandem to rob the flesh of Kanakht of its strength. The effect was both potent and instant, making the Great Titan stagger a little as it rose from the lake. Nephis had almost reached it by then. However, instead of attacking straight away, she circled the titanic abomination, as if aiming to attack it from behind. Although Titans were enormous, they were also relatively slow, or at least were supposed to be due to their unimaginable size. Nephis, on the contrary, was impossibly swift, so trying to circle the enemy seemed like a good tactic. However, in reality, the flesh of Kanakht did not seem to care about where the attack came from. Its misshapen figure resembled a human, but did not behave like a human. As soon as Nephis drew close to the back of its head, countless tendrils of bleeding flesh shot from its shoulders like a slithering forest, threatening to pierce, envelop, and suffocate her. But that was all right. Delivering a powerful blow was not the main purpose of her maneuver. Anyway, the real purpose was simply to get behind the flesh of Kanakht. Because now that Nephis was behind it, her blinding radiance cast the Titan's shadow onto the palace island. And there, Sunny reversed the grip on the hilt of his deadly Odachi, then plunged it into that shadow to the hilt. At the same time, the name of Kanakht thundered from the crumbling sky as Nephis called fire and destruction upon the great Titan. Flying back from the forest of red tendrils, she brandished the blessing and unleashed an enormous plume of flame from its blade. It was as if her sword suddenly extended to be hundreds of meters long, cutting cleanly through the creature's neck. The flesh of Kanakht had been weakened. Then, Nephis and Sunny delivered simultaneous blows. Sunny targeted its soul, while Nephis targeted its corporeal vessel. The great Titan shuddered. Its head began to fall, a charred chasm opening across its vast neck. However, a moment later, countless ropes of flesh shot from the terrible wound, breaching the chasm. They connected the head back to the neck, then tensed, pulling the severed parts back together. A moment later, the ghastly cut disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed at all. The soul of the ghastly abomination did not seem severely damaged, either, or maybe it had repaired itself in the blink of an eye, just like the body did. Sunny grimaced. This is going to be bad. A heartbeat later, the flesh of Kanakht retaliated. Moving with surprising speed, it leaned forward and slammed its ghastly fist into the ground, only missing Sunny by a hair's breadth due to his swift reaction. The entire island shuddered, the fractures scarring its surface growing wider. At the same time, two more gargantuan arms suddenly shot from its back in a torrent of blood, aiming to catch Nephis. The lake receded, then rushed back in a towering wave. That was... Sunny was no more than 100 meters away from the arm of the great Titan, the enormous fist resting in a small crater, well within the striking distance of his Odachi. He was already in a proper stance, as well, so it would take him only a heartbeat to unleash a devastating slash. Close. However, before Sunny could pat himself on the shoulder for dodging the obliterating blow, the flesh of the gargantuan forearm squirmed, and countless tendrils shot from it toward him. This time, there was no time to dodge them. High above, Nephis had become a radiant spirit. A powerful explosion rippled from her shining figure, tearing the two hands closing in on her to shreds. But instead of being destroyed, new hands grew from the bleeding stumps, reaching toward her again. At the same time, Sunny was enveloped by the red tendrils. They slithered across his armor, penetrating the seams between its parts. Two pierced the visor of his helmet, burrowing into the eyes of the Shadow Colossus shell. The damage they dealt was not really severe. But something eerie happened then. The flesh of the great Titan did not simply stop at damaging the shell. Instead, it grew, spreading through the shell like countless tumors. The shell, built in the image of a human body, became infected, compromised, and then transformed by the invading sickness. Damnation! Sunny barely had time to escape his own shell. Appearing out of the shadows hundreds of meters away, he threw a stunned look at the towering Shadow Colossus. If it could be called that, still. Enveloped and penetrated by the bleeding flesh, it looked no different from the titanic abomination behind it. It had been infected by the flesh of Kanakht, it had become the flesh of Kanakht. The red colossus shuddered, then took a step forward. Then, another. Then, it collided with the forearm of the great Titan and was absorbed into it, becoming a part of the ghastly creature. Standing on the shattered ground of the palace island, Sunny shivered. I can't feel those shadows anymore. Only Serpent managed to escape, assuming his soul beast form and slithering away. Sunny's shell was truly and utterly gone. Chapter 2710. growing threat. Even weakened, the flesh of Kanakht was fearsome. It was enormous. Its power was like a natural calamity. Its vitality seemed boundless, and its will was like a vast ocean, reshaping the world around the great titan to excuse its existence. Worse than that, its grotesque body was infinitely malleable, mutating at a startling speed to answer the demands of combat. That made the hideous abomination utterly unpredictable, and therefore many times more dangerous. But worst of all was the fact that the flesh of Kanakht could grow. It infected any living being, or a semblance of a living being, it could reach, then made them a part of itself. I can't let it touch me. After witnessing the fate of his shell, Sunny felt quite disturbed. He was not at all confident that his body would be able to resist the flesh of Kanakht, even if it had been altered by Weaver's lineage. And since it seemed that even manifested shadows could become hosts to the parasitic titan, at least if the form they were manifested into resembled living beings, he could not be sure that abandoning human flesh in favor of his natural form would be of any use, either. How do I kill something that I cannot touch? For now, Sunny chose to continue with his original strategy and attack the shadow of the great titan instead of targeting its body, aiming to destroy the abomination soul. Nephis and Sunny clashed with the flesh of Kanakht, causing the entire world to ripple and quake. The fury of the forces they unleashed was so terrifying that the palace island began crumbling into the water, while the water itself boiled and seethed in a turbulent chaos of towering waves. The echoes of their dreadful battle washed over the wraiths and the shadows, forcing many to halt. They even reached the ivory island, making its chains rattle and the trees growing on its heavenly surface sway. Nephis unleashed torrents of incinerating flame and rays of annihilating light, burning and severing the body of the great titan. Sunny continued to pursue its shadow, delivering one strike after another. They worked together naturally and seamlessly, without the need to use any words. Not that it did them any good. Cohesion and cooperation were vital in battle, but when the enemy could mutate in any kind of way at any given moment, there were no vulnerabilities left for them to help each other exploit. No matter the timing of their attacks or the direction, the flesh of Kanakht could always respond to them with chilling effectiveness. And even if they did manage to deliver it grievous wounds, those wounds were simply mended without leaving any trace behind. The great titan itself, meanwhile, was overwhelmingly powerful, and every one of its dreadful attacks threatened to destroy them. Well, maybe not. Sunny had 7 incarnations, after all, so he would lose a few parts of himself at best if one of the attacks landed. Nephis, meanwhile, could heal herself endlessly. Neither of them even knew if it was possible to kill her, let alone if the flesh of Kanakht could. But despite their tenacity, they were at a disadvantage in this battle. Because, unlike the great titan, they had something to protect. They needed to protect the Ivory Island, as well as their companions, Jet, Cassie, and Neve. Most of all, Sunny needed to keep the flesh of Kanakht away from his last incarnation and Nightwalker, since the process of reuniting his shadow with him could not be interrupted. So, they pushed the great titan back into the lake and continued the fight in the shallows. It was then that Nephis finally failed to evade an attack. The tendrils growing from the gargantuan body of the flesh of Kanakht caught her as she was preparing to unleash a conflagration of soul flame. She was a spirit made of light, at the moment a being made entirely from flame, which made it so there was no flesh for the titan to infect. However, the tide of red flesh enveloped her, still. And then, something truly disturbing happened. There was no body for the flesh of Kanakht to infect and control, so it created a body. The tendrils of flesh enveloping Nephis slowly assumed a twisted, deformed semblance of her own figure around the radiant spirit, imprisoning her within a cage of bleeding flesh. It was not a mere physical barrier, either. When the flesh of Kanakht grew a body for Nephis, that revolting shell actually became her body. And since she possessed a body now, the titan could infect her. Another terrifying explosion shook the world, and Nephis escaped the body that was forced upon her mind and soul in a whirlwind of flame. She seemed a bit disturbed, though. Nothing is working. Cassie relayed their messages, allowing them to speak with each other. Physical attacks have no effect. It is too big to be turned to ash, and any burns I leave on its body disappear without a trace. Its soul is unimaginably resilient, as well. That was what it felt like to fight a titan. That being, it seemed endless, inexhaustible, impossible to destroy. Sunny was starting to feel a bit of apprehension. So what the hell do we do? They couldn't even stall for time, really, because the flesh of Kanakht was too powerful. Even Deathwill was having no effect. Nephis remained silent for a few moments before relaying the rest of her message to Cassie. I am not sure. We need to keep attacking it, gather information, and then come up with something that will work. If there was something that could work. Sunny gritted his teeth. If only. And at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resounded in his ears. It was a familiar voice, of course, it was. After all, it belonged to Sunny himself. It was the voice of the handy bracelet. It said, "Your shadow has evolved." Chapter 27:11. Nightmare Fuel. It took Sunny a moment to realize what he had heard. My shadow, what? The flesh of Kanakht went on the offensive just then, surging forward in an avalanche of bleeding tendrils, gargantuan limbs, and titanic power. An obliterating explosion bloomed in its path, sending a devastating shockwave spreading outward in all directions. The waters of the lake seethed, and Sunny leaned into the forceful blow, feeling his bones rattle as he withstood it. If there were any intact buildings left in the Eternal City, they would have been toppled by the shockwave. Even the dark castle shook, a few cracks appearing on its walls. But the great titan was not even slowed. A conflagration of white flames charred its enormous body, turning a vast swath of it into a ghastly blackened mass. Entire slabs of tissue vanished, as if the fire had taken bites out of the gargantuan abomination. A few moments later, however, the flesh of Kanakht mended its burned body and continued barreling toward the palace island. Sunny gritted his teeth, manifesting countless chains to hold it back. The chains snapped. Which of my shadows evolved? That was a stupid question, really. There were thousands of subdued immortals sleeping within the dark castle, trapped in the labyrinth of nightmares. Those immortals were bizarre beings, their minds and identity were gone, but their bodies and souls were still intact, endlessly revived by the Eternal City. At the same time, there were parasitic pieces of the flesh of Kanakht inside their bodies, controlling them. The flesh of Kanakht was not the only thing infecting the immortals, though. They were also infected by the dream curse. Or rather, had been. The immortals had been caught in the maze of dreams by Nightmare. And every being that died within that maze made the tenebrous steed stronger, their souls serving as fuel in the furnace of his ascension. Nightmare had been fighting an uphill battle before because his victims could not die. However, once Sunny opened the gate of shadow and made them mortal again, things changed. The immortals perished, and suddenly, thousands of ancient and exceedingly powerful souls became nourishment for his loyal steed. And that pushed Nightmare across the threshold of evolving to a new rank. Nightmare was a supreme terror now. Drowned by the shadow of the flesh of Kanakht, Sunny smiled wickedly. Just in time. Nightmare! Answering his call, a vast and dreadful presence revealed itself in the shadows. A chilling wind blew across the devastated island, and the scattered wraiths shivered, suddenly overcome by fear. Then, two terrifying crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and the shadows slowly formed into the shape of a black, monstrous steed. The radiance of the dying flames reflected from the adamantine surface of Nightmare's steel horns and fangs, his hooves turning the stone rubble to dust. With his mane dancing in the wind, Nightmare galloped across the fractured ground, bringing terror and dread with him. Reaching Sunny, he stopped and cast a chilling gaze at him, cold fury burning in his ominous crimson eyes. Sunny could not help but smile. Good job, buddy. Then, he pointed at the gargantuan form of the flesh of Kanakht. Go put that thing to sleep. Nightmare stared at him for a few moments, then turned to look at the great titan and neighed. The sound of the monstrous stallion's voice echoed above the boiling lake like a harrowing lullaby, and he rushed forward in a torrent of harrowing darkness. Sunny looked at the colossal abomination, too. Suddenly, it did not seem so enormous anymore. Well, of course it didn't. The notion of a great titan was daunting and calamitous. However, when two Supreme Titans and a Supreme Terror opposed it, it lost some of its dreadful implication. "Let's go." Not wishing to let his steed outpace him, Sunny lunged forward. The flesh of Kanakht was vast. Its body, its soul, its will were like boundless oceans, seemingly endless and inexhaustible. So, even if Nightmare was supreme now, it was going to take some time to lull the titanic abomination into slumber. But not as much time as it would have taken normally. After all, the great titan was weakened by four fully augmented links of the curse. All its resistances were compromised by a sinister poison, and it was made vulnerable to the insidious infection of the dream curse. The titan was going to fall asleep much faster than it was supposed to. And even before that, it would slowly grow drowsy, compounding the advantage Sunny and Nephis had. Somewhere behind them, Slayer and Jet fought side by side, eradicating the frenzied wraiths. Saint and Fiend led the Shadow Legion to do the same. Neve followed the shadow of Dayron, observing how the ancient sovereign fought with focused intensity. The dark castle trembled slightly. This little. It seemed that the marvelous mimic was sneakily devouring the bodies of the perished immortals while its master was looking away. Sunny was a bit concerned, but he decided to deal with the gluttonous shadow later. For now, he had a great titan to fight. Emerging from the cloud of immolating flames like a bleeding mountain, the flesh of Kanakht finally stepped onto the soil of the palace island. Its red mass instantly seemed to take root in it, countless tendrils shooting from its feet and shins into the ground. Then, the flesh began to spread, slowly devouring the island. The blessing flashed, severing one of the great titan's knees. Another explosion detonated within the cut, obliterating the entire joint. It repaired itself, of course, but not before the flesh of Kanakht lost balance and fell to its knees, supporting its inconceivable weight with both forearms. Sunny was not celebrating, though. Because both forearms of the great titan took root, too, accelerating the rate with which the red mass of ghastly flesh spread south from the northern shore. Damnation! Taken aback a little, he watched as the palace island was being slowly consumed by an ocean of bleeding flesh. The ghastly mass continued to grow and spread without ever slowing down or showing any sign of stopping. At the source of it, the flesh of Kanakht had lost all resemblance to a human, looking more like an abominable four-legged beast. Sunny grimaced, nonplussed. Well, that's just great. Chapter 27:12. Three Titans. The flesh of Kanakht was like a force of nature, unstoppable and seemingly inevitable. Its ghastly body was like a mountain, a ferocious mountain that was full of frenzied malevolence and hunger, overcome by an insatiable greed to assimilate all living beings into its hideous expanse. At the same time, it mended and restored itself no matter what grievous wounds were dealt to it, indifferently shrugging off attacks that would have destroyed entire cities, if not continents. The colossal vessel of the great titan was only half a problem, too. There was also the undulating, revolting mass of red flesh that expanded outward from where it stood on the fractured shore, slowly consuming the palace island as it grew. Sunny hated to admit it, but he was honestly at a loss. How were they supposed to stop that boundless horror? He sifted through his memory, trying to remember if he had ever battled a similar abomination. There had been some that were immense, and there had been some that were like elemental forces. There had even been some that boasted inexhaustible vitality, but Sunny had never faced an enemy quite like this one. The closest match he could think of was a nightmare creature he knew of, but had not witnessed himself, Alethea of the Nine, the First Seeker. That fiend had even corrupted everything it touched, just like the flesh of Kanakht infected and assimilated everyone that touched it. Nephis, how exactly did you defeat the First Seeker? Having failed to keep the great titan away from the island, Nephis streaked across the sky and landed gracefully nearby, sliding back on wet stone before coming to a halt just a few meters away from Sunny. Her voice sounded a little somber when she spoke. That thing? Well, I blew up the city. She raised the blessing, preparing to resume her relentless assault on the harrowing titan. That didn't kill her, though. So I blew up the city some more. And after that, I burned all that remained. She had already unleashed the fury of her flames upon the flesh of Kanakht, and it did not help, even though the power she wielded now was incomparably greater than it had been in the tomb of Ariel. Still, the answer was typical. No, really. How did a woman whose go-to strategy was if you can blow something up, why bother coming up with anything else, become the ruler of humanity? Oh right. It was because Sunny, Cassie, and Nephis had schemed and plotted for years to put her on the throne. And also because blowing things up was an effective strategy in a surprising number of situations. But, sadly, not this situation. Sunny gritted his teeth. That doesn't seem to be working, though. Nephis looked at the towering figure of the flesh of Kanakht calmly, then nodded. And that is not our only problem, either. She looked past the great titan. Out there, the eternal city was slowly coming undone. The invisible dome that had protected it for thousands of years was unraveling, and the black depths of the storm sea were rushing into the breaches, eager to reclaim their prize. The edges of the vast ruin had already been crushed and consumed by water, which stood like a dark wall in the distance. Closer to the palace island, hexagonal pillars stood here and there, with new ones appearing every few moments. Some of the islands were completely destroyed, some had been fractured or pierced. The wharf had been obliterated. The lighthouse still stood, somehow, even if it had been submerged in water. Just then, another pillar descended from the broken dome, annihilating the clock tower, this time, forever. The final devastation was slowly converging on the heart of the Eternal City, which meant that they did not have a lot of time left, even if the flesh of Kanakht did not swallow them soon. Nephis spared Sunny a brief look. How much longer do you need? Her tone was even, but he could tell that she was eager to reclaim Nightwalker for the benefit of humanity, too. After all, the fate of humanity was not only her direct, but also personal responsibility. Sunny grimaced. A bit longer. Nephis lingered for a split second, then nodded. Then we hold that thing back for as long as we must. With that, she ignited her soul, burning through it to unleash a blinding white inferno. The names escaped from her lips, shaping the world according to her will. This time, it was Sunny who manifested a pair of black wings and soared into the air. The sky was crumbling upon the ruins of the Eternal City, and in its heart, a hideous red infection was spreading like a vast tumor. It felt like the world was coming to an end. Let's make it a happy end, then. A towering wall of white flames rose across the northern reaches of the palace island, cutting off the advance of the spreading mass of flesh. The avalanche of bleeding tissue fell into the fire and burned, turning to ash, then grew again and burned again, disappearing into the immolating crucible. The fractured ground turned incandescent and then melted, becoming a sea of lava. It flowed into the lake, producing billowing clouds of searing steam. High above, Sunny opened the Gate of Shadow once again and summoned the ancient darkness of the realm of death into his hand. He manifested it into a long javelin, making it as heavy as he could, heavy enough that even his supreme strength was barely enough to hold it. Then, he raised his hand and threw the javelin down with all his might. No tricks, no clever enchantments. Just inconceivable weight and pure kinetic force. The black javelin fell like a dark meteor and pierced the shoulder of the great titan, impacting it with so much force that the gargantuan abomination staggered and was pushed to the ground. Its shoulder joint exploded, erased from existence, and one of its limbs was separated from the great mass of slithering flesh. The entire island quaked, a vast swath of it sliding into the boiling lake. Countless tendrils of flesh shot from the torn limb, reconnecting it to the main body. But before it was fully attached, Sunny had already summoned another javelin. I just need to buy us time. The battle raged as more and more of the Eternal City disappeared under the water. Chapter 27:13. Elemental Forces. In the end, the flesh of Kanakht never reached the Dark Castle. It grew and spread until the entire northern part of the palace island became consumed by the virulent mass of red flesh. Sunny could easily imagine that harrowing red sea expanding endlessly, swallowing entire cities, kingdoms, and realms, metastasizing until the entire world and all the living creatures inhabiting it became nothing but one endless, horrid expanse of undulating flesh. A single, abhorrent organism. But that was not meant to be, because a towering wall of immolating white flame ignited in the great Titan's path like a sacred barrier. No matter how much the dreadful mass of bleeding flesh grew, no matter how hungrily it reached forward, its tendrils were burned and incinerated, becoming nothing but ash. It was a primal, elemental conflict between two titans of an equal rank. Nephis stood motionlessly behind the wall of fire, looking forward with a dispassionate expression on her beautiful face. Her calm grey eyes were cold and firm, shining with the pure white radiance of incandescent flame and the scathing, horrid agony of being burned alive. Behind the emotionless mask, however, a storm of furious passions fueled her fire. The sea of red flesh could not pass the wall of white flames, but the flames could not spread and consume the Red Sea, either. The two titanic forces were at a stalemate. Meanwhile, the main vessel of the great Titan, a hideous, bestial colossus of bleeding flesh, was struggling to advance deeper inland. Its attempts were thwarted by Sunny, who unleashed a hail of devastating javelins from the dark expanse of the crumbling sky, all aimed at the joints and tendons of the abominable creature. Each javelin struck like a meteor, causing the boiling waters of the vast lake to overflow its banks and making the sprawling ruins of the eternal city quake violently. His aim was true, striking the flesh of Kanakht in the precise points that, if damaged, would slow the Titan down the most. In retaliation, the gargantuan abomination unleashed a vile forest of towering tendrils to pursue Sunny across the sky, forcing him to play a deadly game of cat and mouse across the collapsing firmament. The battle of three titans was truly terrifying, unfolding like a world-ending calamity in the heart of the dying city. No, actually, isn't it the battle of 4 titans? Serpent participated, too. And of course, there was Nightmare as well. The battle had gone badly for Sunny and Nephis at first. They had barely managed to hold ground, gritting their teeth and refusing to be pushed back. He was even forced to consider the worst-case scenario, abandoning Nightwalker and retreating to save themselves. But then, slowly, the dream curse started to take hold. It was difficult to notice at first, the effects barely noticeable. But as Sunny and Nephis stubbornly continued to resist the flesh of Kanakht, they felt their enemy slowly growing unfocused. The speed with which the red flesh spread diminished a little, and the movements of the titanic abomination grew slightly sluggish. And as they stood their ground some more, the difference slowly became more pronounced, until it was easily noticeable. The flesh of Kanakht was weakened by the curse, which allowed the dream curse to take root in its consciousness faster, which, in turn, made it weaker still. Contained by Nephis' flame and undermined by an insidious synergy of Sun's powers, the great Titan fell into a vicious cycle. And once it did, there was no escape. The gargantuan abomination, which had been slowly advancing south, became completely immobilized by the devastating rain of black javelins. The sea of red flesh, which had been straining to drown out the wall of white flames with its ghastly mass, began to recede. The northern part of the island had been completely destroyed by then. The ground was shattered and pulverized, then melted into lava and swallowed by the lake. Billowing clouds of boiling steam and swirling ash were washed away by the ice-cold rain, and deafening thunderclaps echoed above the ruins as enormous waterfalls crushed the eternal city into dust in the distance. The Shadow Legion had wiped out most of the remnant wraiths by then, allowing its champions to join the fight against the flesh of Kanakht. Saint arrived first, reshaping her tenebrous blade into a great bow made of pure darkness. Fiend rose from the shadows and gleefully dove into the towering wall of white flames. His steel body turned incandescent, and he unleashed his own infernal flames upon the receding sea of undulating flesh. Slayer ignored her grievous wounds to draw the string of her bow against the faltering great Titan. Neve used the last of his essence to pierce the limbs of the titanic fiend with towering spikes of azure ice, and lastly, Jet faced one more abomination born from the scattered fragments of Kanakht, shredding its flesh with a storm of enchanted shurikens. Their combined assault slowed the great Titan down, then halted its advance completely. The red sea of flesh was pushed back and incinerated, receding until it disappeared altogether. Only the colossal, hideous mountain of flesh that was the abomination's main vessel remained. Nephis, Sunny, and their companions continued to deal it an unimaginable amount of damage. The power of sovereigns, saints, and supreme shadows descended upon it like an annihilating guillotine, tearing the gargantuan body of the flesh of Kanakht apart over and over again. It was truly an assault worthy of destroying a great titan. Sunny even caught himself feeling quietly awed by their terrifying show of force. And yet, how is this even possible? The flesh of Kanakht refused to die. It refused to be irrevocably wounded, even. Its body and soul continued to repair themselves, enduring an unfathomable amount of punishment with no visible effect. No matter how terribly the great titan was mangled and mutilated, soon enough, it was entirely unscathed again. It stayed alive. And it was still alive by the time the dream curse pulled him into the embrace of deep, unnatural slumber. That was how the Eternal City was conquered. What was left of it, at least. Chapter 27:14. Fury of the Sea. This is a first. Standing on the ruins of the palace island, Nephis gazed at the gargantuan, motionless figure of the flesh of Kanakht. She had released her transcended form, becoming human again. Her eyes were dim and tired, the white flames that had burned in them long extinguished. However, the fire dancing on the rubble still reflected in their beautiful grey depths, so there was little difference from how they had shone before. The great titan was asleep. It lay on the bed of ash and molten lava, lulled into deep slumber. Sunny and Nephis stood some distance away, surrounded by their companions. They had poured everything they had into destroying the titanic abomination, but it was all for naught. Finally, after utterly exhausting themselves, they stopped. Nephis turned and looked at Sunny. "I have never met an abomination whom I could defeat, but not kill." Sunny stared at the slumbering titan with a strange expression. Yeah, indeed. His mind was still reeling in the aftermath of the calamitous confrontation. The siege of the Eternal City, the mad rush to the palace island, the stand against the Dutchman and its Wraith Armada, and finally the battle against the flesh of Kanakht, all of it had happened so recently and so swiftly, in quick succession. So, he was failing to fully acknowledge both what had happened and that it was all but over. I don't think I've ever been in this situation, either. It was preposterous, really. Usually, a battle ended when the enemy was dead. Killing the enemy was synonymous with achieving victory. One could win a bloodless victory, of course, but defeating a nightmare creature and still failing to kill it was a bizarre novelty. Sunny regarded the flesh of Kanakht silently. The thing was still alive. It had been captured by the dream curse, but even now that nightmare was a supreme terror. The maze of dreadful dreams was not going to hold a great titan indefinitely, or even for long. The ghastly abomination was going to shake off its slumber eventually. So what do we do with it now? Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then looked into the distance. The distance was not that far anymore. The barrier surrounding the Eternal City was failing. In fact, the rate of its destruction had been increasing exponentially. By now, a dozen hexagons composing the invisible dome blinked out of existence every moment, unleashing roaring waterfalls of dark water. The outer ring of the ruin had already been swallowed by water, so now, it seemed as if a black wall was closing in on the palace island from all sides, erasing the world as it drew closer and closer. The inner ring was half gone, too, and there were even several hexagonal pillars falling into the turbulent lake. Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Do we need to do anything? She remained silent for a moment. The terrible weight of the storm sea will soon descend upon the sleeping titan. Even if the abomination survives the pressure, it will most likely be immobilized. And even if it retains the ability to move despite carrying the entire storm sea on its shoulders, it might not ever find human citadels scattered in the waters far east of here. If it does, decades would have passed. The sea is vast, after all. Decades later, we will either be strong enough to vanquish it once and for all, or dead. Sunny looked at her incredulously. So are you suggesting we just leave it? He looked at the grotesque, towering mass of the flesh of Kanakht. Nephis, Jet, and Neve looked at it too, which meant that Cassie was watching, as well. Nobody said anything for a while. Eventually, it was Nightmare who broke the silence, letting out a quiet snort and glaring at the mountain of bleeding flesh with smoldering hatred. Nephis and Sunny did not react, and Jet remained her usual self, too. However, Neve and Fiend could not help but shiver at the sound of the dreadful Destria's voice. Considering that Fiend was dozens of meters tall, that was quite the sight. Sunny shook his head. I guess that is. His voice was drowned out by the furious roar of rushing water. High above them, several vast swaths of the dome vanished at the same time, and countless tons of foaming water plummeted down from great height. The world quaked when the water reached the ruins, obliterating the islands closest to the lake and erasing the southern end of the palace island from existence. This time, the damage was not limited to those islands alone. The very foundation of the Eternal City seemed to have reached its limit, fracturing with a deafening noise. Several of the remaining islands crumbled and collapsed into the seething canals, revealing where the enormous fractures were hidden. Those fractures spread outward from the point of failure, and most of them converged on the Palace Island. The Palace Island crumbled, as well. Crap! Suddenly, Sunny realized that the flesh of Kanakht was not the real problem. The Great Titan had been defeated, so even if they failed to slay it, that was all in the past. The current peril facing them was the Eternal City itself. Having broken it, they now had to survive its destruction. The decision on how to deal with the flesh of Kanakht had been made for them. It's time to escape. As the ground opened beneath their feet, Nephis summoned her wings again. Sunny grabbed Jet and Neve, pulling them through the shadows. A moment later, they appeared on the walls of the dark castle. It was leaning heavily to the side, perched precariously on the edge of a deep chasm. Far below, the dark expanse of the deep fracture was swiftly filling up with foaming water. Ignoring it, Sunny pushed his companions toward the graceful silhouette of the chain breaker. He forced out a smile, then grinned earnestly. My fellow treasure hunters, I hereby announce the completion of the Eternal City expedition. It was a resounding success. Thank you for joining me on this fun and mildly amusing adventure. You both performed admirably. Now, we just need to escape this sunken hell alive. Neve gave him a startled look. What? Before he could finish, Sunny pointed at Cassie, who was already landing on the deck of the chain breaker. Follow her. I'll join you as soon as I can, if I can. In any case, go. Sparing one glance back and making sure that Nephis was already ascending to the Ivory Island, Sunny pushed them one more time and stepped into the shadows again. As soon as he left them, his gaze landed on his charred incarnation, which was still stitching the wayward shadow of Nightwalker back to its master amid the devastation. You fool! What's taking you so long? His figure separated into four identical avatars, each glaring at the fifth with the same indignation. Why are you so slow, bastard? We have defeated an entire Wraith Armada and a Great Titan while you were dawdling around. What the hell? Do you see all this water? We hate water. As more of the dome collapsed, unleashing an apocalyptic deluge, Sunny gritted his teeth and looked at his other incarnations with seething fury. Shut the hell up, wretches! He paused for a moment, and then growled. Since you're already here, pick up a needle and help out. Chapter 27:15. In stitches. Sunny had already done most of the work, but he was tired. His will was exhausted. As it turned out, undoing a severing performed by the Demon of Repose was far more difficult than breaking the Void Chamber. Perhaps it was because this time, it was the ancient demon who had destroyed the bond between a living being and their shadow, while Sunny was responsible for recreating it. Breaking things was always easier than making them. Damn it! Mustering his strength, Sunny forced the world to submit, reshaping it according to his will, one stitch at a time. His other four incarnations joined, hastening the process. The needles they manifested from shadows were no different from supreme implements, and yet they were far inferior to the Weaver's Needle, a tool that had been created by Nether and bathed in Weaver's blood, imbued with no enchantments but possessing mystical power. So, things were still going slower than Sunny would have preferred. The Eternal City was in its death throes all around them. Nightwalker studied the 5 identical avatars of Sunny for a bit, then looked around. Crazy bastard! You really did it, you destroyed the Eternal City. The wall of dark water was already encroaching upon the lake. The southern expanse of the palace island had been erased from existence, and more of the dome was blinking out of existence. The deafening roar of plummeting water and the thunderous impacts of descending pillars made the world quake. Sunny spared him a brief glance and smiled. Of course I did. I said I would, after all. And I am the most honest person in the world, 7 most honest people in 2 worlds, actually. Haven't I told you? Nightwalker let out a forced chuckle, grimacing from pain. Then, he looked up. That flying ship is leaving. Sunny nodded. Good. I told them to leave. There was a loud, rumbling noise behind them. The foundation of the island continued to crumble, and the impossible heavy sphere of jagged metal fell down into one of the chasms. Sunny watched it roll with regret, then cursed quietly and sent one of his incarnations after it. Soon enough, it ended up in his soul sea, granted, transporting it there almost drained his nearly boundless reserves of essence. He could get his essence back, though missing out on this strange trophy, meanwhile, would have gnawed at him forever. Nightwalker showed no signs of anxiety as he watched the chain breaker fly away. In fact, his youthful face returned to its usual distant expression. He even stopped pretending to be bothered by the pain. After decades spent fighting and dying in the Eternal City, there was probably no kind of pain that could impress him. The flying island is moving. Sunny threw a swift glance at the ivory island, then concentrated on his work again. Good. They're not wasting any time. Nightwalker remained silent for a few moments, studying him with a dark and detached kind of amusement. Eventually, he asked with a hint of curiosity in his calm voice. Why are you trying so hard? Sunny halted for a brief moment, then continued to stitch. Haven't I told you? It's because I am desperate. His voice was hoarse and somber. You might not know it because you've been stuck here for decades, but the world is coming undone. The dream realm is in the process of consuming Earth, and the fallen deities of that cursed world are stirring. Cursed nightmare creatures, unholy nightmare creatures, and countless abominations of lesser rank, as well. All of them are going to wash over the human enclaves like a tide before too long. Sunny made another stitch. So even if we manage to resettle humanity before the world ends, it will still end up being wiped out sooner rather than later unless it gives birth to new gods. Which means that some of us will have to challenge the 5th nightmare. The 6th nightmare, as well. Which means the strongest champions of humanity will either die inside the seeds or be gone for a long time. Including me. Oh. Sunny almost froze. So that's how it is? I see. While saying those words, he suddenly realized something. It was the fact that he had not hesitated to include himself among those who would challenge the nightmares. He had been struggling with the decision to return to the cruel embrace of the nightmare spell for the longest time. But somewhere along the way, maybe in the frigid expanse of Ariel's game, maybe on the grimy streets of Mirage City, or maybe even here, in the sunken hell of repose, he seemed to have already made that decision without even realizing it. Sunny had already decided to reclaim his fate, to be bound by fate once again. Only, this time, nobody was putting him in chains. Instead, he was making a choice to accept them, which, perhaps, made all the difference. He was choosing duty over freedom, trust over independence, responsibility over self-interest. He did not want to be forgotten anymore. He did not want to be an orphan shadow anymore. It was a terrible thing, after all, for a shadow to walk around with nothing to cast it. Well, something like that. Sunny smiled bitterly, remained silent for a few moments, and then looked at the dome above them. The world is not that different from the Eternal City, it's falling apart. He pointed to one of the remaining hexagons. That's me. His finger moved slightly. That's Nephis. Cassie. Jet. Effie. Kai. Morgan, Seishan and her sisters, the House of Night, St. Tyrus and St. Roan, Wake of Ruin, and many more. But not that many, in the end. Sunny looked at Nightwalker solemnly. So if I can get one more hexagon, and a stellar one at that, you can be damn sure that I'll get it. Now shut up and let me work. The hexagon he had pointed to vanished just then, unleashing another pillar of water that landed on the palace island and making its shores crumble. A few more disappeared, as well, and the wall of dark water swallowed the outer reaches of the lake. Nightwalker coughed. All right. I think I get it. But aren't we cutting it a little bit too close? Sunny grinned. What seems to be the problem? You can fold space, and I can outright walk between shadows. Oh, I can also fly. I am sure we'll make it. Just then, the radiant rift of the Dream Gate split the dark sky in front of the Ivory Island. And at the same moment, Sunny made the last stitch. Sunny lowered his hand slowly and saw the shadow of Nightwalker remaining in place, flawlessly attached to his figure. Looking at the former immortal, Sunny smiled. Look! I've granted you death, Nightwalker. So, now would be a great time to run. Chapter 27:16. Grand Escape. The Eternal City, which had been vast and sprawling, had shrunk to a narrow swath of the lake and the shattered remains of the palace island. The palace itself was gone, and the Eternal City was not eternal anymore. Neither name fit now. The ornate buildings, the vast groves of silver trees, and the splendid plazas had been turned to rubble by the crushing, then turned to dust and washed away by the furious descent of the storm sea. Only the unblemished surface of dark glass remained, stretching into infinity. And the radiant lighthouse that still shone brilliantly despite being submerged in water. Sunny doubted that anyone would ever reach it again. But then again, the future was unpredictable. The remains of the dome were collapsing. There were mere minutes left before it vanished completely, seconds, maybe. So, he had to hurry. As soon as the last stitch was made, the 5 incarnations of Sunny fused into one. He had already dismissed his shadows. The colossal figure of the puppeteer was gone from its perch atop the dark castle, and the dark castle itself was gone as well. The Shadow Legion had retreated back into the vast lightless expanse of his soul. All that remained was to get to the Ivory Island before it dove into the Dream Gate. Looking up, Sunny took a single step and emerged from the shadows of the Tower of Hope. At the same time, Nightwalker took a single step across folded space and appeared on the emerald grass beside him. The legendary founder of the House of Night looked around with a detached expression and asked in an even tone. What is this place, exactly? Sunny glanced at the skull of the dead dragon that stared at them with empty eye sockets. Ivory Tower. This one was built by a different demon. The chain-breaker was already resting on the placid waters of the small lake. Beyond it, the pristine white abyss of the Dream Gate was drawing closer and closer, slowly obscuring the devastated Eternal City. Towering pillars of dark water surrounded them on all sides, and above them, the last of the invisible dome was crumbling under the unimaginable weight of the storm sea. Nightwalker looked ahead, remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a slightly subdued tone, "So I am really leaving this place, after all." He let out a long sigh, then smiled faintly. Looking down, he studied the grotesque form of the flesh of Kanakht that was slowly drowning in rising water far below. And we are really leaving that thing behind without killing it. I can't quite believe it. Sunny looked down, too. His expression turned a little sour. Yeah. Now there are 2 great titans on my kill list. Don't worry, I'll get to them sooner or later. He always did. Sunny turned away, knowing that there was no point in thinking about the flesh of Kanakht anymore, at the moment. Instead, he started to gather shadows around him, preparing to encase the Ivory Island in a cocoon of them if need be. It was still unclear if they would be able to escape the Eternal City before its dome vanished completely, after all. In fact, the island swayed just then, pivoting to the side to evade a crushing waterfall of dark water that suddenly appeared in its course. Nightwalker sighed, then looked at the chain breaker. I want to be on a ship now. He took another step, landing directly onto the deck of the ancient vessel. Sunny followed. Nephis, Cassie, Jet, and Neve were gathered there. There was no need to steer the ship, but Nephis was focused on controlling the Ivory Island. The other 3 were behind her. When Sunny and Nightwalker appeared, they all let out relieved sighs. Jet, who was sitting on the deck and leaning against the railing, smiled lazily. "Oh, you're back. Good. I thought you decided to go for a swim." Sunny gave her a long look. "No, thank you." Neve turned to Nightwalker and stared at him with subsided intensity, but did not say anything. Likewise, Cassie remained silent. No one spoke, watching the approaching Dreamgate intently. The Eternal City was almost entirely gone by then. The hideous mass of the flesh of Kanakht had disappeared beneath the waves, and the spot where Sunny had been stitching Nightwalker and his shadow together had been crushed by a pillar of water. More pillars descended all around the Ivory Island every moment, as if straining to prevent it from reaching the towering white rift of the gate. Sunny had escaped a great deal of disaster in his life. Granted, few were as apocalyptic as this one. Still, he found it hard to believe that they would actually escape the Eternal City. And yet, in the end, they did. The Ivory Island reached the Dreamgate unscathed. Its edge entered the blinding radiance slowly, and a pristine white wall seemed to erase it from existence. The wall drew closer as the flying island passed through the gate, and then swallowed Sunny and his companions. He closed his eyes a few moments before, so he did not see the actual moment of transition. But he felt it. The rain that had been pelting them vanished suddenly. A warm wind caressed his face. The dreadful sounds of a dying city were replaced by blissful silence, and the darkness of the abyssal depths was replaced by gentle sunlight. Sunny opened his eyes slowly. A blue sky welcomed him. "We made it." The Ivory Island was flying above the southernmost region of the basin of the River of Tears. The river itself was twisting across a vibrant landscape far below, full and vast. The night garden was resting on its flowing waters, its decks brimming with countless people. After spending a long time away from sunlight, they seemed to have all poured out of the cavernous holds of the living ship. Many of them were pointing at the sky now, excited by the appearance of the ivory tower. The Dreamgate closed, cutting the connection between this land and the Eternal City. Now, the expedition was truly over. Sunny exhaled slowly. They were safe. Nightwalker took a deep breath and looked up, a smile slowly appearing on his face. "Ah, the sun. I really did not think that I would ever see it again. One last time." Turning to Sunny, he bowed slightly. "Thank you. It means more than you can imagine." Sunny frowned. "One last time? What are you talking about?" "You'll see it plenty, maybe even enough times to get sick of it." Nightwalker lingered for a moment, then shook his head softly. "I'm afraid it doesn't work that way." Just then, a long cut suddenly appeared on his cheek, swelling with blood. Sunny stared at him, dumbfounded. "What? Where did this cut come from?" Nothing had attacked them. Nightwalker turned to Neve, as if intending to say something. But by the time he did, 2 more jagged cuts appeared on his body. "Nightwalker, what the hell is happening?" "Father!" He staggered and fell to his knees, letting out a quiet groan. "No, nothing, it's just mortality. It has a way of catching up with you." Countless wounds had revealed themselves on his body. Sunny finally flinched, realizing what was happening. The Eternal City still had its claws in its prisoner. Nightwalker might have reclaimed his shadow, and they might have escaped, but that did not erase the past. So, every wound he had received over the decades was catching up to him now. "Uct!" His bones cracked with a terrible sound, and his flesh was split open. He was dying. He was going to die 1,000 times over, until there was nothing left of him except scattered fragments of bone and a sea of spilled blood. "Ah, it's been a pleasure. I always thought I'd die on the deck of a ship." Sunny stood there, frozen. "No, it can't be. Not after everything I've done." Luckily, Nephis was not frozen at all. Appearing near Nightwalker, she placed her hands on his shoulders and looked down. "Do not die on this ship, though." A soft radiance suffused her skin, and the terrible wounds on Nightwalker's body started to heal. and new ones appeared to replace them. His body was mangled, mutilated, and destroyed. His skin was flayed, and his flesh was torn. His limbs were ripped or severed, and his eyes were gouged out. No matter how used to pain Nightwalker was, he couldn't help but scream. However, Nefer's flames healed him at the same rate as he was being destroyed and shredded by the blades of postponed death. In the end, Nightwalker's body was entirely torn apart. And yet, Nefer's flame healed that damage, too. Come on, come on. Sunny did not notice when he had held his breath. Who was going to win? The laws of the world, or Nephis? Of course. In the end, Nephis won. Nightwalker survived. He escaped the Eternal City, at long last. And so did the rest of them, with him. Chapter 27:17. Ruin Raider. The river of tears was so vast that it seemed boundless, flowing across multiple regions of the Dream Realm. In fact, it was an independent region in and of itself, complete with its own collection of bizarre mysteries and a thriving ecosystem, an ecosystem that was eerie and deadly, like everything else in the dreadful expanse of this perilous world, but thriving nonetheless. The vast river was born from the great waterfall of the Moon River Plain, the Weeping Goddess, while its estuary was all the way in the south, on the misty shores of the Storm Sea. It used to serve as a great waterway connecting the citadel cities of the Song Domain, and now that those cities were swiftly expanding, its vital role had only become more important. Just like the caravans of the warrior merchants of the East, the stronghold ships of the West were what made the scattered cities in the basin of the River of Tears a civilization. The scarred, huge, heavily armored vessels carried goods, resources, people, and information across the perilous waters. None was as fearsome and majestic as the colossal ship that was sailing on the River of Tears at the moment, however. The Night Garden floated with the current, moving south. It was returning to the Storm Sea after escaping its dark depths a few days prior. The Ivory Island glided across the sky high above it, as if escorting the great citadel home. Jet was currently in her garden, looking around with a strange expression. The sacred trees she had planted had grown considerably in just a few days, their branches brimming with golden fruit. Countless flowers bloomed between them like colorful jewels, while the decorative bushes had become tall and wild. "Do I need to hire a gardener?" Her tone was a little troubled. At that moment, a black crow fell from the sky and landed on her shoulder. "Jet! Jet!" She looked at the bird and raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? What?" The crow pecked at her cheek. "Fruit! Fruit!" A subtle smile appeared on her lips. "What about them?" Just then, a second crow glided down and landed on her other shoulder. "What do you mean, what about them? Those are sacred fruit, aren't they? This much should be enough to supply you with essence for a while." "Ah, damn it! What the hell?" Jet flinched and reeled away, knocking the second crow off her shoulder. The crow was sent tumbling through the air, collided against the trunk of a tree, and fell to the ground pathetically. There, it turned into a young man with pale skin and raven-black hair, sitting on the ground and comfortably leaning against the tree. Sunny grinned. "What's up with that reaction?" Jet stared at him with wide eyes. "Since when, actually, forget it. Never mind." She sighed, then reached and plucked one of the golden fruit. Walking over to Sunny, she sat near him and took a juicy bite. The two of them spent a few moments in comfortable silence, watching the clouds move across the azure sky. Eventually, Jet said, "People don't appreciate what they have until they lose it. I never really paid any particular attention to the sky, but after spending all that time underwater, gods, what a lovely sight. I never want to explore the depths again." Sunny smiled. "Me neither. Still, it wasn't all bad, was it? We gained so much." Just as expected, the expedition to the Eternal City had turned out to be quite eventful. Granted, Sunny had not expected to wage a small war against a horde of immortal abominations. However, the spoils were similarly great. First and foremost, they managed to initiate the restoration of the Night Garden. Sunny gave Jet a curious glance. By the way, what, exactly, changed about your ship? She remained silent for a bit, looking around the overgrown garden. We are still figuring it out. But you must have noticed some of it already. Local soil was always inexplicably fertile, allowing us to gather multiple harvests a year. But now, that nourishing effect has grown many times more powerful. It is truly remarkable. Sunny nodded. The trees around them were noticeably higher than they had been before, and the bushes seemed out of control. The same was happening across the entire Titanic ship. Everything was growing, blooming, and bearing fruit much faster than before. The surface decks resembled a jungle, and the night garden now really looked worthy of its name. Jet inhaled deeply. Here and there, various species of native plants sprouted out of nowhere. They are a bit weird. A certain algae in the water reservoir, for example, is producing oxygen. And I mean all by itself, it doesn't need the sun or carbon dioxide to do so. Other kinds do other useful things. It is too early to tell, but I think the night garden is fully self-sufficient now. It can drift for thousands of years in any kind of environment, and people on board will still be comfortable. Well, I mean, they'll be dead of old age. But they would have lived and died of old age comfortably. She chuckled. The aegis surrounding the ship seems to have grown much more sophisticated, as well, stronger, too. Honestly, we have no idea what exactly changed about it, but the changes seem incredibly profound. It is as if the night garden is ready to dive into the void. Jet paused for a moment, then added in a distant tone. Do you think that that was what the Demon of Repose had built it for? That it is a void ship? Sunny hesitated for a while. I don't know. Maybe it was not, initially. But after wandering the seas and the skies for thousands of years, exploring all of existence, she might have grown curious about what lay beyond. Of course, she probably never got the chance to explore it. The Doom War happened first. Jet sighed, then nodded. Indeed. Well, apart from that, the night garden now allows me to open, let's call them portals. Rifts that connect 2 points in space. However, I can't really use that new component, because to do that, we need to figure out a different new function first. It has something to do with navigation, but nobody knows how it works. So, until we learn, I can only open those portals to somewhere within my direct line of vision. She smiled. There are lots of minor changes, as well, like the hull being able to repair itself much faster, and so on. I won't bore you. Sunny leaned back and looked at the sky. The night garden had become more robust, that alone would have made the expedition worthwhile. But there were other gains, as well. The arsenal of enchanted weapons Sunny had salvaged in the Hippodrome was going to strengthen the forces of humanity. The artifacts looted across various districts would, as well. The marvelous mimic was producing a steady stream of soul coins after gorging itself on the bodies of fallen immortals. Sunny had become familiar with using the puppeteer to control the Shadow Legion, increasing the strength of his dark army by a large margin. Neve had returned with the memory carrying a reservoir of starlight capable of granting people the lineage of Storm God. Jet had greatly increased the volume of her soul core and captured 2 powerful souls into her mist blade. Nightmare had become supreme. Nephis had come closer to mastering another branch of her aspect legacy. Nightwalker had returned to the embrace of humanity. And Sunny himself. Sunny had found the 6th fragment of Weaver's lineage. One he had yet to absorb. Chapter 27:18. Garden of Flowers. Sunny had felt the weight of the scroll throughout the last few days, busy and chaotic as they were. A million things demanded his attention after weeks of absence, and yet, he could not help but think about the vessel of weaver's wool that lay on the altar of the Nameless Temple's replica, deep within his soul. Now that things had settled down a little, he could finally face it. Sunny remained silent for a long while, then smiled and looked at Jet. Well, how was it? Your personal adventure with the Lord of Shadows. Was it all you had hoped for? Jet chuckled, her icy blue eyes narrowing a little. Oh, it was unforgettable. Effie and Kai weren't lying. She fell silent for a moment, then added with a shrug. Granted, it was far less educational than I had thought it would be. I do not feel like I've learned something. It feels more like I passed an exam. Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't think I ever took a single exam in my entire life. I wouldn't presume to have what it takes to teach the infamous Soul Reaper Jet a lesson, either. Jet smiled, then looked away. What about you? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me? What about me? She glanced at him and shrugged. You said that these excursions were to prepare us for the fourth nightmare, but to me, it seemed like you were searching for answers of your own. So, have you found them? Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then turned away with a quiet chuckle. Perceptive as always. As it happens, yes, I somehow stumbled on the answer I had been looking for ever since becoming a saint. Maybe even longer. Thank you for that, by the way. Why was it that every time he was in dire need of advice, Jet was right there to share some hard-earned wisdom with him? Sunny really did not know how to thank her, but then again, she wouldn't know or remember what it was that he was thanking her for. So there was no point. For now. Oh. Sunny remained motionless for a little while, basking in the realization that he had already started to regard her inability to remember him as a temporary affliction. One that would be cured soon, no less. The same went for everybody else. It was as if he finally saw light at the end of the tunnel. Jet smiled and rose from the ground. I am not sure what I did, but I am glad that it helped. We outskirt rats should stick together, right? There's not a lot of us left, after all. And since the outskirts are more or less gone, there will never be more. We're a dying breed. She looked at him with a deadpan expression, then added, well, in our case, I guess we're a dead breed. But whatever. With that, she chuckled and headed away. Come find me again if you ever need a hand, Lord of Shadows. Raising hell with you, it felt strangely enjoyable. Like that is how things are supposed to be. Sunny watched her go with a distant expression. When she was gone, he looked down. Right. Jet always joked about being dead. But at the moment, she seemed like the most alive person he had ever known. How things are supposed to be. Asterisk. Sunny remained in the garden for a while longer, looking at the grass and contemplating silently. The weight of the future was pressing down on his shoulders heavily. But luckily, his shoulders were quite strong. Why do I feel so anxious? Everything was happening on schedule, but somehow, he felt like they were running out of time. It was an ominous sensation. In the end, he sighed and outstretched a hand. A few moments later, an ancient silk scroll appeared on it, emanating a subdued, but terrifying sense of unrestrained power. Despite having been hidden in the heart of a star for thousands of years, it was completely intact, with not a single burn marring its smooth surface. The spider silk was woven so finely that touching it with his mortal hand felt like sacrilege. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and slowly unfurled the scroll. Inside, an elegant weave of runes was painted with black ink, and at the bottom, a beautiful blue snowdrop decorated the corner, embroidered with such skill that it seemed entirely real. Sunny trembled, suddenly finding it difficult to breathe. Somehow, he knew that both the runes and the flower were left on the fine silk by Weaver's own hand. Calming his widely beating heart, he inhaled deeply and concentrated on the runes. He did not know what to expect, but whatever message Weaver had left, it was bound to be important. Or nebulous and mystifying. He was going to know soon. The runes read: Weaver was the first one to be born. And Rhyme was the first one to die. Broken and shattered, she succumbed to harrowing wounds and found herself in the embrace of Shadow. And there, in the darkness, Shadow offered her solace. Rest well now, child, whispered the darkness. Your torment is over. Stay here with me, unhurt and at peace. But Rhyme refused. Your world is too dark, it is too quiet and hollow. Out there are vast oceans, boundless heavens, and flowers that bloom in the light. I want to swim in the oceans and conquer the heavens. I want to explore all of existence and gather all flowers, to bask in the beauty and enjoy pleasant scents. The flowers are bristling with thorns, pleaded the darkness. The oceans are cold, and the heavens are empty. Your life was short and brutal, and now it has come to an end. Stay with me, child. Do not refuse my embrace. But Rhyme laughed. The thorns are what make flowers beautiful. Cold is what makes warmth desirable. An end paves the way for a new beginning. Even if I can find peace in your arms, Shadow, I want to leave. I want to live, no matter how much it might hurt. The voice of the darkness grew cold then, turning into a terrible hiss, but you are mine now, child. You belong to the shadows. I am death, and no one escapes death, not even a foolish spirit like you. It was then that darkness became her chain, and solace became her collar. Peace became a prison. Time flowed, and the world slowly changed. Only silence remained the same. Shadow refused to let Rhyme go. So, in the end, she shattered the walls of his realm and escaped into the light. That was how the demon of repose, who had been the first one to die, became the first one to escape death as well. Sunny stared at the runes, drawn into their meaning. Rhyme, the demon of repose, so she was the one who had escaped the shadow realm. As expected of a demon. The relationship between her and Shadow God was strangely ambiguous. It was very interesting, too. All of it was terribly interesting. However, where the hell is my lineage? Why would Weaver leave behind nothing but a strange fable on the silk scroll? Frowning, Sunny brushed his hand across the runes. And there, almost by accident, he sensed a subtle irregularity. It was so minor that anyone else would have missed it. But Sunny's fingers had been unnaturally sensitive ever since he assimilated bone weave, so he felt the difference in the weave of the silk under a short set of runes. Oh. Just 3 words. Sunny traced them with his fingers. A new beginning. And as he did, it was as if a nebulous voice resounded in his ears, making him shudder. He froze, realizing what this hidden message was. It was the will of Weaver, the demon of fate, woven into the ancient scroll by their hand. Once Sunny realized it, the remnant will of the treacherous demon surged, reshaping the world to match it. In the reshaped world, his own will was different from before. He had absorbed the spirit weave. Wow! I didn't even pass out this time. Just as Sunny thought that, a wave of indescribable agony washed over him like a tide. Chapter 27:19. The incredible adventures and astonishing deeds of heroic dreamer Sunless and his intrepid disciples, Abridged, Volume X, Novel Fire. The Shadow Realm had not changed much since Sunny visited last. Granted, that visit had happened quite recently, during the final battle for the Eternal City. Sunny himself, however, felt a bit different. The spirit we've had augmented his will, making the world feel much more malleable. It altered the inherent nature of his will, as well, granting it a second innate affinity, or at least greatly enhancing what had already been there. Before, the main trait of Sunny's will was death. Now, however, he also felt a strong connection to fate. He did not know what to do with that affinity, and honestly, it was quite paradoxical for his will to possess it. After all, he was a fateless being. Fateless, masterless, sunless. Sunny's whole existence seemed to be built around the absence of things. Maybe that was why he found the vast, silent, empty expanse of the Shadow Realm so soothing. Walking across the obsidian dust and enjoying the silver radiance of the distant essence storms, he inhaled the cold air deeply. Still, I've done well for myself. As someone who had been deprived of so many things, Sunny sure managed to achieve a great deal. He was a supreme titan, the ruler of the Forgotten Shore, the lord of the Dark City, the commander of the Shadow Legion. He was also incredibly wealthy, highly accomplished in various fields, and very difficult to kill. There was someone far more difficult to kill nearby, though. Reaching the graveyard of serpents, Sunny walked over to the spot where the broken figure of Yuri's used to rest against the ancient bone. Strangely enough, the talking skeleton was nowhere to be seen. There were, however, traces left in the dust. Sunny followed them. He found Yuri's a dozen kilometers away, laying listlessly at the bottom of a tall hill. The skeleton seemed to have crawled his way here, tried to climb the hill, and rolled back quite a number of times. Now, his empty eye sockets were staring at the dark sky expressionlessly. Clicking his tongue, Sunny sat on the dust nearby. "Where were you going?" Yuri's remained silent for so long that Sunny started to suspect that he had really managed to die. However, eventually, the creaky voice resounded from the depths of the cracked skull. "My, oh my. I assumed you would never come back, boy. So, I took matters into my own hands." He paused, and then added, "I had to take them into my hands because my legs are broken. I can't really move my feet." The skeleton laughed at his own joke, his jaw making loud clacking noises. Sunny observed him with a faint smile. "Oh? Right, I remember, you wanted to reach the heart of the Shadow Realm. To die properly before time catches up with you and you turn into a mad beast." Yuri's nodded. "That's right." Sunny shook his head. "I guess it must be a coincidence that the Void Gate is also situated at the heart of the Shadow Realm. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you? And about how it was opened?" Yuri stared at him curiously. "Oh, it was opened? My, oh my. I did not know." It was difficult to say if he truly did not know or was simply pretending. Yuri's had been nailed to that tree before the very end of the Doom War, after all. So, he would have been hanging on it powerlessly by the time the Diamonds decided to pull their last gamble. Never, Hope, Ariel, Mirage, and Rhyme. No, actually, wasn't there one more? Yuri's clicked his jaw. "Anyway, I wasn't planning to go to the heart of the Shadow Realm to die. It's just what shadows do, so I thought I'd follow the proper etiquette and get the full experience. A semblance of natural death, if you will. I had no idea that someone opened the Void Gate. Well, actually, that's a lie. I had an inkling. I don't really care about it, though." He stared at Sunny with his empty eye sockets. "Whether it's open or closed, what difference does it make to me?" The skeleton chuckled. "Anyway, you seem a little different, boy. I've been crawling up this hill over and over again for a while. What has been happening to you?" Sunny smiled darkly. "Me? My, oh my, so many things have happened. I don't even know where to start." Yuri's gave him an unamused stare. "Damnation. Start anywhere, then." Sunny chuckled. "Well, let's see. First, I went to the Jade Palace and got sucked into a game created by the Demon of Dread. There, I battled great and cursed abominations, conquered a bunch of mountains, blew up one or two, and finally had to face my own doubts. In the end, I squished a very talkative moth and escaped." His eyes glistened dangerously. "Oh, I also witnessed the end of the world and had a one-sided conversation with the Demon of Fate. They stared right at me and called me an epigone. It was quite shocking." Yuri stirred slightly, then said in a neutral voice, "There is no way. There is no way that Weaver is still alive." Sunna's smile widened a little. "Oh, they are not. But when has something like that ever stopped the gods or the Diamonds from talking?" He lingered for a moment, then added, "Anyway, Weaver showed me how the gods died and how the world ended. So, I went and wrote a very comprehensive research paper about it. That took some time. Caused quite a stir, too." Yuri's let out a dubious laugh. "A research paper? Oh, you are a philosopher. I knew a few philosophers once. Anyway, that sounds like a lot. No surprise that you have been so busy." Sunny grinned. "Oh, that is not all. After winning that game, I went to Mirage Castle and got sucked into a huge mirror. There was an entire city hidden in that mirror, actually, and I had a swell time there. Hunting down serial killers, being screamed at by aged policemen, having therapy sessions with my beautiful shadow, and riding a metal carriage propelled by countless tiny explosions. Oh, I also discovered chocolate milk and a pastry called a donut. No earth-shattering discoveries this time, though. Yuri stared at him for a moment. Do not? What a strange name for a pastry. By the way, while I do not know what kind of therapy your shadow was administering to you, exactly, I do think that describing your own shadow as beautiful is a bit in poor taste. Humility is the most attractive quality for a young man, you know. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Says who? I think tasteful boasting is far more attractive. And all boasting is tasteful if I'm the one doing the boasting, so, oh, did I tell you that I conquered the southern reaches of Heart God's forest, became the most accomplished enchanter of humanity, seduced the most beautiful woman in the world, and am one of the wealthiest people in existence? Yuri's remained silent for a long while after that. He's probably busy admiring my accomplishments. Well, understandable. In the end, the ancient skeleton mumbled quietly. I think you did mention being that abominable girl's partner. Sunny grinned. That's right. He studied Yuri's for a bit, then shrugged. Well, anyway. I helped destroy that mirror city and escaped. After that, I commandeered the Ship of Repose, uncovered a map to ancient treasure, battled all kinds of sea monsters to reach it, defeated an army of immortal nightmare creatures to claim it, brought a dead legend back to life, oh, and then destroyed another city. Come to think of it, I've been destroying too many cities as of late, haven't I? Yuri's gave him a reserved look. My, oh my. I'd say. And you've only been gone a few months. Sunny shrugged, then smiled. Oh, right. I also learned quite a few interesting things about the Nine. Like what Slayer's name was. And where you guys come from. His smile turned menacing, and a deep darkness drowned his eyes. And what you bastards did. Learning something like that would have made me very angry, don't you think? Prince Yuri's? Yuri stared at him with his empty eye sockets, expressing no particular emotion. Eventually, he laughed. My, oh my. Nobody has called me a prince in ages. Chapter 2720. A New Beginning. Sunny stared at the grinning skull, feeling a storm of dark emotions raging in his heart. He had not anticipated feeling this way, but here he was, full of something that he never thought he would feel one day, a sense of righteous indignation. For someone who had never once thought of himself as righteous or virtuous, that was an unfamiliar state. But considering the sins of the dead man in front of him, all Sunny's shortcomings seemed like the noblest of virtues. A smoldering, murderous fury drowned his heart, making his fingers twitch. This wretch. It was all because of him, because of them. He really wanted to kill the horrid bastard. How ironic it was that out of all the people in the world, Yuri's was one whom he was powerless to kill. Sunny forced himself to inhale. Oro, Yuri's, Orphny, Alethea, Oma, Imodan, Elites, and the other two. There truly has never been a group more vile and wicked than you nine, has there? Yuri stared at him for a while, then chuckled. Oh. I guess you did learn a bit about us. So. I guess there are still traces of us left out there in the world. Sunny could not help but laugh bitterly. Traces? This whole damn world is a ghastly monument to your abhorrent lives. After all, you are the ones who created it. You are the architects of all the horror that I've endured, that everyone has endured. You are the bastards who created the dream realm. All those deaths, all that loss, it was all because of you. Yuri stared at him calmly. Worked like a charm, didn't it? As Sunny fell silent in shock, he let out a sigh. No, actually, it didn't. We did our best, but something must have gone wrong at the end. The ancient skull turned slightly, taking in the desolate landscape of the Shadow Realm. None of this was supposed to exist anymore if we had succeeded. People like you and that young Nephilim girl were never supposed to be born, and therefore never supposed to endure any suffering. Ah, but we failed, in the end. Well, I suppose we did destroy the Empire, but not quite in the way we intended. Sunny listened to his nonchalant tone, feeling his hair stand on end. How could he be so matter-of-fact about it? How could he show no regret, no remorse whatsoever? No glee, no satisfaction either. No pride in having managed to destroy the great gods. Sunny shook his head slowly. You must be entirely mad. Aren't you ashamed of what you did? Even a little. Yuri's just stared at him in bewilderment. Ashamed? Why would I be ashamed? A short scoff escaped from Sunny's lips. Because what you did was monstrous. Because what you did was unconscionable. Because you wiped out countless innocent lives. Women, children, the elderly, those who had nothing to do with your damn realm and the damn empire. You doomed everyone. Yuri's remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said in his creaky voice, "Wouldn't you?" Sunny gaped at him, shocked and outraged by the question. "Of course not." The skeleton chuckled. "That is a failure of imagination on your part, boy. You are far more heartless and wicked than we have ever been, so I think you'd have done worse. Just imagine. Imagine it honestly." Yuri stared into his eyes. "Everyone you cherish, everyone you know, everyone you have ever passed on the street or seen from afar. Your lover, your child, your siblings, your friends, and your comrades. People who depend on you and look up to you, people who despise you, as well. Your teachers, your neighbors, your idols, your priests." His voice turned darker. "All slaughtered, mutilated, enslaved, and stolen away to serve the murderers and abusers for what little remains of their lives in vicious indignity. The graves of your parents desecrated, the home you built for yourself burned to the ground. The culture that nurtured you destroyed, and even the language you speak erased. Until everything and everyone you ever knew is gone. Trampled, drowned in malice, and brutalized." The ancient skeleton laughed quietly. "And the slavers, those who trampled and brutalized your everything, continuing their lives unpunished, prospering, even. Smug and satiated in their opulent homes, while those who enabled their barbarity are revered and worshipped everywhere under the sky. Why would you blame a slave for hating his slaver? Are you sure that you would have been in a forgiving mood, boy?" Sunny remained silent. What would he have done if Nephis, Rain, Cassie, Effie and her family, Kai, Jet, Iko, Teacher Julius, the White Feather Clan, the survivors of the First Irregular Company, and everyone else he knew had been brutally killed? His gaze darkened. He might have killed a god or two, as well. Still, he wouldn't have slaughtered innocent bystanders. He wanted to believe that he wouldn't. Pretty sure. Yuri's laughed. "Well then, let's hope that you'll never have to find out. As for me, I am at peace with the past." Sunny looked at him darkly, then uttered through gritted teeth. "So, what? No remorse? No regret? You don't regret destroying the world at all?" The skeleton remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "I don't know." Sunny's eyes widened. "You don't know? What kind of answer is that?" Aira stared at him expressionlessly. "I am quite old, you know. At the beginning. I remember being quite convinced of my mission. Oh my. I was a man of great conviction. And I even kept that conviction for the first few decades of hanging on that tree. I remember being full of glee while watching the world fall apart from under its branches." He chuckled. "But then, eventually, I went mad. And after that, I came to regret my every choice and my every action. I wailed, cried, and begged for forgiveness. I think I cried for a century, and begged for a century more. Then, I don't quite remember. But by the time I came to my senses, I was full of hatred and wicked joy. I celebrated the fact that I destroyed the world. I laughed and sang joyous songs, welcoming every new day in exhilaration. But eventually, I just stayed silent for an eternity. And by the end of it, I didn't really care either way. The skeleton clicked his jaw. All of it happened so long ago, you know. So I don't know anymore. Sometimes I feel a little wistful. And sometimes I feel a little sad. But mostly, I don't feel much of anything at all. Except, I pity you and that abominable girl. You poor kids. You didn't do anything to deserve this. Sunny gritted his teeth. I don't need your pity. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Any of it. The fact that this man had destroyed the world, and the fact that he didn't particularly care about having destroyed the world, as well. Yuri's just stared at him. I wasn't offering. He fell silent for a while, then sighed and said in a neutral tone. For what it's worth, I wish you luck. I hope that you do become gods. And that you build a new world on the ruins of the one I and my people destroyed. The gods I hated are dead, so I think it will be nice. A new beginning. His voice sounded sincere enough, but Sunny couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A new beginning, is this it, then? Is this Weaver's will? He felt like he was about to go mad. So, he forced himself to calm down. He composed himself and steeled his resolve. With a sigh, Sunny rose from the ground and summoned Serpent. I guess all of this works out great for you, doesn't it, Uris? Now that I know the truth, I am more motivated than ever to kill you. And if I do become a god, I'll finally have enough power to actually do it. No matter what happens, you win. Yuri stared at him with the same skeletal, eternal grin. I guess it does. Oh my. I must be a genius. Sunny exhaled slowly, then nodded. All right, then. After all, I made a promise. I feel like I'll be busy for a while after this, so I'll try to kill you well today, Asterion. As he raised his sword, the ancient skeleton laughed. Ooh? What did you say? Oh, that's strange. That's creepy. Just now, I felt something trying to crawl into my head. How rude. How unpleasant. Not listening to his nonsense, Sunny brought the sword down. Asterisk. Far away, in a different world, night had enveloped a desolate plain. Ruins of an ancient city towered in the distance like a concrete jungle, and rusted corpses of grotesque war machines lay half-buried in the dry earth. The air was thick with invisible poison, and no mundane creature could survive this forsaken hell. Nevertheless, people had intruded upon the desolate plain this night. They were kneeling on the ground, their protective suits and flimsy vehicles covered by dust. Some had already died, but others were still looking up at the silver disk of the distant moon, chanting a simple prayer. Asterion! 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 One more fell to the ground. Asterion! Asterion! The indifferent moon looked down at them from the sky. Asterion! They had been praying for a long time. But tonight, their prayers were finally answered. A falling star suddenly streaked across the night sky, burning bright in the vast darkness. Its fiery halo grew brighter and brighter, falling as it left a trail of smoke in the air. Finally, a radiant meteor impacted the ground, causing a devastating explosion and a powerful earthquake. The praying people fell down, crying as they reached toward the crater joyously. Slowly, their voices grew quiet. Then, a hand appeared from the crater, and a man wearing a torn, charred spacesuit pulled himself over the edge. Rising to his feet, he took off his shattered helmet, closed his eyes, and inhaled the poisonous air with full chest. This was the first breath he had drawn in decades. A charming smile twisted his lips. Ah, good old Earth. It seems I have returned. For him, who was born in the dream realm, this was an alien world. But he was still glad to be back. End of Part 3, Voyage of the Night Garden. End of Volume 10, Dark Lord's Dreadful Travelogue. Chapter 27-21. The Ship of Theseus. The being drifted in a dark vastness of shattered memories. It was vaguely aware of its own existence, but it did not know what it had been, what it was, what it would become. The cold abyss of broken memories surrounding it seemed boundless. The memories belonged to different creatures, different ages, different worlds. Some were sweet, while some were dreadful. Some were faint and brittle, while some were clear and sharp as if etched into eternity. The being was lost in the labyrinth of those memories, unable to remember itself. Time and space were meaningless in the absence of awareness, and yet, the being felt a faint certainty. A subtle premonition of its doom. If it failed to find itself soon, it would dissolve into the ocean of memories forever, becoming something else. Something mindless, weak, and destined to cease. How vexing. The being thought that the evanescence of its existence was daunting. It did not possess limbs, or a body, for that matter, nor did it have a concept of possessing them. Not that things like that existed in the cold abyss of recollections. Still, the being wanted to reach for the memories, so it shaped its will into long tendrils and grasped the nearest one. In the next moment, it saw the last battle of a war for the throne of a dying world. The being was a blind woman who perceived the world through the senses of others, walking down the steps of an ancient black tower. With each step, a dull pain radiated from beneath her blooded blindfold. All around her, countless humans and abominations were preparing to face the final siege of the war, even if its outcome had already been decided. There were too many of them to count, but strangely enough, only a few were individuals. They were those precious few who had yet to succumb to the plague, the rest were merely vessels of her last ally, the hateful butcher of the north. Walking out of the ebony tower, the blind woman faced the familiar expanse of the chained island. Out there, separated from the flying island by a vast chasm and the great length of 7 celestial chains, the forces of humanity were arrayed against them. More than 100 saints. Thousands of masters. Countless awakened warriors. Seishan and her sisters were among them. So were the saints of the House of Night, Sky Tide, Roan, even her own fire keepers. And their master, of course. All of them were ready to attack the ebony tower. The sky below would have served as a natural barrier for most, but Nightwalker was there as well, ready to fold space and deliver the besieging army to her doorstep. The ivory island loomed in the distance, as well, and the night garden could appear at any moment. Quite a sight, isn't it? She turned her head slightly, acknowledging the man who had spoken to her, the wicked monster with eyes that reflected the world back on itself. The blind woman lingered for a moment, then said indifferently, "I wouldn't know." He laughed. Once the echoes of his laughter were swallowed by the wind, the man added in a mocking tone, "It all could have been avoided if you had let me loose, you know? Ah, but alas. You and your senseless morality." He paused briefly, then asked, "So, what does defeat taste like?" The blind woman lingered for a long time. When she finally spoke, her dark voice was full of defiance. "I am not defeated yet." The being reeled away. Who were those people? Who were their enemies, and what were they fighting for? It did not know, but the woman, or the blind woman, she felt familiar. What was her name? Looking around, the being reached for another fragment. The tendrils of its will wrapped around it tightly, and it saw a different memory. In that memory, the being was vast and boundless. She wore a nebulous mantle and a mask of polished wood, standing proudly under a lightless sky. The being was surrounded by 6 figures. There was one wrapped in darkness and mist, its harrowing black wings obscuring the sky. There was a dreadful whisper that hid with the wind, flowing insidiously into her ears. There was a graceful figure woven out of darkness and light, so breathtakingly beautiful that she wanted to cry. There was an ethereal presence that felt like the sweetest of illusions, its sweetness hid the very depths of hell. A ghostly silhouette who smelled of sea waves and starlight, her piercing blue eyes as vast as the sky, as dark and unfathomable as the cold embrace of shadow. And another one, whose visage eluded her due to being unmemorable. The Master of Darkness and Mist spoke, "We shall draw a line across all of existence, and separate all that exists. There will only be those who stand beneath our banner, and those who stand against our will. Those who follow the demons and those who believe the lies of the gods. None shall refuse our challenge, none shall escape our call. Not even you, Weaver. She laughed, her elusive voice sounding like a myriad of hopeless prayers. Who are you to call on us, brother? Who are you to challenge fate? We have heard you call and refuse it. We shall not be a part of the war that you wage. The demon of choice was silent for a moment, then spoke in a voice that contained the infinite weight of the boundless abyss. The line has been drawn, and there is no escaping its judgment. Even by choosing to stay still, you are making a choice. The choice to abandon your siblings and side with the gods. His voice swelled with coldness and wrath at the hint of betrayal. Choose wisely, my sibling. You are alone and surrounded. If you choose to betray us, do you think I will let you escape? She looked at the master of darkness and mist from beneath her fearsome mask, then raised her chin arrogantly and lied, as she always did. We are Weaver, the demon of fate. We are the eldest of us, 7 orphans, and the most terrible. Weaver was the master of knowledge and lies, after all. You spoke of choices, my brother, but why does it seem like you have already made yours? Do you think you can best us? No, you have already lost. Her elusive voice turned cold and penetrating, making the darkness shiver. We are alone because that was our will, and we are surrounded because that is where we wanted to be. Every step you took, every word you spoke, and every thought you conceived of has been shaped, foreseen, and dictated by fate. And we are the master of fate, after all. Therefore, we are your master as well. She looked at her brother from beneath the wooden mask and asked coldly. So tell me, demon of choice, who is it that has to choose wisely? The being staggered away, gasping for breath even though it did not have lungs and existed in a space alien to the concept of air. No, that memory was too grand, too terrifying, too impossible. The memory was in its possession, somehow, but belonged to someone else. To someone terrifying. I am running out of time. Still suffering the aftershocks of witnessing the dreadful confrontation, the being desperately extended the tendrils of its will toward a different memory, and that felt fresh and impactful, painted in shades of pain, fear, and profound insight. It belonged to the blind woman again. Yes, this feels right. This feels like is me. Chapter 27-22. Monster of Crete. Stepping out of a luxurious PTV, Cassie inhaled the stale air of NQSC. The city felt emptier than before, but also more anxious than before. People seemed to be moving ever so slightly faster than they usually would, looking down as if pressed to the ground by the weight of fear. Perhaps it was her own anxiety coloring her perception, though. The general population was still unaware of the strange war happening in the shadows of both worlds, after all. The war against Astonishing and his spreading influence, which they were struggling to contain. She sighed. Shall I go up with you? Her driver today, once again, was Sid. Even though most of the firekeepers were busy preparing to challenge the third nightmare these days, they still performed their usual duties. Escorting Cassie was one of them, due to the obvious limitations of her floor. She shook her head. No need. Considering the sensitive nature of the meeting, he won't be happy to see an unfamiliar face. Nephis and Sunny could not visit the waking world too often or for too long, but there was still endless work to be done here. So, Cassie spent her days between the Ivory Island and NQSC, with the latter taking most of her time as of late. Today, she ventured into the city to attend a clandestine meeting with St. Cor, Wake of Ruin. Usually, there would have been no reason for them to meet secretly, but in the current air of distrust and paranoia, many things had become difficult. Sid grimaced. What's the point of sending me to protect you if you'll just leave me behind? Cassie turned to face her and smiled. What's the point of sending a master to protect a saint? Leaving her bodyguard behind, she entered an unremarkable building. It was not that she did not trust the firekeepers, it was just that any threat that could pose a danger to Cassie would be absolutely deadly to her subordinates. She felt reluctant to risk their lives needlessly. Behind the weathered facade of the building hid a luxurious and exclusive club, the kind where only distinguished awakened could attain membership. Cassie was guided to a stylishly decorated lounge where Awakened and Masters rested in leather chairs, speaking quietly as they leisurely enjoyed expensive alcohol. As she walked across the lounge, she subtly marked a few of them, sharing in their senses. Finally able to see, she secretly let out a relieved sigh. The decor was subdued, but opulent. The mood was lavish, verging on decadent. Cassie's appearance would have caused a stir if not for the fact that she had long learned to blend into the background. Usually, a saint's presence made them stand out, but Cassie's was the opposite. Her presence was easy to overlook and difficult to remember. She approached the bar and took a seat, gesturing to the bartender to pour her a drink, something brewed in the dream realm, and therefore capable of affecting Awakened. But not strong enough to affect a saint. Wake of Ruin had not arrived yet, so she had some time to kill. Of course, there were countless perspectives Cassie was keeping an eye on at all times. So, there was never really true downtime for her. She was focusing on the events happening in Ravenheart when someone took a seat next to her. Cassie did not react, but studied the stranger through the eyes of the bartender. He was not Saint Cor. She did know him, though. The man was an Awakened who distinguished himself in Antarctica, ascended, and later went on to pledge his allegiance to the Song domain during the war in Godgrave. Now, he was a free agent and on several recruitment lists she had compiled. "Can I have what the lady is having?" The man turned, opening his mouth to say something, then froze for a moment. "Saint Cassia?" Cassie smiled politely. "Nice to meet you." The man remained silent for a while, staring at her with a perplexed expression. People often stared at her, safe in the assumption that she was blind and could not tell. This ascended seemed more surprised than starstruck, though, which was a nice change of pace. Eventually, he nodded and looked away. "It's an honor to meet you." They did not speak for a while after that. Cassie remained still, enjoying her drink in silence. The man did the same. When his glass ran dry, however, he finally found the courage to address her again. His tone sounded friendly enough. "By any chance, do you know the legend of Minotaur?" Cassie lingered for a few moments, then put her glass down and raised her hands. Pulling down her blindfold, she turned to face the man and raised an eyebrow calmly. "Minotaur? The monster?" The man smiled. "Right. That's how people perceive him, I guess, a monster whom Theseus, the valiant hero, slayed in the labyrinth to save himself and other sacrificial youths. But actually..." His smile turned a little bitter. The Minotaur was not really a monster. Or at least, he wasn't only a monster. He shook his head with a sigh. He was a descendant of the sun god and a prince of Crete, born neither human nor a beast. An abomination that no kind welcomed. His father imprisoned him under the palace as a child, and kept him there in the darkness, feeding him human flesh. Every year, 14 youths were sent into the darkness to be devoured by the Minotaur. Well, until Theseus happened to be one of the youths. Cassie nodded. Theseus slayed the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth using a string that Ariadne gave him, right? The man nodded eagerly. Indeed. He fell silent for a short while, studying Cassie with curiosity. The Minotaur must have been terribly hungry, stuck there in the darkness. He was only fed once a year. After all, maybe that was why he developed a taste for human flesh. But did he really have to be fed human youths and be remembered as a monster? The man sighed and looked away, smiling strangely. I've always wondered. What would have happened if he were fed monsters instead? His voice sounded wistful. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Wouldn't he have been a cannibal either way? The man laughed. Oh. What an interesting point of view. He shook his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. But no, I don't think so. Rather, I think that the Minotaur had never committed such an act. He was neither a human nor a monster, after all. Since he belonged to no kind, no one he devoured was his kin. So, what sin did he commit? Cassie did not answer for a while. Eventually, though, she asked, Are you speaking from personal experience? Were you terribly hungry, stuck there in the darkness? The man looked at her with a friendly smile. You can't even imagine. You can't even fathom it, young lady. The moon might be a beautiful place, but looking down at your planet from up high, all I could think about was how important it had turned out to have a damn string tied around your wrist. Chapter 27-23. Herald of the Dreamspawn. The words hung in the air, enveloped by a dreadful silence. Cassie remained motionless, as well, doing her best to suppress her body from trembling. Astion. It would be a lie to say that, for a moment, she did not feel fear. Her thoughts spun, and she sent a stream of mental messages to those caught in the web of her aspect. The man sitting next to her at the bar was a herald of the Dreamspawn, an agent of the Insidious foe threatening the very foundations of the human domain. But he wasn't Astion himself, so she was not in mortal peril yet. Cassie lingered for a few moments, assessing the danger, and came to the conclusion that she had to buy some time above all else. So, instead of reacting strongly, she simply reached for her drink and took a leisurely sip. Oh, my. You are a new type. The man smiled. You should have foreseen that people like this one would emerge, no. He was not wrong. Cassie, Nephis, and Sunny were still determining the full extent of Asterian's powers. There were few reliable sources of information about him. Sadly, the previous sovereigns had been too thorough in erasing all notable mentions of his existence from history. Asterian's aspect was one of mental and spiritual manipulation. He could sense and influence the thoughts and emotions of others, as well as feed on them to grow stronger, and that was only as far as his dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities went, according to Nightwalker. No one, not even Jest, the exiled patriarch of Clan Dagonet, knew what his transcendent form was, let alone what his domain's nature and supreme ability were. They could infer quite a lot, though. Asterion seemed to possess an ability to spread his influence akin to a mimetic virus. Everyone who was exposed to his name was infected by his power, and after that, well, different people were affected differently. Some did not show any symptoms at all, some would begin uttering his name randomly from time to time without even noticing it, helping the virus spread. Then, there were those whose thoughts and actions changed entirely under the influence of the Dreamspawn. Those were his agents in the human world. They were the ones Cassie had been hunting for the last few months. But the man in front of her seemed to represent a new breed. He was not merely under the influence of Asterian's powers, he seemed to be consumed by them completely, falling under complete control of the eerie sovereign. Cassie was not even sure if he could still be considered an actual individual, as opposed to a mere extension of the Dreamspawn. An avatar, perhaps. She nodded. I did. Even if my powers of foresight are not what they used to be, I can still make deductions. Asterion was not that different from Cassie, in a sense. If she wanted to, she could burn every single memory from a person's mind, turning it into a blank slate. Then, she could fill that canvas with whatever false memories she wanted to invent, turning them into a marionette, not that she had done something like that yet. He could most likely do the same with a person's feelings and thoughts, just on an entirely different level due to being a supreme. The question was, why had he sent this brainwashed Ascended to find her? There were plenty of reasons to eliminate Cassie, of course. Her powers could counter Asterian's influence, for one, albeit on a limited scale. But how would a lone master eliminate a saint? Who says that I am alone? As the man smiled, Cassie felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She had taken measures to guard her thoughts, but it seemed that it was all for naught. Asterion still read her like an open book. Both you and every little fly caught in your web, young lady. What an intricate net you have woven, indeed. Flinching once again, Cassie hurriedly cut the connection to most of her marks, except those gathered in the lounge, and therefore serving as her eyes. The man laughed. So? He studied her with a calm, subtly mocking smile. Do you still hope to buy time, Song of the Fallen? As soon as he said those words, Cassie's perspective shifted. That was because the people she was using to see what was happening inside the lounge, all of them, turned their heads at the same time. They were all looking in the same direction now. They were looking at her. For a split second, all she could see was her own pale face, the golden waves of her hair, and the electric light reflecting in the blue depths of her unseeing eyes. I've walked into a trap. Cassie tensed her muscles, preparing to fight. But before she could move, she suddenly went blind. It was not because someone had erased her mark off the awakened and masters gathered in the lounge, and neither was it because she fell victim to some debilitating ability. No, it was much simpler. It was because all her marks simultaneously closed their eyes, plunging her world into darkness once again. The lounge exploded into a cacophony of sounds. Every single person inside used their superhuman bodies to lunge forward, shattering the furniture and splitting the wooden floor as they barreled in her direction. Before they even reached her, however, Cassie felt a flash of horrid pain. That was the bartender bringing down an enchanted dagger to nail her hand to the bar and immobilize her. The weapon had to be at least an ascended memory to pierce the flesh of a saint. The man himself must have been quite powerful, too. It was a good thing that Cassie had activated her awakened ability as soon as she entered the lounge. So, the pain she felt was merely a phantom conjured by the promise of an immediate future. She moved her hand, avoiding the bartender's blade, and smashed her glass into his head. At the same time, she slid off her chair and kicked the wrist of Asterian's avatar, preventing him from sliding a cold blade between her ribs. By the time she did, the rest of them were upon her. Chapter 27-24 Insidious Paradox. Cassie could glimpse a few seconds into the future. That ability of hers drew knowledge from a different source than the prophetic visions she used to receive, so it remained unaffected by the severing of the strings of fate which had robbed most diviners of their foresight. That gave her a deadly advantage in battle, even if the rest of her aspect was not at all suited for combat. However, Asterion seemed to be able to read her thoughts without much effort. So, he was aware of all her decisions, and therefore knew what she intended to do in advance. It was quite a bizarre kind of stalemate, to say the least. With both adversaries possessing a perfect understanding of what the opponent would do, the outcome of their confrontation depended on a very primitive set of factors. Cassie's transcendent body was stronger and faster than those of the awakened and ascended warriors attacking her, but they held a numeric advantage. Each of those warriors also possessed a unique aspect of their own. The opulent lounge disintegrated almost in an instant. The lavish furniture turned to splinters, the bar exploded with a deafening roar, and even the walls themselves cracked and crumbled. There was no time to even summon a memory. By the time it would manifest itself into reality, the battle would already be over, one way or another. Cassie evaded the shrapnel and escaped unscathed from the flames, shrugging off hands that reached forward to grab her and stealing the bartender's dagger to use as a weapon. The man himself was unconscious or dying, so he would not be able to dismiss it just yet. But as he brandished the sharp blade, she hesitated. Even if it was for a split second, she froze. What am I supposed to do? The answer was obvious. She had to carve her way out and escape, keeping herself safe until reinforcements arrived. She had sent Sid away with a mental message, afraid that her bodyguard would be killed, but a far more formidable ally was on his way. It would take even him some time to reach her, sadly. Even though cutting down these people to escape was not impossible, they were not really her enemies. They were victims of the Dreamspawn themselves. That was the true horror of the issue they had faced after Asterian's influence started to spread in earnest. The only way to stop its spread was to eliminate those affected by his powers, but they were the very people Cassie, Nephis, and Sunny were trying to protect from him. What an insidious paradox that was. It was a war where they could not kill the enemy soldiers. How did one fight such a war, let alone win it? Cassie only hesitated for the briefest of moments, but that was enough to give the enemy a dire advantage. Because in the next moment, she felt her body being riddled with wounds. The branches of the near future sprawled in her foresight, each ending with cold steel plunging into her flesh. The pain of these unrealized futures rattled her, but Cassie had long become used to such torment. So, she ignored it and moved. Vile creature. She felt a chill running down her spine. Astonishing was not simply commanding the people he subjugated. He made them act against human instinct, completely ignoring the need for self-preservation. They fought in a way that went against familiar logic, throwing their bodies at Cassie almost as if they were begging her to maim and destroy them. It was as if she were being attacked by a herd of ravenous corpses, not people at all. She cut, struck, and kicked them away, trying to avoid delivering mortal wounds as best she could. But that ended up costing her soon. In the end, only a handful of seconds after the battle started, the man who had first approached her grabbed her by the neck, stabbing his knife deep into her abdomen. Cassie shuddered. The pain was no different from the phantom agony she had been enduring, but the knowledge that she was actually being stabbed made it so much more shocking. As she suffered in pain, he grinned, at least she thought he did, blind as she was, because there was a note of mirth in his languid voice. "Do you remember Song of the Fallen?" Despite all the help Ariadne had given Theseus, he still abandoned her, leaving her to die all alone. As the man twisted his knife, Cassie gritted her teeth. "Go to hell!" Feeling hot streams of blood rushing down her body, she turned her head at the sound of his voice and activated her transcendent ability. Entranced by her gaze, Asterian's avatar revealed his mind to her in all its convoluted vastness, his memories, at least. Usually, she would have treated them with a gentle touch or the intricate precision of a seasoned surgeon. But this time, surrounded and moments away from either being killed or having to slaughter a room of innocent people, she simply ravaged the memories, callously burning away everything she could reach. Somewhere among the countless memories she destroyed were the memories of Astonishing and the knowledge of his name, as well. The man staggered, changing in the face. His grip on her throat weakened, and the hilt of the dagger slipped from his hand. A confused, feeble question reached her ears through the haze of pain. "What, or where am?" He sounded like a child who suddenly found himself in a scary place, slurring his words and struggling to form a sentence. Cassie pushed the man away and groaned, feeling the sharp blade shift in the ghastly wound. The dagger was sure to be enchanted with some kind of poison, no doubt. But she did not have to worry about that. She was a champion of the human domain, after all. Moments later, her wound would be washed away by the familiar, soothing, beautiful white flames. In fact, they should have washed her pain already. "Why am I still bleeding?" A new voice resounded from the darkness, full of laughter. "Why? Did you expect little Nephis to save you?" Another voice joined, full of reproach. "I expected better of you, young lady. Surely, you did not expect me to come unprepared." Laughter surrounded her from all sides, followed by human voices. "Didn't I say it?" Ariadne died alone. Well, it was her own fault for putting her trust in a human. Although, between the Minotaur and Theseus, who do you think was more monstrous? Taking a step back, Cassie pressed a hand against her wound. Although she could not see anything, she felt enemies closing on her from all sides. She shared their senses, after all, so she could feel their muscles contracting, adrenaline rushing through their veins, the weight of their weapons pulling their hands down. She could smell the scent of her own blood through their nostrils. Suddenly, Cassie was not sure that he could win this fight. And so, she fled. Or at least attempted to. Chapter 27-25. Collateral damage. Cassie could not escape the building through the door or through the crumbling walls. That would only make her an easy target, allowing the Dreamspawn's thralls to litter her body with more wounds. Neither could she escape into the dream realm by pulling on her tether, since there was not enough time. Of all the futures she could sense, most ended in a violent sea of pain and agony. The depths of that savage sea were dark and heinous enough to make her blood run cold. Still, there was hope. There always was, after all. Raising a hand, Cassie grasped the blue gemstone set into one of her earrings. The earring was a transcendent memory she had purchased at a high price once, a long time ago, from the armory of Clan Valor. The other was a mundane item created to match it. That memory was a consumable charm that could only be used once, transporting its master to a predetermined point in space across a vast distance. Naturally, a charm like that was a perfect tool for someone wishing to escape danger. However, Cassie had never intended to use it as a means of escape. On the contrary, she had needed it to make sure that she could reach someone as quickly as possible. The anchor of the spatial charm was placed in her childhood bedroom here in NQSC. She had long moved out of her family home, using one of the guest rooms in the Immortal Flame Manor to place her tether instead. Cassie was quite a powerful and esteemed individual now, after all. People like her had to choose the place where they entered the waking world carefully, since it was a point of vulnerability. If somebody wanted to ambush her, attacking in the brief moments of disorientation after she passed the realm boundary was a solid choice. So, keeping her tether close to her mundane parents would only put them in danger. The world was a dangerous place in and of itself, though. Since they were reluctant to abandon their lives in NQSC and move to the Dream Realm, where Cassie could keep them safer, she needed some insurance in case a nightmare gate opened near her childhood home. So, she had commissioned this memory. Who would have thought that she would have to use it to save herself one day? All Cassie had to do to activate the enchantment was crush the blue gemstone between her fingers, and yet, she hesitated. Does he know about the earring? Asterion seemed to have prepared this ambush quite thoroughly, and considering how well he was informed about the abilities of both Cassie and her allies, he could have stolen the knowledge of this transcendent charm from her mind as well. Even if he had not known about it before, he knew now. Suddenly, Cassie was overcome by an overpowering sense of paranoia. Was it his intention to force her to use it, to begin with? Or? She felt creeping terror flood her mind, making even the pain pulsing through her body seem faint. Or was the paranoia she felt nothing but a thought implanted into her head by Asterion in an attempt to prevent her from slipping out of his trap? She could not even trust her own thoughts anymore. Suppressing the fear, Cassie gritted her teeth. In any case, the blue gemstone was her last resort. And she was not pushed against the ropes just yet. Grasping the hilt of the dagger protruding from her abdomen, she pulled it out and spun the blooded blade, catching it tightly in a proper grip. Armed with 2 daggers now, Cassie closed her eyes and accepted the darkness. She could not see anything, but the darkness was full of sensations. Both the present and the future were brimming with information, readily available for her to peruse. The movements of her enemies, the details of their aspects, the enchantments of the memories they wielded to cut her down. Another ascended unleashed a powerful and eerily sharpened shockwave, slicing the unfortunate man Cassie had robbed of his memories in 2. She sidestepped both the shockwave and the torrent of blood, then spun to deflect a lightning-fast sword and cut the wrist tendon of the awakened with her second dagger. A split second later, she evaded another blow and kicked the attacker in the knee, shattering it completely. Then, she took a step back. She was 1 step closer to the exit now. But that was as far as she managed to go. The man whose wrist she had slashed was incapable of holding the sword now, but he simply threw his body at her like a madman. The woman whose knee she had shattered could not walk anymore, but could crawl and grab her ankle instead. And there were more coming. A plume of flame nearly swallowed Cassie, making her grimace from searing heat. An arrow whistled past, leaving a nick on her neck. Someone slammed into her, sending her staggering back. Still in the throes of pain, Cassie stumbled and fell to the ground. Sharp blades flew toward her body. Cruel hands grabbed her legs, her arms, and her shoulders, pressing her into the ground. In the darkness, Cassie opened her eyes. Enough! She moved, shaking off the people holding her down. Her 2 daggers moved, as well. One sank into a neck, unleashing a flood of blood. The other sank into a heart, making it cease its incessant beating forever. The spell whispered tenderly into her ear. You have slain an awakened human. You have slain an ascended human. Not holding back anymore, Cassie answered the deadly malice of Asterion's thralls with her own. It was a terrible thing, when a saint let their power loose, bodies fell to the floor, and blood washed over the debris. She felt guilt and disgust, knowing that the people she was killing were innocent. But their innocence did not make the gruesome wounds they delivered her less real. She was stabbed again, cut across the back, and struck terribly enough to make her ribs groan. None of the wounds healed, but it did not matter anymore. because the exit was already near. But what met her when she finally reached it was a mocking voice. "Ah, I see now. It seems you've wanted to escape the darkness, too." Cassie's eyes widened. There was no way out in the countless futures she saw anymore, all of them ended in pain. She was caged in a prison of futures, just like the defiled Sibyl killed by her had been once. Cassie dropped the daggers and raised her hand. As the door exploded and a powerful shockwave slammed into her, throwing her body back, she grasped the blue gemstone and crushed it. A split second later, the thundering roar of the explosion was replaced by dead silence. Chapter 27-26. In the flesh. Racked by pain and utterly blind, Cassie slammed into something soft and tumbled to the floor. Laying there, dazed, she tried to shake off her disorientation. The spatial charm. Right. The darkness was full of familiar scents. She was in her childhood bedroom. The thing she had slammed into was her bed. The surface underneath her was the beautifully embroidered rug her dad had bought her a long time ago, after she finished middle school. The soft rug was swiftly absorbing her blood now. Cleaning it was not going to be easy. Come to think of it, her pink bed cover had to be smeared in blood now, too. Cassie felt a pang of panic at showing up home in such a state. Her mom was not going to have a heart attack. No, this was not the time to think about these things. Her call for help would be answered soon, but there was no telling how dire an ambush Astarion had prepared. What if his thrall somehow followed her here? Then, she would have put her parents in danger. I need to move. She had to take them away, to Bastion, before anything else could happen. Her dad would still be at work right now, but her mom had to be home. But before that, Cassie examined her own memories, starting with the moment she received the meeting location from Wake of Ruin. She meticulously compared each to the previous one, looking for the signs of tampering. And there, indeed, although Astarion had not been able to mess with her head significantly, some of her thoughts and emotions seemed to have been pushed in unnatural directions. Her unwillingness to harm the thralls despite the risk to her own life had been strengthened. Her fear of using the spatial charm had been made stronger. There were a few more subtle manipulations, as well. Cassie let out a quiet growl. The eeriest part of it all was that even knowing that those emotions had been forced upon her, she still genuinely felt them. She still believed that her choices had been natural and correct. Groaning, Cassie erased her own memories and replaced them with identical copies that had the tampered thoughts and emotions removed. The vile traces of Astarion's manipulations disappeared from her mind, but the knowledge of what had happened remained. All of it took no more than a few seconds. Ignoring the pain in her battered body, she forced herself to stand up. As a whirlwind of ethereal sparks exploded out of her body, Cassie staggered to the door. There was nobody here to share their vision with her, but she knew the layout of her home by heart, so she could walk swiftly even without being able to see anything. It took her just a few seconds to reach the stairs and stumble to the first floor. Her mom was in the living room, reading a book. Cassie hesitated for a split second, then activated the mark she had placed on her, and finally saw herself. Oh. I did not look good. Her clothes were torn, blooded, and smeared in soot. Her hair was disheveled, and her blue eyes shone feverishly on her pale face. Her mom looked up and froze, the book falling to the floor. "See, Cassie? Baby, what happened?" Before Cassie could even respond, her mom jumped off the sofa and ran to her, reaching to support her weight. It had the opposite effect, though, because Cassie stumbled and fell to her knees. "I'm all right, Mom. It looks worse than it feels. But we'll deal with it later. Right now, we need to leave." She could only see her own face, not her mother's. Still, she knew that it was painted with worry and confusion now. "What do you mean, deal with it later?" "Cassie! You're bleeding." Cassie suppressed a groan and grasped her mom's hands. "I'm a saint, Mom. A little bleeding won't kill me. But we must leave. Now." There was a brief moment of stunned silence. Her mom had to be dazed, since it was the first time Cassie spoke in that tone to her. Leave? Why? At least she seemed to have understood how serious the situation was. Cassie let out a stifled sigh. I've encountered a bit of a problem. So, just to be safe, we'll need to get you to Bastion for a while. I'll send someone to retrieve Dad soon, too. Just think about it as a vacation, Mom. Please? She was already thinking about the logistics of relocating her parents to the Dream Realm. Their way of life would be disturbed, but Bastion was not a wild frontier city anymore. It was quite developed, albeit not yet on the level of NQSC. There was even electricity there now, so, hopefully, the shock would not be too great. Cassie, don't be silly. Why would we leave our home? Her mom's gentle tone was not at all fitting for how terrible Cassie felt on the inside. It was the same tone she had used to explain elementary things to her daughter as a child, and later as a moody teenager throwing a tantrum. I'll buy us a new home, Mom. But we need to go now. Her mother sighed. No, I just mean, there is no reason to leave. She patted Cassie on the head and leaned forward to hug her, saying gently, Lord Asterion only means well. Cassie froze. No. The fear she had felt in the lounge club suddenly felt like nothing at all, compared to the horror that suddenly flooded her heart. It paralyzed her thoughts completely, making her feel like a clueless child again. What? Her mother patted her on the back. I know you have strong opinions, but he is a wonderful man. Won't it be great if we could all get along? That is what Lord Asterion wants, too. Her embrace was gentle, but firm. In fact, it felt more like a hold than an embrace now. Cassie was not sure that she could escape it without breaking her arms. She raised a shaking hand and traced her mother's face. A soft, familiar smile was playing on the familiar lips, no different from the countless smiles she had seen and felt before. Still smiling, her mother thrust her fingers into Cassie's bleeding wounds, tearing them open. Shush, baby, shhhhh. It's for your own good, sweetheart. Just bear with it a little. It will all be over soon. Her mother was smiling, as if genuinely believing that she was doing her best to help her daughter. Her tone was gentle and kind, no different from how she had soothed Cassie decades ago, when she was a little child. Mom. Cassie's voice trembled. She was still frozen, not knowing what to do. She did not even feel the pain, her thoughts scattered and encased in ice. When did it start? How much of her memories will I have to erase to cleanse her of the Dreamspawn's influence? Can I cleanse them? Cassie was still motionless when the door opened, and she heard the sound of soft footsteps approaching them across the carpet. Her mother looked up, her smile widening. Lord Asterion? Oh, thank the gods. Please, hurry. We need help. Cassie shuddered. No. A tall man had entered her childhood home with a slight, friendly smile illuminating his captivating face. He had to be in his late 40s by now, but he did not look older than 30. His tanned skin was smooth and flawless, and his disheveled black hair fell to his shoulders, as if having absorbed the heat of the sun. His eyes were of a beautiful amber shade, almost golden, or maybe they were golden, after all, glistening strikingly while reflecting the light. Cassie did not care about how the man looked, however. All she could think about was the overpowering presence that enveloped the world when he appeared, pressing her into the ground. It was as if the world had become a thin film floating on the surface of an endless, infinitely hungry abyss. You? He was Asterion, the Dreamspawn. The eldest sovereign of humanity, and maybe the most harrowing. Asterion was in her home, in the flesh. How? How was he here? Why? As Cassie struggled to come to terms with reality, Asterion reached them and patted her mother on the shoulder. His friendly smile was a little humorous, and a little warm. Why, naturally. I am here, so of course I should help. He gently pushed the woman away and crouched near Cassie, looking at her with a wry expression. His voice was calm. "I think we've yet to finish our conversation, young lady." "Haven't we?" "Ah, where were we?" Cassie did not move, painfully aware of the fact that she would not be able to fight a Supreme. Much more importantly, she would not be able to protect her mother if they were to fight. She licked her suddenly dry lips and opened her mouth to speak. But before she could even ask her question, Astonishing already answered it, having read it in her mind. "What do I want?" "Well, that should be obvious." He chuckled and placed his hands on her shoulders. As her mother watched them with a relieved expression, the Dreamspawn spoke in a kind tone. "I want to eliminate a little problem before it becomes too tedious. I want to cut Ariadne's string. We can't have people escaping the labyrinth before its unfortunate occupant ate his fill, can we?" Cassie filled her mind with every song she could think of, drowning her thoughts in a torrent of disjointed lyrics. Astonishing grinned. "Cute." With that, he raised his hand and brought it to Cassie's face. She felt his fingers brushing across her cheek, almost tenderly. And then, an impossible, obliterating pain exploded in her head, making her struggle desperately in his iron, inescapable grip. Cassie screamed. Something wet and hot spilled down her face, and as her mother let out an amazed gasp, Astonishing dug out her left eye from its socket with his bare fingers. Tearing it out, he peered into the mesmerizing blue depths of its iris and sighed wistfully. Such pretty eyes. Ah, what a shame. He crushed the bleeding eye in his fist, turned to Cassie, and smiled. It's a pity, really. With that, he reached for her right eye, as well. Before he could reap it out, however, there was a subtle shift in the air, and Astonishing whipped around. His hand shot forward, grabbing a flying rapier that had streaked across the room, aimed at the back of his neck. "Who?" The slender blade trembled defiantly in his crushing grasp, straining to break free. A moment later, it shattered with a mournful ring, the shards exploding into a whirlwind of sparks. As Cassie cried out, pushing the tall man away, the spell whispered into her ear. "Your echo has been destroyed." "No. You weren't really." Before Astonishing could finish the sentence, a storm of glistening tendrils suddenly rushed at him like a tide. He frowned slightly, rising to his feet, and easily brushed them away. One of the tendrils wrapped itself around Cassie, though, while another wrapped itself around her mother. As both of them were pulled away, a graceful figure in a flowing red dress revealed itself from the darkness, moving toward the sovereign with an eerie and inhuman smoothness. Her narrow back obscured his menacing figure as Cassie embraced her mother and shielded her. Then, her back met the wall of the house and shattered it. Both of them were thrown into the street, rolling across the pavement in a shower of debris. Cassie tried to protect her mother as best she could, but there was no saving her from minor wounds. "We need to run." Her mother tried to resist weakly, but Cassie hoisted her up and rushed away, torrents of blood still streaming down her face. Even blinded by white-hot pain, she knew that the situation was desperate. No, actually, she was in shock, failing to truly comprehend the full extent of what had happened, of what had been done to her. But she knew that they did not have a lot of time left. Cassie only managed to take a few steps when the spell spoke to her again. "Your echo has been destroyed." She staggered. "Torment." Behind her, Astonishing walked out through the broken wall, holding a head that seemed to have been savagely ripped off the neck in his hand. He raised the red veil with a blooded finger and looked underneath curiously, then shivered and threw the head away as it dissolved into a torrent of red sparks. Cassie gritted her teeth and continued running. The full force of his will descended upon her, then, making it seem like she had to run for a full minute to move forward just a single meter. Astonishing, however, caught up with her without much trouble despite walking at a leisurely pace. "That's quite enough, young lady." He pushed her lightly, and she fell to her knees. Cassie took a deep breath, shielded her mom from him, and looked up. One of her eyes was missing, and her deathly pale face was awash in blood. However, there was a vicious smile playing on her lips. She spoke in a hoarse voice. "Yes, indeed. That is quite enough. Looking down at her defiant smile from above, the Dreamspawn frowned. Then, his expression changed subtly. And at the same time, a cold wind blew across the empty street. Every shadow around them suddenly seemed infinitely darker, terrifying, and unfathomably deep. A chilling, ferocious killing intent washed over Astonishing. In a vast area around them, all the trees suddenly trembled, their leaves withering away and falling to the ground. The grass turned yellow, then rotted away as if stricken by blight. The shadows moved. Astonishing sighed. "Oh, it seems I wasn't quick enough." He looked down and shook his head. "It's this eerie world. I have almost forgotten how suffocating it was, fighting against its laws just to exist." He shook his head again and offered Cassie one last smile. "I'd love to continue, but it's not the right time just yet. It was nice meeting you, young Cassia. Until next time, then." With that, he took a step back. And then, a towering rift of a dream gate sliced the fabric of reality in the heart of NQSC, plummeting down to cut the road in half. As the rift widened, the hungry abyss she had felt before was revealed in its depths in all its harrowing madness, and Cassie let out a quiet whine, trying to crawl away from it against her will. As two soft hands reached for her from the shadows, the memory ended. Perhaps because she finally fainted, having lost too much blood. The being let go of the memory, still feeling the pain etched into it, and pushed it away. It was reeling. Cassia. Cassie. Song of the Fallen. Yes, that was her name. Chapter 27:27. Darker Shades. The being remembered its name. She was Cassia, Song of the Fallen. A blind seer who was destined to bear witness to fate. Or at least, she had been. Fate was torn and mutilated, after all. She had mutilated it. Fate had been delivered a mortal wound by the very beings who were supposed to be its heralds, and was now coming undone as the promised future ceased to exist. Song of the Fallen was not a mere witness anymore. She was an architect of what was to come, instead. Destruction, salvation, no matter what end awaited them in the future, she would have built it with her own frail hands. Does that true name fit me, still? The being, Cassia, observed the dark expanse of shattered memories once more. Now that she knew who she had been, she could discern which ones were her own better. But not well enough to gain clarity. She had been a strange existence, it seemed. She was someone who had lived dozens of lives at the same time, experiencing the world through countless conduits of her subtle aspect. Those who were powerful and those who were weak, those who served her and those who did not. Men and women, mundane and awakened, young and old. The memories of their lives were intertwined with those of her own, inseparable. More than that, the memories of the past were intertwined with the memories of the future, one that would not come to pass, at least not anymore. There were memories that she should not have possessed at all, as well. A vast ocean of them, bearing on her with the crushing weight of eternity, memories of the worlds that had perished, of the ancient past that had been erased from the pages of history by the passage of time. What has happened to me? She knew who she had been, but who was she now? How did she end up in this ocean of memories? What was her purpose here? She lingered until a sudden realization struck her. These memories, it's me. They were the building blocks of what had made Cassie who she was. She had been shattered, and now, she had to assemble herself back from these pieces. If the shape she created was true, a woman named Cassie would continue to exist. If not, something else would take her place. If she failed to fit the shards together entirely, her existence would be scattered by the wind. How ironic. It seemed that she had to build the labyrinth first in order to escape it. That man, Astonishing, had compared her to Ariadne. But he was wrong. Song of the Fallen was not only Ariadne, the traitorous princess of Crete. She was also Minos, its king. She was also Daedalus, who built the labyrinth at his order. She was also the Minotaur, who was imprisoned in the darkness and forced to eat human meat. She was also Theseus, who killed both the monstrous brother and the naive sister who had given him the life-saving string. That was why failing to kill her on that day was a fatal error that could not be undone. The Dreamspawn was a terrifying foe, so much so that there was hardly a being out there capable of overcoming his insatiable malice. So, what would doom him in the end was his own hunger. Tendrils of will extended toward the sea of memories, grasping dozens of them and pulling them close. She absorbed a tiny, insignificant shard first. The memory might have been slight, but it was clearer and more vivid than almost any other. Its edges were vicious and sharp. In that memory, she was a young, frightened girl laying on cold stone as the sounds of a dark sea washed over her, filling her heart with terror. The world was cruelly dark, devoid of all shapes and colors. She was blind, weak, and useless. She was only alive due to the benevolence of others, and even if she was too frightened to think it, she knew that the cup of their benevolence could run dry at any moment. Her companions were behind her now, having a quiet conversation. The sound of their voices had awoken her, and now, she was failing to fall back asleep. "How did you know that I'm a legacy?" That was Nefer's voice. Nephis was the person who had saved her, back when Cassie was lost in the darkness, shedding tears as she waited for a lone and gruesome death. Even now, hearing her speak made Cassie feel warm. Nephis was like a lone ray of sunlight in the darkness that had shrouded her world, giving her more than mere comfort. Giving her hope. Simple. I heard Caster mention it. He was scolding other sleepers to make them treat you with respect. That voice belonged to Sunny, their new companion. Sunny was largely a stranger, but to Cassie, he was special. That was because sometime during their days at the academy, she had seen a vision of his past. In that vision, he was quietly celebrating his birthday on the day of the winter solstice, hiding from the biting wind and the toxic smog of the outskirts in a rusty shipping container. Because of that vision, he was the only sleeper whose face Cassie knew. She had already been blind by the time she arrived at the academy, so everyone else, even Nephis, were like disembodied voices that called out to her from the darkness. But Sunny had a face. Hearing him and knowing what he looked like made Cassie feel human again, and so, she cherished his voice a lot. "Can I ask another question?" Cassie gave up her attempts to fall back to sleep and opened her eyes in the darkness, curious to hear what he was going to ask. Sunny spoke in a blunt, indifferent tone. "Why are you burdening yourself with her?" She froze. Nephis seemed to have smiled slightly. "Why? Wouldn't you?" His response came after a short pause, sounding cold and disgruntled. "No. No. Ah." It hurt. She let go of the memory, feeling like its edges had cut her will. It was funny how many things could sometimes depend on a single word. That one word had colored her impression of Sunny in darker shades, and that darker hue in turn shaped much of what would happen beyond that old, lightless memory. Would history have turned out differently if Sunny had given Neph a different answer on that cold night on the forgotten shore? If he had been able to lie? Would it have changed for the better or worse? No one knew, and no one would ever come to know. Not even her. Chapter 27-28. Bygone future. A different memory, this one full of ruin and devastation. A vast, shattered bone plain stretched endlessly under a grey, cloudy sky. Liquid metal rained down on the corpses of countless men as an abyss of furious white flame melted a raging storm of swords into an incandescent hail. Among the corpses, a man in a vermilion cloak and heavy armor had crossed swords with a young woman wreathed in flame. Her own sword had surrendered to his will, as well, so she discarded it and forged herself a blade out of her own soul. Out of pure light and a ferocious, unquenchable longing. And hatred, of course. The battle had wounded the very foundations of the world, so reality was coming undone around them, revealing the harrowing depths of divine laws hidden beneath. Needless to say, that battle had swallowed up countless lives, as well. The man had been overbearing and proud, but now, he was battered and covered in gruesome burns. His sword, which had been able to cut concepts once, was turning blunt. His face, which had been handsome before, now resembled a ghastly mask of melted wax. But his steel-grey eyes were still burning. His swordsmanship was precise, transcendent, and sublime. His authority over all things metal was insidious and uncompromising. His will was like a towering iron wall, impregnable and devastating. The young woman was a sage of the sword, as well. She had mastered countless styles and invented more than a few of her own, but today, she was stubbornly clinging to only one. A flowing, unpredictable technique that was both versatile and supremely adaptable. Her father's technique, which the King of Swords knew too well. It did not save him from falling prey to the legacy of broken sword, all the same. In the end, the indestructible steel wall of his will was melted down by the fiery longing. The harrowing edge of his all-severing sword was swallowed by light. And his unfeeling, cold heart was pierced by the blade forged of incinerating hatred. Anvil staggered, grasping the ray of white light that had plunged into his chest. It was of no use, though, because the sharp edge of light simply severed his fingers, making him stagger and fall to his knees. When he raised the ghastly melted candle of his face, however, a twisted smile was playing on what remained of his blackened lips. A horrid, gargling voice came from the depths of his scorched throat. "Flawless, you are flawless at last." Standing above him in the immaculate brilliance of her merciless white flames, Nephis gazed down with no expression on her inhumanly beautiful face. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to respond, but in the end, all she gave him was silence. "Did I want to say something?" Yes, she remembered that she had. She had wanted to say something, too much, even. More than could ever be expressed with words. She had spent most of her life dreaming of this moment, after all. Longing to kill this fearsome man and burn all the things he had built to ashes. She had wanted to make him remember her father. She had wanted to make him remember her, every loss, every tear, every wound, every moment of bitter hopelessness that she had endured. She had wanted to make him choke on his failure, his weakness, on his wasted betrayal. But at the moment, she could not really remember why she had wanted to say anything at all. She did not really care about this man, and about the pain she had suffered, either. It was just pain, after all. Looking down at Anvil of Valor, Nephis felt nothing. Her heart was a beautiful, barren wasteland of flame. It was pure of all feelings, all doubts. And all desires, as well. She did not even feel bored, because boredom demanded an inclination to be excited. A bubbling laugh escaped from Anvil's melted face. "Flawless?" Pursing her lips in distaste, Nephis pulled her radiant blade from his chest and beheaded him with an effortless slash. As she turned away indifferently, the headless body of the former King of Swords fell among the rest of the charred corpses, already catching flame. Her throne stood on these corpses, built from blackened bones. The being that had been Song of the Fallen discarded the memory, sending it drifting into the darkness. She did not need this weathered, useless thing, a glimpse of the future that had already been erased, and would therefore never come to fruition. Of a bygone future that was destined to only ever exist in her memory, forgotten by all. There were many shards like that one around her, full of scenes that were doomed to remain forever unwitnessed. But she was not interested in these relics of a ruined future just yet. Instead, she drew a different memory closer, gazing into its dark depths. In that memory, she was a harrowing being of great vastness once again. She wore the nebulous mantle and the black wooden mask again. She was walking through the shadows, approaching a lone glimmer of light. A deep night was shrouding the world, and a full moon was climbing up the velvet surface of the starlit sky. But there, some distance away, a shimmering white light danced in the darkness, in the center of a small valley that was formed by several hills. A lone human figure sat in front of a small fire there. His head hung low, and his face was obscured by the falling hair. He was naked above the waist, his pale skin covered with dry blood. However, there seemed to be no wounds on the stranger's body. In fact, there was not a single scar on it. On a stone in front of him, a diamond sickle lay, its blade painted crimson. Sensing something, the man inhaled slowly and looked up. His face was young and beautiful, with smooth silken skin, high cheekbones, and exquisite features. Strangely enough, there was a symbol of a crescent moon drawn on his forehead. Not hiding from his gaze, she stepped from the shadows and loomed above him. Her gaze fell down like a dark omen, making the winds fall silent in fright. Despite that, a pleasant and carefree smile suddenly twisted the man's lips. He raised his hand, which had been hidden in the darkness before. In it, a bleeding human heart was grasped tightly, still warm from when he had cut it from his own chest. The beautiful man spoke in a bright and melodious voice. He said, "Hail Weaver, demon of fate. Firstborn of the forgotten god." She tilted her head a little. Her answer was even. "Beast of twilight. I am not at all happy to meet you again." The beautiful man looked at her in confusion. "Oh? Have I had the dubious pleasure of meeting the great and terrible Weaver before?" He remained silent for a moment, then grinned. "Well, no surprise. I am the most personable and gregarious man in all of the Kingdom of Hope, after all." Chapter 27-29. Source Element. She studied the smiling man silently, drops of crimson blood falling into the fire from the human heart he held. The fire danced as it licked his hand, scorching it. His silky skin, once smooth and pristine, was swelling with blisters and breaking now, revealing the sizzling flesh beneath. His bright smile never wavered. A vast and hungry madness was hidden in the depths of his glistening grey eyes. She sighed deeply and looked at the dark sky. "We have never met before." With that, a slender arm revealed itself from the nebulous folds of her mantle. Receiving the bleeding heart between two claws, she studied it for a moment, then casually discarded it by throwing it into the fire. Noctis let out a short laugh. His gaze slowly traveled away from Weaver's fearsome mask, becoming lost in the dancing flame. After a few moments passed in silence, he spoke in an easy tone. "Hope has been imprisoned for 1,000 years. And humans have enjoyed a golden age for 1,000 years. One cannot help but wonder if there is a connection between the two, prosperity and hopelessness. What a pair." Noctis looked at her again, the smile draining from his beautiful face. "They say that we are prospering, but when I journeyed beyond the borders of the Kingdom of Hope, all I saw was strife and desolation. By the moon! I could not tell who was crazier, those funny people dwelling in the distant realms or me." He shook his head and sighed. It really made me wonder, what had Sun God been thinking when he called upon us to become immortal guardians of hope? His gaze turned cold and dark. "Say, Weaver. I won't ask you why the Lord of Light imprisoned Hope. But tell me the truth, why didn't he simply kill her? Why create this long and tiresome charade?" She looked down at him for a while, then laughed in 1,000 chilling voices. "You must really be mad. Are you really pleading for truth from the Master of Lies?" Sitting by the fire across from the beautiful man, she cast a thoughtful gaze at the dark sky. A cold wind rose, and the pale visage of the moon was obscured by clouds. Then, the contours of her mask turned blurry, and it disappeared, revealing nothing. There was nothing but darkness hiding beneath the fearsome mask. Noctis seemed to forget how to breathe, looking into the darkness with trembling eyes. A raspy voice resounded in the silence, making the flames die. "Have you heard? My brother, the Prince of the Underworld, has broken one of the divine tenets. He has encroached on the purview of the gods and created a race of living beings to settle his lightless lands. No one but the gods had been able to create life before, but now, the demon of destiny created life as well. We diamonds are inclined to perform impossible feats, are we not?" Noctis frowned. "Why are you telling me this, Weaver? How does that answer my question?" She laughed. "Because I am known to appreciate deceit, and this is a brilliant lie." Noctis studied her in confusion. "What? That never created the stone saints." She shook her head, obscured by darkness. "No. That the gods can create life." Leaning forward a little, she reached toward the embers and pierced the ashes with her 7 fingers, making sparks fly. "No one can create life, beast of twilight. Not even the gods. All they can do is reshape it. That is what Nether has done, as well, to create the stone saints." Paling, Noctis leaned back and asked in a dazed tone, "What does that even mean, though?" Hey, Weaver, oh, I meant Great Weaver, the demon of fate. As far as lies go, this one is not even that convincing, don't you think? From the primordial dragons to the smallest of mice, there are all kinds of creatures populating the vast realms. I really expected better from someone known as the Master of Lies. I was really looking forward to being deviously cheated, fooled, and deceived. Noctis shook his head in reproach. She looked at the dancing sparks. It's the same old story, from before the dawn of time. The 7 gods were born from the flame of desire, just like the 7 diamonds were born from the forgotten god. You humans were born from stray sparks. How are all the creatures that the gods created born, then? Where did the sparks that gave them life come from? The sparks burned away, their frail warmth swallowed by darkness. She raised her hand from the ashes. All life comes from the flame of desire, in the end. When the gods were creating the first living beings, they merely tore pieces of themselves and used them to breathe life into their creations, just like the forgotten god did to breathe life into us. My brother, the demon of destiny, was the one to fathom that truth, so he took sparks of his own flame and placed them into his own creations. That was how the Stone Saints came to be. She looked at Noctis, who was listening to her with a strange fear in his beautiful, mad eyes. That is why Sun God cannot kill hope. That is also why the gods have grown small and feeble over the ages, having spent their flame to populate all the realms. Noctis shivered. Small, feeble. A moment later, a sudden laugh escaped from his lips, vanquishing the ominous silence. And here I was, thinking myself the most arrogant man in all of Kingdom of Hope. Leave it to the infamous demon of fate to call the great god small. I am ashamed, I am in awe. I have no words, really. He wiped the tears from his eyes. But how does one connect to the other? I still don't understand why Hope has to live. She smiled. What will happen if she dies, beast of twilight? The shadow realm cannot contain us, diamonds. Death cannot swallow us, he had already tried, and failed. That is because we've never been truly alive, to begin with. We are mere manifestations of a greater flame, and even if we are entirely destroyed, the sparks that give us life will simply return to their source. To the forgotten god. Her laughter made the world cower. And make forgotten god complete. Was that what you wanted to ask me, beast of twilight? Is that why you carved your heart out under the full moon? Noctis looked at her with a pale smile, then inhaled deeply and slowly shook his head. No, not really. He let out a joyless laugh, then grinned. Instead, I wanted to ask you to help me free Hope. Chapter 27:30. Deal with a demon. Noctis gazed at the demon of fate, his grin shining with a hidden abyss of barely contained madness. His voice, once cheerful and pleasant, turned hoarse and low now. I wanted to ask your help with slaughtering all the chain lords, breaking the shackles Sun God had forged, and unleashing hope upon the world. I wanted to ask your help with plunging this abominable land into the darkness burning below it, even if it brings all other lands to ruin. I wanted to ask you to help me break the will of the gods. I had to be satisfied with only this little, since the gods themselves cannot be broken. Noctis laughed. In short, I wanted to ask you to help me die. He looked at the diamond sickle that lay on the stone before him, smeared in blood. His grin dimmed slowly, replaced by exhaustion. Well, something like that, anyway. I am tired, Weaver. I am tired of guarding hope, from being driven mad by hope, and from not knowing what my duty is. It was all so clear all those years ago, when the Lord of Light entrusted us with this task. But I've been having doubts. Noctis sighed and looked at her with a pale smile. If he truly wanted us to keep Hope shackled, why did he give us the keys to open her chains? His head dropped, and a whisper escaped from his twisted lips. Maybe what he really wanted was for us to release her, all along. What marvelous cruelty that would have been, don't you think, Weaver? She studied the tired man in front of her for a while. Even I do not presume to know the mind of the gods. Mercy, cruelty, love, indifference, the gods are too vast and too great to contain only one emotion, bear only one desire, and harbor only one intent. She smiled coldly in the darkness. Ah, but I can tell you this, beast of twilight. You truly are far too arrogant for a mortal man. Did you really think that 7 transcendent men can contain a demon? Did you really think that 7 human lives are enough to bind the demon of desire? Fool, it was your endless desire to keep her bound that had built the walls of her prison and became her chains, not your unending lives. She leaned forward slightly, studying his pale visage with a hint of a strange, unexplainable emotion. But now you desire for me to help you bring those walls down? You offer me your worthless heart and beg me to help you defy the gods? Do you even know what you are asking of me, beast of twilight? Noctis looked at her with a somber expression. He remained silent for a while, frowned, then grumbled in a hurt tone. Hey! Countless women and more than a few men have fathomed the depths of despair while trying fruitlessly to pursue my heart, you know. It might not have struck your fancy, Weaver, but how can you call it worthless? My heart is quite lovely, if I do say so myself. In fact, I dare say it's the loveliest heart in all of. She let out a chilling laugh, making him fall silent. In all of Kingdom of Hope? You only see what your burden allows you to see, beast of twilight. This land, these chains, and the quiet despair of those who naively surrendered their deaths. You only think about what the liberation of hope will mean to you, and only fear the desires that consume mortal men. But my burden is far greater, and therefore, I see far more. I see it all. Noctis smiled crookedly. And what do you see, Weaver? She smiled ominously, obscured by darkness. I see a beginning. A beginning of the end. The end was inevitable, though. So, her actions did not matter too much, in the end. At best, she would hasten the inevitable instead of becoming the cause of it. That was what she told Noctis, at least. Will you help me, Weaver? I've spent so many years searching for the keys, the ivory knife, the obsidian knife. But they always elude me. So, I am willing to pay any price. You are my only hope now, Weaver. Noctis studied the terrifying darkness, then smiled with mischief. Oh, but then again, you have already given me an answer, haven't you? After all, the great demon of fate would have known my request all along. Therefore, you would not have answered my call only to refuse me. She studied him, as well. That swindler. Her voice was mocking and cold. What can you give me if you're intending to die? Do not think me a fool, beast of twilight. Do not hope that death will let you escape a debt owed to the demon of fate. She pointed at him with a clawed finger. Yes, I shall help you break the chains of hope. Yes, I shall help you defy the will of the gods. But the price I demand is your life, not your death. Even if you long for the mercy of death, I will curse you to live. I will curse you to live, to hope, and to serve me. You and the one in the north both. Noctis shivered. Well, now, wait a minute. But she did not wait. A fearsome black mask covered her face once again as the clouds receded, washing the world in the silver light of the full moon. Letting out a sigh, she looked up, into the harrowing eternity of fate shining above them. The crimson beast of twilight was an eerie existence. He was a man whose fate had been plucked from the great tapestry by a god and twisted in on itself, becoming a seamless loop. So, she reached into the endless infinity of radiant strings and grasped one of them tightly, making all of existence shudder. Wait, what are you? Baring her teeth, she pulled the string of fate down, feeling it bite into her fingers. As drops of golden ichor fell to the ground, she bore the weight of eternity. She moved infinity with nothing but the strength of her arm and the force of her will, changing the shape of existence forever. The ethereal thread she had pulled down entered Noctis, piercing his chest, where a new heart was already beating weakly, now imbued with a new fate. She did not break the will of Sun God. Instead, she simply made it so that what Sun God willed did not matter anymore. Only the will of the demon of fate mattered. By the moon. She laughed. Beast of twilight, Do not call upon the moon. That is not your name anymore, and you do not belong to the gods anymore. You belong to me now, you shall only call the name of Weaver. Chapter 27:31. A new kind of enemy. She escaped the memory of the moonlit night, feeling haunted by it. Noctis, the blessed of the moon, there were other memories of him in the dark sea of her shattered self, as well. There, a memory showed Noctis teaching her to steer the chain breaker. There, a memory showed her Noctis donning a black mantle and a wooden mask. There were memories of the one in the north, as well. And others. She absorbed those memories greedily, slowly rebuilding the foundation of who she had been. The forgotten shore, the kingdom of hope, the tomb of Ariel, her childhood home in NQSC, the secluded manor of the immortal Flame clan, the opulent compound of the great clan Valor. And so much more. The eerie years she had spent having forgotten most of herself, moving through life like a blind person lost in fog. As the rough contours of whom Song of the Fallen had been slowly took shape, she was overcome by a subtle anxiety. Nothing in those memories explained how she ended up shattered into a million memories, drifting in the dark space between moments. Nothing hinted at what had happened to her, and what purpose she pursued in clinging desperately to the ghost of her actual self. The past is the past, and the future is no more. But the present, what about the present? Disturbed, she slowed down for a short while, then extended her tendrils to more recent memories. She wanted to know what was happening now, not what had happened back then, but the answer was elusive. So much so that she feared that only completing the whole picture would allow her to find out the truth. She did find a hint, though. Strangely enough, the best hint she had found was not hidden in her own memories. Instead, it was hidden in the memories of a different being, which nevertheless seemed to constitute a vast part of her life. That being felt strangely familiar, somehow. Ah, it's him. The cruel boy who had wanted to leave her to die. Only, of course, he was not a boy anymore. Even if he was still just as cruel, if not more so. The Lord of Shadows. Sensing a scent of an answer, she delved into the memories she had shared with, or maybe stolen from him. Show me. Where were you when the Dreamspawn came? ******. The world where Sunny had been born did not welcome him anymore. In fact, it rejected him fiercely. It was a little discomforting, but then again, if he was honest with himself, Earth had never treated him nicely. If anything, it had always been a cruel and uncaring mother, leaving him to fend for himself while surrounded by cold winds and hungry wolves. Metaphorically speaking, of course, since not even the wolves had survived its poisoned expanse. Now, nightmare creatures ruled its ruined wilderness, while people survived in vast cities like NQSC. The fortunate lived quite nicely, but the unlucky wretches like him did not. So, he could not bring himself to miss Earth. He still had to visit occasionally, though. The reasons for his visits were rarely benign, and today was no exception. Things were not going well for the human domain as of late. It was only a month or so since Sunny returned from the Eternal City, but a lot had happened since. Problems were piling up, and even with 7 bodies, he was struggling to address them all, especially because he had to maintain secrecy and hide his existence. How does this even make sense? Before, it used to take roughly a month for a trade caravan to travel between the Weeping Goddess and Ravenheart. But now, a day had been added to that time. That was not because the merchants had become lazy, and neither was it because some powerful nightmare creature had forced them to change routes. Rather, it was because the distance between Ravenheart and the former citadel of Clan Sorrow had changed. Which was quite disconcerting. The Dream Realm had always been full of bizarre occurrences, but if its geography was shifting, there was only one explanation. It meant that more of the waking world was seeping through the realm boundary, plunging into the nightmare. The pieces of his homeworld were being swallowed by the realm of the forgotten god, forcing them to rethink the timeline of total resettlement. As if they did not have other problems to deal with. The greatest and most eerie of those problems was, of course, the name of Asterion, the Dreamspawn, spreading across both worlds like a plague. That quiet and seemingly innocuous plague made all other issues troubling the human domain seem trivial in comparison. Sunny's expression darkened as he thought about the Dreamspawn. He did want to find the correct words to describe how uneasy that man made him feel. It all happened just like Cassie had predicted it would, back after he escaped Mirage City. The name of the Dreamspawn spread like a virus, infecting anyone and everyone who heard or beheld it. Those infected by the knowledge of Astion became carriers of the disease, helping it spread further. Some only showed mild symptoms, blurting out the eerie name without even realizing what they were saying from time to time. In some, the disease seemed to progress much further, affecting the very way they thought and influencing their actions. There were half a dozen small cults proselytizing the name Astion, like the Church of the Moon that was gaining popularity in the former territories of the Sword Domain. There were also secular organizations like private clubs and black market gangs doing the same. The cumulative power of these sleeper agents was not at all great, in fact, it was negligible and nothing short of pathetic. If Sunny and Nephis wanted to, they could have wiped them all out in a day. But that was the damnedest thing. For the first time in his life, Sunny had met an adversary that made all his strength meaningless. It was not that he and Nephis were weaker than Astion, they were not, by far, it was just that Astion attacked in a way that made using strength to repel him impossible. They could not wipe out thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of innocent people. Although, maybe they should have. Because if they did not, the number of people who had been infected by the knowledge of Dreamspawn would soon reach millions, and hundreds of millions after that. Until every single person in the world, both worlds, rather, was infected by the name of Astion. What were they going to do then? Entering an abandoned underground factory in the outskirts of NQSC, Sunny uttered a curse. Hell if I know. His usually light tone was dark and heavy. Chapter 2732. Quiet Plague. Sunny walked across the desolate floor of the factory, his expression dim. He felt bitter. It was one thing to encounter an enemy who used his own strength against him. An insidious and cunning enemy, one different from both the malevolent nightmare creatures whom Sunny had slain in the past and from the callous humans whom he had brought down from their tainted thrones. However, what really filled him with distaste was that they had been cautious and vigilant, yet still ended up being blindsided by Astion. Sunny and Nephis had known that the Third Sovereign would become a dire foe immediately after ending the Godgrave War. Even when they had been building a new world order and learning how to guide humanity in its days of existential crisis, they spared time and energy to prepare for the eventual return of the Dreamspawn. They committed vast resources to searching for the few pieces of information about him that Anvil and Kisong had failed to erase. They had created a network of informants across both worlds to watch for the signs of his emergence. They rushed to master their new powers as Supremes and grow stronger, so that no enemy of the same rank could threaten what they had built. But all their preparations had turned out to be woefully insufficient, because now that the new threat was finally starting to reveal itself, there was precious little they could do to stop it. The Shadow Clan and Cassie had identified all the cells of Asterian's newly initiated followers, but eradicating them was not an option. Even if it were, it would serve no purpose, since too many people outside the small groups of thoroughly infected were already aware of his name. Worst of all, Sunny did not even know what they could have done differently if they had discovered the spreading corruption sooner. He could not help but feel infuriatingly powerless. Sunny did not experience fear often these days, but Astion did make him feel an unpleasant sense of apprehension. One of the most threatening things about the Dreamspawn, meanwhile, was that they still knew very little about him, even to this day. And it was very much by design. Their investigations had borne some fruit in the past month. Old Jess knew a bit, even if his trustworthiness was in question. Morgan had contributed a few crumbs of information, as well. The most important piece of knowledge, and the most unnerving too, unexpectedly came from Seishan. Seishan, who had inherited some of Kisong's legacy, revealed to them why the sovereigns chose to seal Astion on the moon instead of simply killing him. It was not because they were wary of facing him in battle. Rather, it was because Astion could not be killed. That devious bastard. The Dreamspawn was not technically immortal. However, he had become a unique existence as he climbed the path of ascension, a being who was more so an idea than a creature of flesh and blood. a demon of thought, rather than hellfire and brimstone. For as long as the idea of Asterion dwelled in human minds, he could not be destroyed. Therefore, to kill him, all one had to do was kill everyone who carried the knowledge of the Dreamspawn in their minds. Therein lay the problem, though. Anvil and Kisong had been the carriers of the knowledge about Asterion, as well. So, the only way for them to kill him was to kill themselves first, or at least find a way to erase all information about him from their own minds. However, if they erased the memories of Asterion from their minds, they would forget why they needed to kill him in the first place. They would forget how to kill him, too. Driven into a dead end by that paradox, the best they had managed to do was trap him on the moon by culling those who composed his eerie domain, and continuing to suppress his influence from spreading over the decades. That was a valuable piece of information, indeed, even if it did nothing to assuage Sunless' worries. If anything, he grew more and more despondent the more they learned about Asterion. They were still lacking one of the most important pieces of knowledge about the Dreamspawn, though. It was the knowledge of what, exactly, the threat of his spreading name was. Up until now, all the people infected by the knowledge of Asterion, those they had managed to identify, at least, were only showing one symptom of the mental disease. They were all helping that knowledge spread further. The infected did not kill, did not rob, and did not harm the human domain in any way. They did not seek to undermine the Immortal Flame clan or disturb the current balance of power. By all accounts, they were still upstanding citizens. If anything, those who were affected deeper were more selfless and altruistic than an average person. There seemed to be no purpose to the spreading infection except for the growth itself. The most eerie part of the swiftly escalating crisis was how mundane and utterly normal everything seemed. Of course, Sunny did not believe for a second that things would continue the same way. He did not need to be connected to the great tapestry of fate and possess an uncanny intuition to know that there was some kind of sinister purpose behind Asterion's attempts to propagate his name as far and wide as possible. They just did not know what the purpose was. Today, however, they could find out, or at least start to understand the mechanisms of how that purpose was going to be accomplished. Sunny stopped near an elevator door, where a ragtag team of Shadow Clan agents was resting on concrete blocks. He looked at them intently, then asked, "How is the prisoner?" One of them, June, was it? Offered him a pale smile. "He is in top shape, boss." Everything went smoothly. It was eerily smooth, actually. There was no resistance at all. Sunny frowned. Still, good job. Leaving the agents behind, he entered the elevator. Today, they were finally going to interrogate a person who had not simply been infected by the Dreamspawn's name. They were going to interrogate an actual subject of Asterion's domain. Chapter 2733. Turncoats of Humanity. The deepest level of the abandoned factory was dark and quiet, illuminated only by the light of radiant memories. Usually, such enchanted lanterns looked warm and inviting, but as pieces of cement scraped under his feet in the dead silence, Sunny could not help but find their familiar radiance eerie instead. There were no members of the Shadow Clan here, no government specialists, and no firekeepers either. The only people waiting for him at the end of a desolate hall were a blind seer and the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan, the ruler of humanity herself. They were Nephis and Cassie, of course, which temporarily made the old underground factory the most exalted place in all of existence. Sunny greeted them somberly. "Long time no see." Nephis gave him a strange look, making him smile faintly. He had, in fact, seen her this morning. Of course he had, considering that they always woke up together. However, even a few hours of separation could be considered a long time, and he was entitled to his subjective opinion. Cassie simply nodded, then turned to a heavy metal door. The cell where the prisoner was being held had been reinforced to contain an awakened. There was a complicated weave of runes shimmering on the alloy, as well, having been drawn by Cassie herself to isolate this hidden space from the outside world. They did not know what kind of threat the prisoner could pose, exactly, so they had prepared for as many complications as they could. Even though the man locked inside was hidden from view, or perhaps because of it, the very sight of the imposing cell made Sunny feel a hint of an ominous premonition. For some reason, he was reminded of the dungeon hidden under the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. It was there that he had found the ancient corpse of a nightmare spell priest, read the chilling prayer to Weaver carved into the floor, and inherited Weaver's mask. Hail Weaver, was it? They had worked hard to catch the man locked inside the enchanted cell. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Remembering all the efforts that went into arranging today's interrogation, Sunny could not help but think about how incongruous it all was. Here they were, putting in work hours to stave off the end of the world, as if it were the most mundane thing to do. At some point, world-ending threats had become the new norm, so much so that even the emergence of a creepy mind-altering sovereign felt like nothing new, which was not to say that they underestimated how dangerous the Dreamspawn really was. Sunny often saw Nephis standing on the balcony of the ivory tower, gazing down at the world below with a distant expression. Every time, he knew that her mind was elsewhere, lost in the billions of small flames burning brightly in the vast expanse of her splendid domain. Some of those flames grew brighter over time. New fires ignited in the darkness as children were born or learned about changing star and were inspired by her. But at the same time, too many flames were extinguished every day. Nephis felt their absence, and even if she did not show it often, he knew that she grieved the loss of their light. It was just that now, not all of the flames that disappeared necessarily meant that somewhere out of there, a person had died. Some of them, as Nephis suspected, simply ceased to be subjects of the longing domain, becoming servants of Astonishing instead. Her suspicions were not easy to prove, though. Even if Nephis felt a connection to billions of people, it was not like she knew their names or their faces. Instead, she only knew their desires, the fragile flames of longing burning in their hearts. So even when compared against the list of documented deaths that happened across the two worlds on any given day, she could not determine if there was a missing flame not mentioned in the report. So, they limited the list of potential turncoats from all of humanity to only the awakened, going from billions of potential suspects to only slightly more than 1 million. Sadly, that proved to be too vast a number, as well. Therefore, they changed tactics. Although Nephis was connected to billions of people, sensing the flames of their longing, she could not fathom all of them at the same time. As a result, not everyone who called upon her healing light could receive its blessing. So, over the last month, Nephis was concentrating only on a small number of areas, making sure to extend her healing to everyone who needed it there. Naturally, the chosen areas were those where the bloodshed was most intense, the very tip of the subjugation crusade in the remote reaches of the Dream Realm east of the former Sword Domain, the frigid wastelands west of Ravenet, and the most dangerous lengths of the Death Zone belt separating the two great human enclaves from each other. By enduring the pain of her aspect to heal as many wounded warriors as she could in these dangerous areas, Nephis gave Sunny and Cassie an opportunity to find outliers among them, those awakened who were grievously wounded in one of the ceaseless battles, but were not healed by the wondrous white flames. And after monitoring those outliers for a short while, as well as using Cassie's powers to stir Nephis' memories of their longing, they identified several as true subjects of Asterian's domain. They were real sleeper agents that served the Dreamspawn, as opposed to those who were merely infected by his name. The discovery was quite disturbing, since there were more of them than they had suspected. None had shown any signs of being disloyal to the human domain or their comrades, either. Worse still, the hidden thralls were spread out evenly among various armies of humanity, proving that the malignant tumor of Asterian's corruption had spread too deep and too wide to be incised. And eerily, these turncoats were not showing any signs of abnormal behavior, going about their lives as if nothing was out of place. If not for their absence from the sea of flames of the longing domain, they would have never been discovered. The rest was relatively simple. Sunny sent a team of Shadow Clan members to capture one of the awakened thralls and bring him here, to this abandoned factory in NQSC. His people had accomplished the task easily, even, as June admitted. Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, he lingered for a few moments, then asked in a quiet tone, "When is Kai arriving?" Cassie answered after a short pause, "He's already in NQSC. 5 more minutes, and he'll be here." They needed Kai's help to make sure that the thrall was telling the truth. Sunny inhaled deeply. "Well, then. Shall we get some answers?" Nephis nodded somberly. Let's get answers, indeed. Chapter 2734. Captured Thrall. A man was sitting on a cheap alloy chair in the middle of an empty room. There was a runic circle surrounding the chair, as well as enchanted shackles binding his wrists together. The circle was preventing him from summoning his memories, while the shackles were draining his essence, making it difficult to unleash his aspect. Needless to say, his expression was grim, and his eyes were full of tension. The room was largely dark, with only half of it flooded by the light of luminous memories. In front of the runic circle, another chair stood, that one was still empty, hinting that whoever had kidnapped him was not planning to get rid of the prisoner just yet, at least. He shifted uncomfortably, then looked at the heavy metal door. Is anybody there? I am not sure if you're listening, but you should know that I am a soldier of the Eastern Flame Legion. My disappearance won't go unnoticed. His warning was met with silence. Then, however, a chilling voice resounded from the darkness. Ah, yes, somebody is indeed there. Although I doubt you'll be happy to face them, awakened Yutra. The man flinched, looking around the room wildly. He was willing to swear that there had been nobody else inside, so where was the voice coming from? Before he could say anything else, however, the door opened, and two women walked inside. Yutra froze, his eyes widening, an expression of stunned awe taking over his face. He literally forgot how to breathe, his gaze glued to the taller of the two women. His heart seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It was not every day that one met a goddess, after all. In front of him, a woman who was like a dreamlike vision of celestial beauty gracefully sat on the empty chair. Her silky skin was the color of ivory and flawlessly smooth, her silver hair glistening in the dim light like a waterfall of pure sunlight. Her striking grey eyes were like two placid lakes, making him feel like he was drowning in their alluring, unfathomable depths. Suddenly, Yutra sensed a sweet pain permeating his chest. He suddenly felt like a naive youth again, full of dreams and desires that were yet to be dulled by the cruel collisions with the harshness of the world. It was as if every wish and desire he harbored was ignited with an ardent fervor, making him yearn for the things he had long given up on with an almost overpowering intensity. His voice trembled. And Lady Nephis. He knew who she was, of course. There was not a single person in the world who did not know Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan, the guiding star of humanity. He had known what she looked like, as well, having seen her on countless recordings. But no recording could relay the sublime beauty and divine presence of a living supreme. His shock was so great that he almost failed to register the presence of the second woman, even if hers was a beauty so delicate and breathtaking that no words could describe her loveliness. She was Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen, a renowned saint who had been serving Changing Star from before they awakened. Suddenly, Yutra was painfully aware of his outward appearance. The goddess of humanity looked so pure and wondrous, even sitting in this dirty alloy cell. He, meanwhile, had been kidnapped from his sleeping pod in the military barracks during a long and arduous military campaign. Even if the grime of the battlefield did not cling to his material body, he was still not in a presentable state. He coughed, embarrassed, then forced himself to look at Changing Star without being blinded by her marvelous appearance. She studied him calmly for a few long, surreal moments, then said in a voice that made his heart flutter like a trapped bird. "Awakened Yutra, I presume? I wish we could have met in different circumstances." "Yes." "Oh?" "I mean, yes." It was only then that Yutra remembered that he was imprisoned in a strange cell after being kidnapped. A deeply confused expression appeared on his face. "I beg your forgiveness, Lady Nephis. But why are you here?" For a moment, he entertained the idea that the goddess of humanity was here to rescue him personally. Could such a miracle be possible? Yutra hesitated for a moment, then asked in a quiet tone. "No, rather. Why am I here? Asterisk. Why am I here?" Sunny felt glad that he was hidden in the shadows, having become one instead of maintaining the shape of a human. That was because if anyone could see him right now, they would have seen an expression of complete bafflement on his face. What the hell? Of all the reactions he had expected the Thrall of Astarion to show, this one was definitely not one of them. The man seemed positively smitten. He looked like a devoted believer who had opened his eyes one day only to see his goddess and her high priestess right in front of him. Such a reaction, of course, was only natural for most people of the human domain, even if one disregarded the inherent presence of supremes and transcendents. Nephis and Cassie were widely renowned. Their celebrity was without a rival, so it was only expected that ordinary people would be starstruck when meeting them. Awakened Yutra, however, was not an ordinary man. He was an agent of Astarion, and therefore, both Nephis and Cassie were his enemies. Either the man was one of the best actors in the world, or he was not aware that his master and the Immortal Flame clan were at odds, which would be strange, considering that no war could be won without letting the soldiers know who the enemy was. Nephis remained silent for a while, then asked in a calm tone, "Awakened Yutra, are you truly unaware of why you are here?" The man looked at her for a while, then shyly cleared his throat. "No, my lady. I truly have no idea." Cassie, who was standing behind Nephis' shoulder, did not move. Her expression did not change, either, however, her voice resounded in Sunless' mind, sounding a little wary. "He is telling the truth." Cassie, of course, was the mental link that connected them to Kai, who was standing outside the cell and listening in on the interrogation. For a moment, Sunny was unsure of himself. Did they really get the wrong guy? However, in the next moment, Nephis dispelled his doubts, crossing her legs as she pierced their prisoner with a cold look. "That is strange. Because I can sense a woefully potent desire within you." Even if the man was not a part of her domain anymore, she could still feel his longing now that they were face to face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. "The desire to serve someone other than me. To follow the will of the Dreamspawn." Having been accused of betraying the human domain, Yutra, the same man who had been starstruck and smitten by the appearance of Changing Star and Song of the Fallen, gave them an earnest, delighted smile. His voice betrayed a deep sense of excitement. "Ah, Lord Astarion." "Yes, my lady, of course. Serving him well is my most ardent wish." Chapter 27:35. For the greater good. The interrogation of awakened Yutra, a thrall of the Dreamspawn, was like a nightmare. Not the kind of nightmare that claws at one's heart and leaves them breathless, covered in cold sweat in the middle of a dark night, but rather the kind of nightmare that makes one feel like they are lost in the middle of a bizarre and senseless mire. A dream that makes one uncomfortable because of how strange and nonsensical it is. Sunny was dazed. "I feel like I have a fever. I would never betray the Legion." Awakened Yutra leaned forward, momentarily forgetting even his awe in the face of the ruler of humanity out of pure outrage. "Never. My lady, you experienced war as a soldier as well. You know the kind of bond that soldiers share, so you must know that I will never betray my comrades. I would rather die." He sounded utterly sincere in his indignation. Nephis studied him for a while, then asked in an even tone, "What if that was Astarion's will?" Yutra had already invoked the name of the Dreamspawn, so there was no point in avoiding it anymore. Which meant that somewhere out there, Astarion was paying attention to this interrogation as well. The enthralled awakened frowned in confusion. "What? Why would Lord Astarion ever?" Nephis interrupted him calmly. "Still." Yutra remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "Well, it can't be helped then. As much as it pains me, my comrades would have to die." He sounded sincere now, as well. Nephis looked at Cassie, a hint of a troubled expression reflecting in her clear eyes. Cassie opened her mouth. "You will sacrifice them if Astarion orders." The man gritted his teeth, visibly disturbed by the question. His answer was firm, though. "Yes. But you will be pained to sacrifice them." He shuddered, then forced out in a tortured tone, "Of course I will be." "How can you ask that?" "It will ruin me." Cassie tilted her head a little. "And yet, you'll still do it." He nodded. "I will." "How can I not?" Will you hesitate before betraying your comrades, or will you do it without hesitating at all? Yutra seemed confused once again. Why would I hesitate? If that is Lord Asterian's will. Cassie ceased her questions. Still hidden in the darkness, Sunny spoke then. Yutra. The man flinched at the sound of a disembodied voice that came from the darkness, surrounding him like a rustling tide. Sunny studied him for a few moments. You have a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter. Correct. Yutra nodded slowly. I do, yes. Sunny smiled quietly. A famine came, and your children are starving. You only managed to procure enough food to feed 1 person, but you are hungry too. What will you do? Yutra scowled, once again unnerved by the question. He did not hesitate to answer. I will split the food evenly between my son and my daughter, and starve myself. There was no shadow of a doubt in his answer. Sunny considered him quietly, then asked another question. You and your comrades have been captured and ordered to kill one another. It's kill or be killed. What will you do? The man's scowl deepened. I'll die. I won't raise my sword against my brothers and sisters in arms. He sounded confident. How admirable. Sunny asked a third question. The feelings between you and your wife are long gone, but someone new is paying you flattering attention. What will you do? Yutra grimaced in indignation. What? What kind of question is that? Nothing. I'll do nothing. I will never betray my wife. And our feelings for each other are not something that can disappear one day. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a calm tone. What if Asterion asks for the food that is meant for your children, orders you to kill your comrades, and advises you to abandon your wife? Yutra blinked a few times, then answered with the same firm confidence. Then I will let my children starve, kill whoever he wishes me to kill, and leave my wife without looking back. Naturally. The answer was a bit chilling. What was truly disturbing, however, was the man's expression. It was the very same expression he wore when vehemently denying the possibility of betraying his legion, the expression of a proud, righteous man who was bravely stating his principles. What the hell? What the actual hell? It's creepy. The absolute lack of awareness that Yutra displayed was unnerving, and the fact that he seemed perfectly normal even when proclaiming a deranged level of devotion to Asterion was simply eerie. It was like he saw nothing wrong with what he was saying, far from it. If anything, Yutra seemed confused, uncomfortable even, with the fact that his interrogators were somehow failing to understand something that he deemed self-evident. Why? Yutra frowned. What do you mean? Sunny sighed. Why would you choose Asterion over your wife, children, and comrades? The man remained silent for a while, as if he had never stopped to think about it before. Eventually, his frown disappeared, and he smiled. Because of the greater good. His smile was pale, but blissful. Yutra inhaled slowly, then spoke in a subdued tone. I can't describe how much I love my family and value my fellow soldiers. But that is just me, it is the private love and loyalty of a small, simple man. There has to be something greater in your life if you wish to live nobly, though. A greater purpose that goes beyond your personal attachments. Like the survival of all mankind, of everyone's families and everyone's comrades. He leaned back and looked at Nephis happily. That is why I am devoted to Lord Asterion. Because he is our best hope of survival, mankind's hope. He is the greater good. Sunny could not help but laugh silently. Oh, gods, the irony. Didn't what Yutra was trying to describe sound a lot like conviction? Because of the greater good, huh? Chapter 2736. Contaminated Values. The interrogation continued for quite a while, producing the same nonsensical responses. Awakened Yutra was an upstanding man. He might not have been a powerful man, but in the modest degree of talent and opportunity afforded to him, he was outstanding. He was a loving husband and a father, a reliable friend to his fellow Awakened, and a brave soldier of the human domain. Everything he told them about himself fit the information they had gathered beforehand perfectly, and Kai did not sense any lies in what the man said either. He was a good and loyal man. Except, of course, for the fact that in Yutra's mind, there was now nothing more important than Lord Asterion, his supposed greater good. His devotion to the Dreamspawn was absolute, trumping all other values and principles. He was not an immoral man, quite the opposite, but his morality made an exception for everything connected to Asterion. He was not an irrational man either, but his reason failed every time Asterion was mentioned, and he was not even capable of realizing that his thoughts and opinions were unreasonable. It was disturbing, precisely because Yutra was otherwise a perfectly sane and rational person. When asked more detailed questions, he became momentarily confused, then easily came up with improvised answers that fit his twisted view of the world. Yutra did not know that much about the subject of his eerie devotion, even if he himself did not realize it. He seemed to vaguely know that Asterion was a supreme, but not how the Dreamspawn had attained supremacy or what powers he wielded. Yutra did not quite remember how he had come to be dedicated to Asterion, or when. Most of all, he had not the slightest idea of what Asterion's plans were, or what his own role in bringing those plans to fruition was supposed to be. All he could do was smile creepily and repeat incomprehensible words. Togetherness, communion, salvation for all. He did not know the identities of the other thralls of Asterion, either. Of course, he didn't, after all, he did not even know that he himself was enthralled. Rather, he seemed to assume that everyone shared his beliefs, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Nothing they said or did manage to shake his devotion even a little bit. Eventually, they left Yutra alone and retreated from the chamber. Kai met them outside the cell, wearing a disturbed expression on his handsome face. He is completely insane. They had been disturbed by the bizarre conversation with Yutra, but Kai had to have suffered much more, considering that he sensed that everything the thrall spoke was true, or at least that he sincerely believed it to be true. Sunny coalesced into a human form and gave his friend a long look. It would have been fine if he was insane. The problem is that he is much too sane, instead. Nephis nodded. His mental faculties are all there. It is just that, the source data has been replaced. The complicated machine of Yurta's mind was functioning the way it was supposed to. However, the foundation it was built upon, his beliefs and principles, had been tampered with. So, the entire output was utterly contaminated. Nephis remained silent for a while, frowning. Eventually, she only said one word. Troublesome. Sunny tended to agree. He's completely brainwashed, which is a new kind of problem, at least in my unfortunate experience. He sighed. Mind attacks had always been the most insidious, and enemies who could employ them had always been the most dangerous. However, he had never really encountered quite this level of mental manipulation. Usually, thralls were either mindless or directly controlled by their masters. Yutra, however, was neither mindless nor controlled. Asterion was not pulling his strings, there was no need to, because Yutra was not a puppet. He was a completely free and independent individual, a person who still had his agency and chose to serve the Dreamspawn simply because that was what he believed to be right. Even if his beliefs had been tainted by insidious manipulation. We've encountered such a problem before. You should have, too. Cass's voice was calm, but somber. Sunny looked at her in surprise. We have? She nodded. When Nephis and I were sleepers, we fell under a mind hex of a profane tree. It twisted our beliefs, albeit not in quite as sophisticated a manner as what the Dreamspawn have achieved. The result was just as effective, though. You burned that tree while exploring the Forgotten Shore years later. So, this problem is not entirely new. Sunny's eyes widened a little. Oh. You're right. That tree possessed a similar kind of power, indeed. Nephis tilted her head slightly. The Soul Devourer had to have been a corrupted sapling of Heart God's sacred tree. The Dreamspawn inherited the lineage of Heart God, as well. What a curious connection. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Heart God. The god of souls, emotions, growth, memories, and hunger. Kai looked at Nephis, then asked in a contemplative tone. How did the two of you escape the mind hex, all those years ago? Nephis glanced at Cassie, remained silent for a while, then looked down. I don't quite remember. Nephis and Cassie might not have remembered, but Sunny did. How had they escaped the Soul Devourer? Through a fated combination of Cassie's prophetic warning, Nephis' stubbornness, Sunny's relentless spitefulness, and a drop of Weaver's blood. He did not think that fate would save them again, though. Both because Astarion was incalculably more powerful than the Soul Devourer had ever been, and because he was not fated anymore. Don't quite remember. Sunny looked at Cassie, studied her for a while, and then asked in a casual tone. Considering that the Dreamspawn put tainted data into Yutra's head, can't you just erase it? Cassie remained silent for a moment. You want me to tamper with his memories? Sunny nodded. I want you to wash away his brainwashing. It's not like we haven't considered that option before. Astarion's true power spreads through knowledge, and one of us can erase knowledge from people's heads. Wouldn't it be foolish not to try using that to our advantage? Cassie turned her head to face him and frowned slightly. The only problem is that I will be exposed to the same knowledge while trying to erase it. She lingered for a short while, then shrugged. What I mean to say is, it's worth a try. Chapter 2737. War of Ideas. They returned to the cell in somber silence. Sunny was still hidden in the shadows, having assumed his natural form. He studied Yutra carefully, paying attention to the exhaustion written on the man's face. My lady, I don't understand why you are doing this to me. Yutra's hoarse voice was full of confusion. He looked at Nephis with fatigued reverence in his eyes. Then, however, a hint of something dark ignited in them, and after hesitating for a long while, he said in a hollow tone. Unless, of course, you harbor malice against Lord Astarion. Against the greater good for all of mankind. His pupils widened in terror at the implications of his bold suspicion. No, it can't be. Sunny had been feeling uneasy all along, but now, he was suddenly full of dark apprehension. Was this Astarion's real goal? Was he not simply aiming to bewitch subjects of the human domain to fuel his source element, but also planning to turn them against the very woman who ruled them? There was only one leap of logic between being devoted to the Dreamspawn and loathing his enemies, after all. Was Astarion building an army out of Nephis' very own soldiers? He has to be. Does that mean that we will have to slaughter our own soldiers to destroy his army? Sunny was troubled. Nephis, meanwhile, regarded Yutra silently for a while. Then, unexpectedly, a soft smile graced her lips. Do you know, awakened Yutra, I've known Astarion personally since I was a little child. Yutra stared at her in shock. Then, his eyes ignited with a sense of awe. Why, you have met Lord Astarion? Really? Nephis nodded. Of course. I used to call him Uncle Astar. We were quite close. She took the alloy chair and moved it out of the way. And later, when Vela and Song conspired to kill me, I heard that it was my Uncle Astar who kept them at bay. Yutra's eyes shone as he nodded energetically. Of course. Of course he would. Nephis sighed and looked up with the same soft smile on her lips. I used to think he was the greatest, too. Then, she turned her gaze to Yutra. I know he is listening right now. I am glad he is. She entered the runic circle, walked around the shackled man, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Leaning down, Nephis remained silent for a moment and then spoke softly into his ear. It took 3 of them to kill my father, even when they stabbed him in the back. Anvil and Kisong have already been dealt with. They died too quickly, though, so I am glad that Astarion cannot be destroyed, as well. He'll long to be able to die, one day soon. Before Yutra could react, she grabbed his head and held it in place. What are you? Cassie was already stepping into the runic circle, pulling her blindfold down. Sunny was behind her, so he did not see what her transcendent ability had turned her eyes into. He could see Yutra flinch in utter horror as he beheld them, though. Then, the enthralled soldier's terrified expression slowly slackened, turning into one of mesmerized wonder, as if he was witnessing something both tantalizing and breathtakingly beautiful. Sunny was slightly disturbed by the scene. Damn it, why is everyone so creepy? Cassie stood motionlessly above the mesmerized awakened, her golden hair moving subtly in the wind that blew through the underground cell thanks to a derelict ventilation system. Everything else was still and motionless, swallowed by a cold silence. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could perceive what was happening in Yutra's mind, where Cassie's power was currently waging a war against the insidious influence of the Dreamspawn. However, they knew that a daunting battle was happening close to them, hidden from view. Sunny did not like the feeling of not being able to help, to do anything notable, really. It was an unfamiliar and unpleasant feeling, one he had not experienced in a long while. The same feeling, in a broader sense, was connected to everything having to do with Astonishing. He felt like all his power was useless in the face of this particular enemy. Making Sunny feel powerless before the enemy had even revealed himself was quite an achievement, and he could not help but grit his teeth. A few minutes later, Cassie let out a quiet groan. Nephis glanced at her tensely, then asked with a hint of concern, "Are you all right?" Cassie remained silent for a short while, then answered flatly, "I'm fine." Delving into the mind of a Dreamspawn's thrall is like opening myself to a vicious mind attack. It is like walking through a minefield, intentionally stepping on each mine. But I am handling it. Now, Sunny was a bit concerned, too. "You are handling a mental attack of a Supreme," Cassie answered after a short delay. "I am incapable of repelling an assault of a Supreme. So while I am erasing the memories of Yutra, I am erasing my own memories of having erased them at the same time. Thus, I am evading the attack and keeping my mind free of contaminated knowledge." Sunny fell silent, quietly impressed. He was sure that manipulating the memories of a person was not an easy task, so doing that while also editing her own memories must have been more than a little difficult. Still, Cassie was handling it with seeming ease. The process continued for a while, each minute more tense than the previous one. Yutra's expression of wonder slowly dimmed, replaced by a strained grimace. He was as pale as a ghost, with beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Then, gradually, his grimace disappeared, and he slowly looked away from Cassie. He seemed spent, disoriented, and dazed. She let out a long sigh. After remaining silent for a few moments, Cassie said quietly, "It's done. I think it's done." She pulled her blindfold back in place and took several steps back. His first memory of the Dreamspawn appeared only a few days after the conclusion of the war in Godgrave. I tried to be surgical in which memories I erased, but as his condition worsened, every minute of his life seemed to be contaminated. I had no choice but to erase it all. Just as she finished speaking, a weak voice resounded in the underground cell. Where am I?" Yutra was looking around, anxious and confused. Sunny felt a hint of sympathy for the man. Coming to his senses with no memories of the past couple of years, chained to a chair inside a runic circle, had to be quite a shock. Nephis calmly released the man's head and walked around the chair to stand in front of him. "Awakened Yutra, I presume." His eyes widened. And Lady Nephis. Sunny felt a sense of déjà vu. Soon enough, a soothing white light ignited under Yutra's skin, healing his scrapes and bruises. Having been stolen from the longing domain by the Dreamspawn, he was now healed and returned to the embrace of the immortal flame. Even if he had been robbed of a vast swath of his memories, having lost a short span of his life forever. Not long after, Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, and Kai were gathered on the floor of the abandoned factory, standing in a small circle. A somber silence hung between them, interrupted only by the rustle of the old air filters. Eventually, Sunny asked in a dark tone, "How many thralls can you cure in a day?" Cassie sighed, then lowered her head a little. "It doesn't take a lot of time, but my reserves of essence are not endless. A few. Maybe a dozen, if I exhaust myself." A dozen? With the speed at which the infection was spreading and new thralls were being initiated into Asterian's domain, a dozen was woefully not enough. We can't keep doing nothing. Saying that, Sunny looked at Nephis. I know that cracking down on small cults only makes them spread faster, but since our enemy is an idea, we have no choice but to engage in ideological warfare. Strict censorship, criminal persecution of dissidents, political repression, we'll have to engage in all of those, and more. He sighed. At the very least, we must isolate those who preach the name of the Dreamspawn to the masses. That won't stop him, but it will slow him down. Nephis looked at him for a while, remaining silent. Eventually, she asked, Are you suggesting that I start hunting down heretics? Those who denounce me in favor of a different god? What next, then, should I start burning them at the stake? If she did, the words immortal flame would attain a much darker meaning. Sunny frowned. Hey, there's no need to be that extreme. I am sure that we can build a comfortable camp or two for these people. Nephis exhaled slowly. We are building camps now? Do you even hear yourself? Sunny studied her for a short while, then smiled. Nephis, we might have won the war against the sovereigns, but now, we are facing a paranormal insurgency led by a supreme who does not even consider himself to be human. There's no time for half measures anymore. Things are going to start happening fast from now on, so we should forget the false assumption that we hold an advantage and start acting far more desperate. Nephis lingered for a long while. In the end, she sighed. Fine. Let's stop doing nothing, then. Chapter 2738. Speeding toward the end. The being that used to be Song of the Fallen abandoned the dark memory, still painted in somber shades by the feelings of powerlessness and apprehension captured in it. It was a little sad and a little uncomfortable to witness someone as fearsome as the Lord of Shadows feeling so stumped and restrained. The Lord of Shadows, his memories were strange and eerie, permeated by a staggering vastness of his consciousness and an alien kind of perception that very few beings shared. She vaguely remembered being strained by sharing his senses, and even now, it was too easy to get lost in them. The Lord of Shadows was vast and powerful, but even he had been restrained by the quiet, insidious conquest of the Dreamspawn. This man, Yutra, he was the first. But he had not been the last. Knowing what to look for now, she extended the tendrils of her will toward countless memories, those that belonged to her, and those that did not, assembling them into a narrative of what had followed the eerie interrogation. The world was changing at a startling speed, guided by its ruinous star toward the inevitable final clash against the nightmare. They were also terribly busy, having to put out countless fires that ignited all across the dream realm and the waking world each day, all the while planning and building for the swiftly approaching, frightening future. One world was already being swallowed by the other. Even if the process was only just beginning, the consequences could already be felt. The distance between various areas, which had seemed impermeable, was changing. The powerful nightmare creatures that used to dwell in remote death zones were stirring, some of them already starting to migrate toward the human borders. The waking world was not unscathed, either. The number of nightmare gates that opened across its desolate expanse was steadily increasing. The logistical infrastructure of humanity was slowly crumbling under the strain, but even that was not the most immediate concern. The most impactful crisis was developing due to something that nobody had expected. It was the fact that the average temperature across the planet had dropped by a couple of degrees compared to the previous years. That was the result of the cold from the frigid wastelands west of Ravenheart seeping through the torn realm boundary. The consequences were not disastrous yet, but they were a promise of the dire madness of the approaching years. That only made it more apparent how important it was to safely resettle as many people as possible, all of them, ideally, into the dream realm before the collapse began. However, that titanic undertaking itself was plagued by countless problems. At the moment, the human territories in the dream realm were simply incapable of receiving that many settlers. They were all developing with astonishing speed, and yet that speed was not sufficient. There was electricity in Bastion, and Ravenheart was on the verge of ushering in an agricultural revolution. However, the local infrastructure was barely managing to sustain hundreds of millions of people, having almost reached a bottleneck in scalability. It was far from being ready to sustain billions. Now, more than ever, humanity needed as many awakened with useful utility aspects. Countless awakened and masters made the rapid development of the human civilization in the dream realm possible, while some of the saints were like industries in and of themselves. Saint Bliss would soon be responsible for feeding myriads of humans. Beastmaster single-handedly hastened the expansion of human civilization in the basin of the River of Tears manifold. Nightwalker, whose return caused a worldwide sensation, was taking charge of all naval navigation in both the Storm Sea and across the deadly oceans of Earth. Saint Thane, the dream merchant, was on the verge of connecting disparate human enclaves in the dream realm through a new iteration of the dreamscape, thus making nearly instant communication across vast distances possible. Granted, there were many entities in the dream realm that could intrude upon the shared dreams of awakened, so this connection was far from safe yet. Even with more than 1 million awakened serving the human domain, there were never enough hands to handle all the demanding tasks of building a new home for humanity. Therefore, countless mundane people were working tirelessly for the shared goal, as well. Their contributions were no less important, and maybe even more so. There were far more mundane people than there were awakened, after all. That meant that they had to be responsible for completing the lion's share of the work. That also meant that there were far more exceptional individuals among them, and even if their strength was not on par with those chosen by the nightmare spell, their minds were just as brilliant. Mundane people could step up and take responsibility for the endless task of building and feeding the growing human civilization of the dream realm, but, sadly, they could not carry the many military burdens of the human domain. Even if the civil war between the domains was over, war continued to rage on all sides. If humans wanted to live in the dream realm had to be subjugated. The vast territories taken by the awakened of previous generations had to be tamed, while new territories had to be explored, cleansed, and conquered. United and inspired by Changing Star, humanity worked feverishly to ensure its own survival. Song of the Fallen was Changing Star's right-hand woman, and therefore quite possibly the busiest person in existence. However, soon after the interrogation of awakened Yutra, a new duty was added to her list of important responsibilities. It was the task of liberating enthralled humans from the clutches of the Dreamspawn. The abandoned factory in the outskirts of NQSC became a temporary quarantine facility where those proven to be Asterian's thralls were brought by the agents of the Shadow Clan and kept until she could purify their minds. The work was slow and exhausting, and worse of all, none of them knew for sure if it was making a difference or added up to nothing but a drop in the ocean. Song of the Fallen was not the only awakened who possessed powers that could affect or cure the thralls. There were countless unique aspects out there. After all, there were also an endless sea of memories and people capable of weaving sorcery, so she could have found and recruited a team of helpers to assist her in the task. However, the very nature of their enemy prevented her from doing so. Everyone who encountered the thralls ran the risk of becoming enraptured by the Dreamspawn themselves, after all, so only those who could resist his influence could be allowed to face them. And there was no other person except Cassia who could both eliminate Asterian's malignant influence and stay free of it. So, her time and soul essence became the bottleneck in their struggle against the spread of the Hunger Domain. Cassia's efforts were not the only steps Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were undertaking to combat Asterian's silent conquest, of course. Chapter 2739. Quarantine Measures. Asterion could not be killed. However, an immortal enemy was not that novel, as far as Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were concerned. Both of them could hardly be destroyed, as well, and the same went for the Fourth Supreme, the King of Nothing. All that meant was that the Dreamspawn would have to be defeated and sealed, just like he had been sealed once by Anvil and Kisong. No, rather, he would have to be sealed far better than the first sovereigns had managed, so that his sinister influence never infected humanity again. Therefore, the invisible war of influence that Asterion had declared on Changing Star and her domain was going to end in an open confrontation eventually. So, before then, they had one primary task, to make sure that the Longing Domain was not weakened too much, while the Hunger Domain remained as weak as possible. At the same time, they had to prevent Asterion from harming humanity to the best of their ability. It was already apparent that he was intending to hold mankind hostage in his conflict against them. Or, at least, it seemed that way. In truth, Asterian's motives remained a mystery, just like most things about him did. In any case, Sunny and Nephis needed to slow down the spread of Asterian's influence and disarm as many of his thralls as they could. The Hunger Domain's silent and disturbingly unnoticeable growth seemed unstoppable, and the Dreamspawn was becoming more powerful with each day, but even if it seemed that they weren't making any progress, in truth, their position was improving as well. That was because they were gradually learning more and more about the enemy. By now, they knew enough to take action. While humanity was their weakness, it was also their greatest resource. Countless talented individuals were mobilized to develop means of recognizing members of the Hunger Domain without truly knowing what they were working on, or why. That way, they were not at risk of becoming infected themselves. While sorcerers and spellsmiths were working on a tool to identify Asterian sleeper agents, Sunny and Nephis directed their attention to the fringe organizations that had already been discovered as carriers of the Dreamspawn's will. Sunny had described the conflict they found themselves in as ideological warfare. While not as familiar to them as fierce and deadly combat, that type of strife was not new to those born of the war realm either. In fact, humanity had a rich and bloody history of waging wars of ideas, most boasting death tolls in no way inferior to conventional military campaigns. So, if they wished to, they could open the bottomless toolbox of history and borrow a dreadful array of strategies to crush an idea championed by the enemy, as well as those who carried it. However, Sunny's careless description was not entirely fitting. Yes, Asterion was as much an idea as he was a man, and his powers spread through human thought. However, the idea of Asterion was not a mundane one, it was an expression of his supreme will. Therefore, it was an idea so dangerous and virulent that merely being exposed to it meant becoming infected by it. Which meant that most tried and tested strategies of ideological warfare were meaningless in front of the Dreamspawn. That said, Asterian's power was not absolute either. After all, not all of those who had become infected by the idea of him were turned into his thralls, which proved that the Dreamspawn was limited in how many people he could subjugate. That limit, most likely, was the difference between his personal power and the mental resistance of his prey. Sunny and Nephis deduced that last point after observing the first few thralls the Shadow Clan captured. The person's resistance against mind attacks mattered, but what seemed to matter even more was their mental state. Depending on how firmly one believed in Changing Star and the human domain, the difficulty of penetrating the defenses of their mind could either increase or diminish. In other words, they needed to make sure that as few people as possible were exposed to the idea of Asterion. At the same time, they needed to strengthen people's belief in the human domain, so that fewer of those who did end up learning the name of Asterion became his thralls. And lastly, they needed to isolate the thralls to prevent them from spreading the Dreamspawn's name further. That was where they discovered another trap laid out for them by Asterion. That wicked bastard! Sunny let out a frustrated scoff as he stared at the list of targets in front of him. They needed to eradicate the sleeper agent cells that were helping the plague of Asterion spread, like the Church of the Moon, which was swiftly gaining popularity in the former territory of the Sword Domain. However, by coming down on this cult and other ones like it, they would be creating an impression of tyrannical authority that did not tolerate dissenting opinions or afford the people the freedom of thought. Therefore, they would be weakening the belief of the people in the virtue and power of the human domain, making many humans more susceptible to the infection. Looking up, he let out a heavy sigh. The forces of the Immortal Flame clan could not be seen persecuting seemingly harmless cultists, so it was decided that the Shadow Clan would handle the dismantling of Asterian's sleeper cells. His agents were already positioned to handle that kind of work, anyway, since they were supposed to be the shadow of the unblemished Fire Keepers. Of course, he was not planning on slaughtering the unfortunate souls that fell under the Dreamspawn's influence. Some of them were thralls, while some were merely misguided fools. The former had to be delivered to the quarantine facility in NQSC, while the latter had to be isolated until Asterion was dealt with. Distinguishing the thralls from simple cultists was quite difficult at the moment, though. So, all the prisoners would have to be held somewhere. For now, Sunny had already built a comfortable, but quite inescapable village for them outside the walls of the Dark City. With so many people vanishing without a trace, the citizens of the human domain would understandably become disturbed. Their confidence in Nephis would diminish somewhat, but it was still better than an open campaign of repression. Letting out a sigh, Sunny rubbed his eyes. Look at me, planning to kidnap thousands of people. He was not very happy about this turn of events. Still, it had to be done. The problem was that the Shadow clan only had a few hundred members, and Sunny himself was spread a little bit too thin. He needed help if he was going to accomplish this task, and many other tasks to come, cleanly. I guess it's time to get myself a capable lieutenant. Chapter 2740. Dark Lord's Top Lieutenant. Most of the Shadow clan members were awakened, with only a few masters mixed in. Sunny planned to slowly nurture the talented people he had recruited, and then send those who were ready to conquer nightmares. That way, he would eventually come to rule a small army of elite ascended specialists. Some of his agents were already planning to challenge the second nightmare. Tamer of Sorrow, for example, was preparing to take Ray, Fleur, Corsair, and Tell of White Feather, all of a sudden, into a seed. However, there were things that even Ascended could not do. Carrying people across the realm boundary, for one, that was in the purview of saints. As a supreme titan, Serpent could theoretically place the mark of shadows on transcendent beings, as well, and Sunless life would have become much easier if he had recruited one or two. However, there were reasons why he had never tried to initiate a saint into the Shadow clan. Firstly, he did not really need to. It was not like he controlled citadels that had to be bestowed upon loyal saints to empower his domain. Sunny had 7 incarnations, after all, but only 2 citadels. So, unless he suddenly came into possession of 6 more, he had no need of a vassal. More importantly, though, he could not allow himself to become a master of too many powerful living beings. It was fine if his legion of shadows kept growing, but if enough humans who had climbed high on the path of ascension began to follow him, the forgotten god would come closer to awakening. Still, things constantly changed, and at this point, Sunny needed the assistance of a saint. He needed someone who was competent, would fit into the Shadow Legion, and whose absence would not weaken the longing domain too much. That last requirement was especially stringent. It made it so he could not poach Effie, Kai, or Jet from Nephis. Even someone like Nightwalker was out of the question, for better or worse. However, Sunny did have a perfect candidate in mind. I really don't like this place. Escorted by Saint through a dark corridor, Sunny barely held back a shiver. It was terribly cold down here, and on top of that, his shadow sense was suppressed. Those diamonds all must have been wary of Shadow God and his servants. Many of the strongholds they had left behind had a way of making his perception nearly useless, as if he were an ordinary being. The Jade Palace was no different. One of Sunnis' incarnations was hidden in Ravenheart, so visiting the Great Citadel was quite simple. He often did, either to help Kai, or to annoy him out of boredom. Today, however, Sunny had left the opulence of the upper levels of the Jade Palace behind and delved into the network of tunnels beneath it. His goal, of course, was to find the reclusive saint who dwelled there. These were the ice halls, where Ki Song had kept her legion of pilgrims once. A questionable choice of residence, as far as Sunny was concerned, but then again, he lived inside a gluttonous devil. Soon enough, the tunnel Sunny and Saint were following opened into a vast open chamber, and he suddenly lost his ability to see. That was because the chamber was drowned in true darkness, the element that the person who lived here freely controlled. Strangely enough, the cold receded as soon as he entered the chamber, and a warm wind caressed his face. Sunny cleared his throat. I am sorry to come in without knocking. But, there's no door. So, I let myself in. A few moments passed in eerie silence, and then, a voice resounded from the dark, sounding somber and cold. The Lord of Shadows. To what do I owe the displeasure? Still blind, Sunny smiled. Oh, I need help kidnapping 1,000 or so people. You were the first person I thought I'd ask. There was a long stretch of silence, and then Revel answered in a tone that lacked amusement. Get out. Sunny sighed, then turned in the direction where Saint stood silently. Saint. If you will. In the next moment, the darkness around him seemed to ripple. Then, it retreated, revealing the vast underground chamber to him in all its. Who? Sunny had not really put much thought into imagining how the Lightslayer's lair looked, but he sort of imagined a somber hall devoid of all comfort. A cold and dark crypt where Revel sat on the stone floor, endlessly meditating, or maybe a rough and stark training field where she honed her battle art. The underground chamber he saw after the true darkness retreated, though, was a bit cozy? And more than a little untidy. There was plenty of expensive furniture, including a bed with a tall mattress and a fluffy blanket, take-out boxes and junk food wrappers strewn around the place, a battery of empty soda cans, and tall piles of books standing here and there, every item clearly dragged here from the waking world. Some of the book piles had even toppled, spreading them across the floor. One of the books was laying right near his foot. Leaning down, Sunny picked it up and looked at the cover with a confused frown. I didn't mean to seduce the Northern Duke. He blinked a couple of times, failing to comprehend what he had just read. Give that back. Someone snatched the book out of his hand, and he finally saw Revel, who was staring angrily at him. Dark Dancer Revel looked like she always did, her skin was pure alabaster, her eyes seemed to be cut from precious obsidian, and her hair was like a waterfall of beautiful black silk. It was just that her silken hair was gathered in a messy bun, and she was wearing a pair of stretched-out sweatpants and a raggedy, threadbare sweatshirt. The former Princess of Song hid the book behind her back and turned the scathing gaze of her black eyes toward Saint. Since when is that thing supreme? Saint had been able to vanquish the true darkness because she was of a higher rank than Revel, and therefore could exert greater authority over the element they were both attuned to. Sunny was still staring at Revel with a dumbfounded expression. Since winter. It was Revel the Lightslayer, all right. Revel was the slob. And an aficionado of questionable novels, as well. Sunny was suddenly full of doubts. Come to think of it, do I really need a lieutenant? Chapter 2741. Recruitment Speech. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, looking around Lightslayer's messy lair, then gave her a nonchalant smile and made a move to sit gracefully in a soft-looking armchair. Noticing a small pile of unidentifiable wrappers occupying its seat, however, he lingered for a bit. Eventually, he let out a sigh and summoned his own chair to sit down. Revel gave the shadow chair a long look, then mumbled something under her nose and continued to glare at him. What do you want? Sunny shrugged with a smile. As I said, I need your help with something. He remained silent for a short while, then added in a neutral tone. Imagine that there is an enemy whose name you cannot say. Every soldier you send to fight the enemy becomes one of their own. The enemy can be neither reasoned with nor killed. In order to defeat them, you must forget that they exist first. How would you destroy such an enemy? Revel stared at him for a while, then grimaced and went to sit on her bed. So, the Dreamspawn is back and giving you trouble. Revel's tone regained the cold, threatening arrogance Sunny was used to. Needless to say, it was in dire contradiction to the way she looked. His smile widened a little. See, this is why I knew that dealing with a former princess of the Song domain, the first of them to become a saint, no less, would be a pleasure. You already know so much. She studied him with a dark expression, then shrugged. There is only one creepy supreme whose name I was taught never to mention. Plus, Song of the Fallen recently visited to ask Seishan a few unexpected questions. It would be difficult not to know what you are talking about. Sunny nodded in understanding. Still, can I ask something? Revel simply scowled, which prompted Sunny to give her a contemplative look. How does one accidentally seduce someone? And what about that Duke, has he no standards? Revel's chilling glare instantly returned. Shut up. Sunny laughed. Well, he understood, somewhat. Revel's flaw prevented her from walking under the sun, and there was no electricity or network in Ravenheart. It was no surprise that she had turned a bit reclusive, passing time by engaging in the few forms of entertainment a saint could have easy access to in the dream realm. Still, would it kill her to at least clean up after herself? He grinned. In any case, yes. It has not even been 2 years since the domain war ended, and now, we are facing the possibility of a new one. You play quite an important role in the military endeavors of the Longing domain, however, at the moment, I need you more. I need someone both powerful and capable to lead the clandestine operations of my clan. Revel smiled darkly. No, thanks. I am doing quite well for myself right here. Sun looked around with a dubious expression. I wouldn't say that living in your mom's basement after, what are you, pushing 40? Constitutes as doing well, but what do I know? I do admit that this has been your home for a long while. But we all have to leave the nest one day. Revel smiled coldly, then said in a dangerous tone. Keep talking, the Lord of Shadows. Sunny coughed. What I meant to say was, don't refuse me before you hear what I'm offering. Her smile disappeared like a winter mirage. And what would that be? He leaned back, crossing his arms in a relaxed manner. Well, first of all, I am offering you the title and position of an elder in the Shadow clan. The elder, really, since there are no other people of your caliber in my domain. The power and authority that come with that title are no joke, so consider it carefully. Oh, and there's also a lot of important work to do. So, you'll probably never be bored again. He raised a hand and extended 2 fingers. Secondly, there are various benefits to becoming my subject. Money, luxurious accommodations, a cool tattoo. You will gain the Mark of Shadows, and all the powers that come with it. Granted, they won't be that impactful in your case, both due to your power and the nature of your aspect. Sunny extended a 3rd finger. And lastly, I rule an entire region of the Dream Realm where there is no sun. It's a land of eternal darkness, where your flaw would not be able to catch up to you. You can roam the Forgotten Shore freely instead of staying in this cold basement. Doesn't that sound fun? Revel stared at him incredulously for a few long moments. Then, she said in an even tone. I like my basement, though. Sunny cleared his throat. Oh. Well, in that case, a better basement can be arranged. There's a lot of prime real estate in my city, you know. There's a beautiful historic cathedral, a demonic castle, countless unoccupied mansions, hell, there's even an entire system of catacombs, if that's more your style. He remained silent for a bit, then added in a more serious tone. The Shadow Clan is a modest force now. But in due time, it will grow to become the secret weapon of the human domain, a pillar that supports it from the darkness. I won't always be there personally to rule it, either. So, I need someone to lead it while I am away. Sunny smiled. I already have someone handling the administrative side of running the clandestine arm of the human domain. However, I need someone to take charge in the field, as well, a champion to lead my followers on the battlefield. He paused, the smile draining from his face. And I need that person now. Because the situation is probably going to turn quite dire soon. When that happens, nobody will be safe. Not you, not your sisters, and not even me. Leaning forward a little, he looked at her silently. So, what do you say, Lightslayer? Are you going to work with me? I hope you do, because, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. Even with 7 bodies, one of me is not enough. Revel stared at him for a while. Eventually, she sighed and hugged her book. Actually, you had me at various benefits and a cool tattoo. Chapter 2742. Swallowed by Shadows. Sunless servants moved in the shadows of humanity, unseen. The members of the Shadow clan were spread out across both worlds, embedded into all layers of society. Theirs was usually a quiet kind of work, with high-intensity missions happening surgically after months of careful preparation. On a moonless night at the peak of summer, things were transpiring in the same manner. Only, this time, it wasn't only 1 or 2 cohorts participating in the clandestine operation. Instead, the entire Shadow clan had been mobilized in complete secrecy, with dozens of elite awakened teams preparing to descend upon the enemy from the darkness. In Bastion, Quentin led his men to surround the Church of the Moon as the electric light of the street lamps flickered and died out, plunging the city into the embrace of shadows. Somewhere else, Rain and Tamer were preparing to assault the hidden base of a black market auction, accompanied by Ray and Fleur. In NQSC, Kim had donned her armor and led a cohort of awakened warriors to a fortified compound of a minor legacy clan, the street cameras conveniently falling victim to interference as they passed. June and his people had boarded the Night Garden only a few days before, and were now quietly making their way through its cavernous cargo holds. In Ravenheart, the members of the Shadow Clan shivered and looked back with terrified eyes as a breathtakingly beautiful woman in dark leather armor walked between them with arrogant steps, torrents of darkness swirling around her like a dreadful storm. Their voices were full of awe. "It really is her, the Light Slayer. Princess Revel is with us. Gods! Leave it to Boss to conduct Dancer herself into becoming one of his lieutenants. As expected of the Dark Lord, I guess." Hearing the last one, Revel snarled quietly and gave the man a menacing look, which made him pale and shudder with his whole body. "Are you done gossiping, fools? If so, proceed to reinforce the other teams. I will handle the bridge operation alone." Somewhere else, an incarnation of Sunny and Aiko were standing in front of a vast table, with manifested shadows rising and falling on its surface to show hundreds of small figures moving to surround thousands more. The Shadow Clan did not only possess the skill and strength of its elite warriors, of course. Its main power was the near omniscience of the Lord of Shadows, whose senses could spread across vast distances, unearthing hidden secrets and supplying his servants with a detailed knowledge of the enemy. They also wielded memories he had forged, could travel between the worlds through 7 hidden dream gates, and were accompanied on their missions by the incarnations of their lord. Now, as well, 6 of Sunless avatars were escorting those of the Shadow Clan members who had to assault the most dangerous of Asterian sleeper cells. He could augment his people, if need be. He could also summon shades and shadows to help them, even if that would risk revealing hints of his existence to the outside world. So, Sunny hoped that he would not have to act personally today. "This is such a colossal mess." Aiko's voice was laced with fatigue. It was no surprise that she was exhausted. After all, it wasn't easy to coordinate a simultaneous assault across 3 continents and various regions in the Dream Realm, especially if it had to happen in complete secrecy. She had received help from Cassie and Jet, of course, as well as from Revel and Sunny himself, but he had not been shy about pushing more work on his trusted assistant. "You know." Aiko stared at the moving shadows with a distant expression. "Back when you hired me to run a memory shop, this was not what I imagined my job would be. Gods, how did I end up here? Why am I even helping you kidnap thousands of random people?" Sunny looked at her thoughtfully for a few moments, then smiled. "Because of my charming personality." Aiko gave him a long stare, then gasped. "Oh, gods! I've been conned, haven't I?" He grinned. "What, you're only figuring it out now?" Chuckling, Sunny turned back to the table. "Still, I'd say that you're being compensated quite well for all the trouble. It's your own fault for being so good at this stuff." Noticing that most of the Shadow Clan members were in position, he sighed and erased the smile from his face. "It's time to begin, then." Aiko closed her eyes with a grimace before activating the communication memories. "All shadows, advance!" On the table, hundreds of small figures exploded into motion. All lights went out in the Church of the Moon as cold wind threw the windows open. The people gathered inside were instantly blinded, but those who entered through the windows could see perfectly well in the dark, so they did not waste any time rushing forward with noiseless steps. In front of the vault of a secretive auction house, the awakened guards suddenly heard a beautiful voice that seemed to belong to a young woman. In the next moment, they found themselves unable to move, see, or scream. All they could do was stand there, frozen in terror, and listen to the subtle sound of approaching steps. The heavy reinforced gate of a legacy clan's manor opened despite being sealed with a master command, and armed figures poured in. The few awakened retainers who patrolled the grounds fell victim to paralytic memories before even making a sound. The security systems, both high-tech and magical, were disarmed in a matter of moments. Within a single minute, the invaders were already entering the house. A sea of impenetrable darkness suddenly flooded the stone headquarters of a newly formed battle sect in Ravenheart, robbing everyone inside of sight. Before the awakened initiates had time to react, chilling screams shattered the silence, and a harrowing sense of coldness grasped their hearts. In the depths of the night garden, a sudden explosion bloomed, illuminating the darkness of a remote cargo hold where a group of sinister smugglers had built their secret lair. Corsair, that bastard! Why do things keep exploding when he's around? Aiko slammed her dainty fist into the table. Sunny coughed, hesitating to answer. He couldn't really comment, because he knew someone like that himself. Chapter 2743. Happy to stay. Standing on the great wall of the dark city, Sunny gazed at the starless sky. A vast black void loomed above the forgotten shore, endless in its dark eternity. Today, a beautiful demon raced the winds across the black void, basking in its endless lightlessness. Some time later, Revel landed on the parapet of the battlements near him. In her transcendent form, the dark dancer was like a demoness sculpted out of pure darkness. Her height had increased to nearly 4 meters, her raven hair seemed to have grown much longer, and 2 obsidian horns protruded from her head, curving slightly. 2 black leathery wings extended from her back, crowned with obsidian spikes. Looking at those deadly talons, Sunny could not help but shiver while remembering the sensation of them piercing Saint's flesh like it was paper. Revel inhaled with full chest, then exhaled slowly and turned the gaze of her tenebrous eyes to him. It's really true. She turned back to face the starless sky and sighed. A land without a sun. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled faintly. Technically, there used to be a sun here. But Nephis killed it. Revel did not respond, so he looked at her and asked, "So? Do you like it here?" She chuckled and remained silent. After a while, though, she did speak. "Like it?" "Yes. More than yes, really, it feels like this place and I were meant to be. Funny, isn't it? Seishan spent a decade trying to escape from here, but here I am, happy to stay." Revel looked down. Few of us orphans have come this far. Some perished in the first nightmare, some fell later on. And those who remain all bear their curses, their flaws. Seishan's flaw might be the heaviest, but mine is the cruelest, I think. She looked at him. "What about you, Lord of Shadows? How heavy is your flaw?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. Among the awakened, asking about one's flaw was considered to be extremely rude. But then again, after witnessing Revel in her natural habitat, he would have to be a fool to expect grace and decorum from her. He shrugged with a smile. "It definitely shaped my life in ways I did not expect. All of it felt terribly unfair back then, but now, I think it was for the best." Sunny looked at the vast expanse of the forgotten shore stretching in front of him. Revel studied him for a few moments, then asked, "Do you like it here yourself?" He chuckled. "I like that this land offers me an inherent advantage over anyone who would try to invade it. I also like ruling over a land that failed to kill me. I am quite a spiteful person, you see. Being the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore brings me quite a lot of vindictive joy." With that, Sunny shook his head. "Which is not to say that ruling the Forgotten Shore does not bring me a lot of headaches, as well. This place does not really make sense, after all. It is fine that there is no sun here, but how does the weather stay temperate without a sun? Hell if I know. Most of the water disappeared when the Dark Sea was sealed, so I need to procure it somehow." He pursed his lips. "There's some groundwater left, but it is too deep to dig wells. The whole place is basically a desert, which means that, in theory, nothing is stopping the Nightmare Desert from swallowing it. Should I be worried about desertification? Once again, no clue. There are more issues like that." Sunny finally looked down, where an enclosed settlement had appeared beneath the wall of the Dark City. His expression became complicated. "For now, we've been importing water and food supplies through a dreamed gate, but that is merely a temporary measure. I would like to make the Forgotten Shore self-sufficient, and on top of that, there won't be a source of supplies on the other side of the gate in the future. Because there won't be a waking world in the future." The settlement had been built out of manifested shadows. It wasn't anything special architecture-wise, but Sunny had at least made an effort to make the buildings look similar to those in the Dark City. His experience of creating shelters in Ariel's game had been of great help, so the result was decent. Best of all, the shadows he manifested were durable enough to be a nearly indestructible obstacle for humans of the awakened rank. Considering that the settlement was meant to serve as a prison camp or a quarantine facility, if he wanted to be glib about it, that was quite satisfactory. Of course, there was a difference between creating a comfortable shelter for himself and Kai and building a settlement meant to house thousands of humans. There had to be some kind of sewage system, for example. Trash had to be collected and disposed of, food had to be prepared and distributed, there had to be running water, and since he didn't want the prisoners to die of boredom, there also had to be some forms of recreational pastime available, and much more. Luckily, Sunny had already accumulated some relevant experience while arranging proper accommodations for the members of the Shadow Clan staying in the Dark City, albeit on a much smaller scale. So, he had managed to make the prison camp quite habitable. Which did nothing to diminish its grim nature, of course. I really feel like a villain these days. Looking down, Sunny sighed. Speaking of importing supplies, we need to source way more food and water now. It's a good thing that our friends in the government know how to hide paper trails very well. Revel frowned. You managed to capture all these people without killing anyone, which is hard to believe, good job. But? She gave him a long stare. Now what? Sunny gave her a long look. Now we keep them here until the Dreamspawn is dealt with, while adding more. He did not know how long it would take for Astarion to be defeated. Hopefully, he would not need to expand this settlement, though. Chapter 2744. Fear of the Unknown. The attack of the Shadow Clan had been swift, stealthy, and chillingly efficient. They had eliminated all sleeper cells of Astarion's followers in one fell swoop, all of the cells that had been helping his name spread, at least, and were therefore discovered. By the time a new day shone upon the world, half a dozen cults and more than a few fringe organizations had vanished without a trace. Their churches and bases stood empty, and even though there were signs of fierce struggle left inside, no bodies were found. There were no clues and no evidence left by the unknown assailants either. The number of missing people was significant, but in the grand scale of humanity, they were merely a drop in the ocean. However, it was the mysterious nature of their disappearance that caused the public a great shock. The public became disturbed. After all, it was not every night that a mysterious force entered their cities to snatch up people, with no one being the wiser. The fact that the Firekeepers and the forces of the Immortal Flame clan had not only failed to prevent the eerie attack, but were also unable to uncover what happened only added fuel to frightening rumors. Observing the frightful reaction of the public, Sunny could not help but remember his own past. Back then, on the Forgotten Shore, wasn't that how the sleepers of the Dark City felt about Harris, the ruthless executioner of the Bright Lord? No one ever saw Harris come to claim his victims, but everyone he had been sent to kill inevitably ended up dead. The fact that there had not been a single witness to explain how the hateful hunchback killed his targets only made him more frightening. After all, what people feared the most was the unknown. Now, Sunny had become the unknown for humanity. How ironic. As for Sunny himself, he was a little disturbed, too. Not only because of the grim nature of the act, but also because of how smoothly everything had gone. He had expected something to go wrong until the very end. He had even prepared to find Astarion himself in one of the hidden lairs. The Dreamspawn was supposed to be trapped on the moon, but who knew? His influence seemed to have no problem spreading. So, it was quite reasonable to assume that the man himself had escaped his seal as well. The thralls of Astarion had not done anything harmful, continuing to go about their lives as usual. And even now that Sunny and his people had attacked the followers of the Dreamspawn, the man offered no resistance. It was as if Astarion were a pacifist who harbored no malicious intentions whatsoever. Or was simply so confident in his eventual victory that losing a few sleeper cells was of no importance to him. In any case, Sunny did not like it. Capturing the followers of the Dreamspawn had not been too difficult. In fact, transporting them to the Forgotten Shore had proven to be a greater challenge. Still, Sunny managed. And now, the real difficulty would begin. It was the task of keeping all these people safely locked up away from the human population while taking care of them. The prisoners had to be fed, clothed, and watched over. Some would require medical assistance. The thralls had to be separated from ordinary zealots and delivered to the quarantine facility in NQSC, where Cassie would hopefully cleanse their minds from Asterian's influence. Sunny suppressed a heavy sigh. So much work. It was a good thing that he had a new lackey, a new lieutenant to help him handle all the difficult tasks. Isn't it too cruel? Revel was gazing down at the black settlement illuminated by enchanted lights. There, some of the prisoners were already waking up, staggering into the street from their assigned dwellings. There were no living guards in the prison camp, and no living staff either. Instead, his shades were doing all the work. The only human allowed to interact with the captives was Revel herself. Sunny shrugged. Hey, I already chose the most comely of my shades to take care of the prisoners. Sure, they might be shadows of dead people, but most of those people were beautiful immortals of the Eternal City once. I could have chosen dead nightmare creatures, you know. There was nothing he could do about that. Sure, the more humane option would have been to assign at least a few of the Shadow clan members to take care of the captives, but subjects of his domain were not immune to Asterian's powers, either. If the Dreamspawn could steal the hearts of those who followed Nephis, he could steal people from Sunnis' domain, too. So, the members of the Shadow clan could not be exposed to Asterian's thralls more than necessary. Revel sighed and covered her face with a hand. They're going to think that they died and have gone to the afterlife. Sunny looked around. An empty black void instead of the sky, strange buildings made out of smooth black material, and a great dark wall towering above the settlements like the barrier of existence. She's not wrong. If someone attacked Sunny in the dead of night, and then he came to his senses in this place, he would have assumed that he was in hell, too. Sunny offered her a pleasant smile. What are you waiting for, then? Go and explain to them why they are here, and what is going to happen to them. You know, how they'll be treated well and that there's nothing to fear. Revel looked at him from between her fingers. You do realize how I look, do you? Sunny gave her a stare. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, leathery wing, 2 obsidian horns, eyes that were entirely black. How would he react if someone like that told him that he was definitely not in hell? Sunny coughed. Well, maybe dismiss your transcendent form first. Shaking her head, Revel spread her wings and stepped off the parapet. He watched her glide toward the settlement in silence, then turned away. There was a lot he had to do. Chapter 2745. Scarecrow. Before leaving the wall, Sunny threw one last glance at the settlement below. It shone in the vast darkness of the Forgotten Shore like a sole island of light in a lightless ocean. He could see the small figures of the prisoners wandering the streets, and could sense the dazed movement of their shadows. Many were already gathered in the square that served as the heart of the settlement, where Revel had landed after plummeting from the dark sky. More were hidden in their dwelling, terrified by the sight of the shades that stood guard outside. Sunny let out a sigh. He was full of a bittersweet feeling of irony. Once, a long time ago, the Forgotten Shore had been his prison. Now, he was its ruler. Back then, the people sent to the Forgotten Shore were trapped in the bright castle, with no hope of ever escaping back to the waking world. The only way out was the gateway of the Crimson Spire, which was guarded by its ghastly terror, a foe that none of them could ever dream of defeating. Now, the captives were caged in the prison camp Sunny had built, with no hope of escaping either. Even if they escaped the gaze of the silent shades and scaled the unbreakable walls, then made their way into the dark city, the only way out of the Forgotten Shore was the gateway of the Nameless Temple. And that gateway was guarded by Sunny himself, a being who was infinitely more powerful and fearsome than the terror of the Crimson Spire had ever been. In that regard, the prisoners had it worse. Still, overall, their situation was far better than what the sleepers of the Dark City had endured. After all, they did not have to risk their lives hunting dreadful nightmare creatures to stave off starvation. No abomination would descend from the darkness to devour them, either. They did not have to pay tribute to a bloodthirsty tyrant in order to survive, and neither were they forced to sell themselves into his service. Instead, they could simply enjoy complete safety while being provided with everything they needed to live. Sunny doubted that anyone would thank him for his benevolence, though. No one would appreciate the lengths he and Nephis had gone to in order to avoid having to slaughter these pawns of Astarion. Letting out another sigh, Sunny looked up and smiled. Ungrateful wretches. The bastards did not know how good they had it. As he descended the walls of the dark city, he shifted his focus to the distant bastion. There, the Ivory Island had long returned from its war campaign in the Death Zone Belt and the Eternal City. It drifted in the blue skies above the Mirror Lake once again, serving as a symbol of hope for the millions of citizens who went about their lives far below. On the day of the Ivory Island's return, the festive streets had been full of celebrating people. They pointed at the sky with awe and delight, welcoming their victorious ruler home. Today, however, the mood in the city was strangely subdued. The news of what had happened last night slowly spread among the population, and while few people felt truly frightened, many shared a heavy feeling of unease. Nephis was looking at her city from the balcony of the ivory tower, a frown creasing her brow. Sunny appeared out of the shadow behind her, walking over to stand by her side. How did it go? She gave him a brief look. About as well as we expected. The reaction of the population was important, after all. Undermining their belief in Nephis and the human domain would lower their immunity to the spreading influence of the Dreamspawn. However, in these first few days, it was the reaction of the powerhouses of humanity that carried most weight. The ordinary citizens could hear about the sudden disappearance of a strange cult and feel a bit disturbed by it, then go about their lives as if nothing had happened, but those who wielded actual power were bound to be more inquisitive and were more capable of connecting the dots. They would never simply ignore a large-scale attack that happened in various regions of both the dream realm and the waking world simultaneously, especially since the Immortal Flame clan had not only failed to repel it, but also seemed to have been caught by surprise just like the rest of them. There were very few forces in existence that could pull such a startling act of violence. In fact, such a force was not supposed to exist at all. Naturally, the champions of humanity had to suspect that something sinister was taking place. The dreadful memories of the Skinwalker were still fresh in everyone's minds, so at the very least, they would be wary of a new nightmare creature of similar power emerging to wreak havoc across the world. People who would become wary of an unknown nightmare creature were like a gift to Sunny and Nephis, though. The real problem was those who were a little more discerning, and could surmise that the only entity that could deliver such an eerie blow to the human domain was the Immortal Flame clan and its ruler herself. Nephis sighed. My subordinates are much too clever. I should be overjoyed by how astute they are, really. Sunny put his hands on her shoulders, massaging them gently. What? Were they giving you funny looks? She nodded, then smiled faintly. Yes. Seishan, Nightwalker, Wake of Ruin, even Morgan. And many more. It was almost fascinating to see how troubled their expressions were, and how erratic their desires became. After all, they could only see one reasonable explanation for what happened last night, but that explanation was too frightening to accept. The explanation, of course, was that Nephis, the undisputed ruler of mankind, had perpetrated a vicious attack against humanity for no apparent reason, and was now callously covering it up. Sunny sighed. So, what did you do? In fact, he knew what she had done, well, at least what she had been supposed to do. They had discussed it in advance. Nephis had been supposed to blame it all on Sunny, in front of those who were aware of his continuing existence, at least. In front of those who believed him to be dead, she was supposed to pretend to know nothing. Turning her head, Nephis looked at him over her shoulder. She lingered for a few moments, then said in an even tone. Ah. You might be a little angry with me. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What was that supposed to mean? What? What did you do? Had she gone against the plan? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. I just did not want to defame you. It seemed like a shame, especially when there's already a perfect scapegoat that we could use. Her voice was even, and her expression remained neutral. However, Sunny could feel that there was a calm, but cold edge to her voice, one that had not been there before. He studied her for a moment. "First of all, what do you mean, defame me? I actually did kidnap those people." Sunny paused, then coughed. "Oh, but thank you. I appreciate the thought." He smiled. There were friends out there who would help you hide a body. As it turned out, there was also a girlfriend out there who would help him cover up the kidnapping of thousands of people. Wasn't it just too sweet? Yeah, sweet was the right word to describe it. Sunny shook his head, trying to focus. Secondly, what perfect scapegoat are you? His eyes widened a little. You didn't. Nephis looked at him silently for a while before responding. I did. Why wouldn't I? So many people disappeared without a trace from the middle of the human domain, and all our allies are asking themselves who would have been capable of perpetrating such an act. There's not a lot of candidates, and so. She looked away with a shrug. I blamed it all on Mordred. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. That. Sensing his gaze, Nephis spoke in a measured tone. The King of Nothing is powerful enough to pull off such an attack, and sinister enough to be blamed for it. His reputation is so terrible that I only had to drop a couple of subtle hints for everyone to assume that he was behind everything. Looking at the lively vista of Bastion, Nephis smiled. It's his own fault for being such a wicked wildcard. Plus, he might want to hide in the Hollow Mountains and avoid this conflict entirely, but I never promised not to drag him into the fight against the Dreamspawn. One way or another, he'll have to become involved. It's only fair that he starts doing his part by letting me borrow his name. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. Using Mordred as a scapegoat. That was so devious. Why hadn't he thought of that himself? Suddenly, Sunny felt a pang of vindictive joy. I doubt that he'll be happy about it, though. Nephis looked at him, lingered for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow in sincere confusion. Her response was even. What should I care if he's unhappy? Sunny blinked a few times. She had a point. He could not argue with logic. There's no good reason, indeed. They needed to bolster the morale of the human domain, and nothing united people better than a common foe. Astonishing was that foe, but for obvious reasons, Sunny and Nephis could not use him as a scarecrow. After all, merely mentioning him would add to his power. So, the least Mordred could do was act as a scarecrow for them, instead. Internally, Sunny was laughing. It was a proper villain laugh, no less. Ah, how the tables have turned. Chapter 2746. Yutra's long shift. Yutra must have dozed off at some point, because now, he was slowly becoming aware of his surroundings. Something was wrong, though. He found himself sitting on an alloy chair in a dark room, wearing a set of comfortable civilian clothes. His memory was a bit hazy, and he couldn't quite remember how he had gotten here. Had he gotten too drunk celebrating the end of the war? Ah, crap. My wife is going to kill me, we're newlyweds, for spell's sake. You're awake? Good. His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Looking up, he saw a metal desk in front of him and a stranger sitting across from him on an identical chair. The man was a bit older than him and was wearing the same kind of unassuming clothes. There was a bored expression on his face and a sheet of white paper in his hands. Yutra was a bit surprised to see paper, since people rarely used it in this digital age. The electric lights hinted that they were in the waking world, so there was no reason to write by hand or print out data. Where? The man interrupted him. I'm awake and Tagrate. You can just call me Tagrate, Yutra. I guess you're full of questions. Here, just read this first. Then, you can start your shift. Yutra accepted the sheet of paper in confusion. There, on its surface, something that looked like a letter was written in his own awkward handwriting. What the? His confusion growing, Yutra read the letter. It said, "Hey! You must be completely out of it right now. Where am I? What happened? Gods, the wife is going to kill me. We're newlywed, for spell's sake." That is what you must be thinking. Right? Don't worry, I was exactly the same. This letter is meant to explain what is happening in a concise manner. I am not very good with words, so I'll just write it all how it is. First of all, the war ended some time ago. Our family is doing great. The kids are all right. Oh yes, they tell me that I have a second child now. It's a boy. Congratulations. Secondly, your memory has been wiped because of some creepy mind attack. In fact, it gets routinely wiped due to the kind of work we are doing right now, as a precaution. That's why you don't remember anything. Thirdly, the work. This is a quarantine facility where people affected by the mind attack are being treated. You're both a former patient and a member of the staff. Your job is to help manage the patients. Your boss is Lady Cassia. Yes, Song of the Fallen herself. Can you believe it? I can hardly believe it myself. Lastly, listen to the person who handed you this letter and follow their instructions. This position is temporary, but we still should do a good job, right? Good luck. P.S. If you see a creepy woman in a red dress, don't get too freaked out. She's not a ghost, she's an echo. Still, just in case, try not to get in her way. P.P.S. I hid a case of synthetic beer in the generator room. If you end up drinking some, make sure to replace it before being wiped again. Cheers! Yutra put the letter down and stared at Tagrout with a dazed expression. The man retrieved the sheet of paper, folded it, and put it in an envelope marked with Yutra's name. The envelope went into an alloy box containing a dozen or so similar-looking envelopes, each bearing a different name. Those, presumably, belonged to other workers of the quarantine facility. Tagrout smiled. You're going to share that beer, right? Yutra blinked a couple of times and asked the question that bothered him the most. Is Lady Cassia really our boss? Tagrout nodded. Yes. She's in charge of this facility, actually. Yutra exhaled slowly, then rubbed his face with his hands. Got it. A few moments later, he asked. So, Tagrout. What are my duties? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The facility was located in the depths of a decommissioned underground factory. The factory was bare, ramshackle, and dark, more than a little creepy, really, but Yutra was not complaining. Working in the waking world was a nice change of pace. The work itself was not difficult. Although the factory was called a quarantine facility, it was basically a prison. A few prisoners were transferred here every day and kept in hastily furnished cells until Lady Cassia could treat them. The job of the staff was to watch them, feed them, and escort them to receive treatments. The only peculiar thing about the whole arrangement was that all members of the staff, including the people who delivered the prisoners, were former patients themselves and had to undergo occasional treatments, as well. Yutra was apparently the most senior among them, having been the first cured patient. So, everyone showed him a bit of respect, while some even treated him like an old friend, which felt strange, considering that he did not know these people. The reason for all that strangeness was the mind disease Lady Cassia was treating. They were told that it was highly infectious, and that the only way to cure it was to erase the affected memories. The situation seemed quite bizarre, but so was everything else in the world of the nightmare spell. So, Yutra was not too concerned. Please remain calm. You will not be harmed. I apologize for the inconvenience, but bear with it, you have my word, everything is going to be fine. The new prisoner, a grim-looking woman with an unmistakable air of a government soldier, looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. Judging by the tattoo on her shoulder, she was a former member of the 2nd Evacuation Army. The veterans of Antarctica were tough people, so it was strange to see her so rattled. The woman stared at him for a while, then opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Holy hell! I guess I am alive, after all." Yutra gave her a composed look, then checked her essence-dampening shackles and escorted her to the cell. The woman's name was Rit, and from what she told him, she had been held in some infernal prison camp before being sent to this facility. The camp was supposedly located in a terrifying abyss devoid of all light, where the souls of dead people guarded thousands of prisoners at the behest of a fallen angel who sometimes descended from a colossal black wall. The prisoners were mostly left to their own devices, but the angel would sometimes take one of them to the wall. None of the taken had ever returned. So, when Rit had been taken by the angel, she thought that it was the end for her. After listening to Rit, Yutra could not help but sigh. The woman was clearly disturbed and suffering from serious delusions. The mind attack must have driven her insane. It was a good thing that Lady Cassia would be able to help her, too. A few days later, Yutra escorted Rit to receive the treatment. Later, he was surprised to see her again. Rit was free of the shackles, wearing unassuming civilian clothes. She gave him a polite bow. Awakened Yutra. Sorry to bother you, but I am still a bit confused. Oh, I am Rit, the new hire. Kanakht told me that you'll show me the ropes. Yutra blinked a few times. Right. Sure. Welcome aboard. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked. Say, you wouldn't know anything about an infernal prison camp hidden in a lightless abyss, right? Rit gave him a dubious glance. Sorry, but what the hell are you talking about? Yutra coughed. No, nothing. Right, have you already written the letter? If not, let's take care of that first. *****. Yutra, Kanakht, and Rit were sitting on alloy crates in the generator room. In front of them, a case of synthetic beer was already half empty, with empty cans assembled carefully into a neat row. How long does a shift last, anyway? Synthetic beer had a limited effect on Awakened, but Rit was slightly slurring her words. She was a real lightweight. Kanakht took a sip, then sighed in satisfaction and shrugged. A couple of weeks, I think. On average. It depends, really, on what you get exposed to. Yutra had to guard a very talkative patient once, so he got wiped after only 3 days. Rit gave Yutra a dubious stare. Really? He frowned. How should I know? I don't remember. Taking a big gulp, he added an empty can to the row and sighed. You know what I miss? Monster meat. His two pals scowled at him. Yutra grinned. I know that every Awakened is sick of it, but me? I can never get enough. My wife and I actually met during our solstice, so as soon as we awakened, she went out of her way to make sure that we only ate natural food. But I really like the taste of monster meat. Kanakht and Rit looked at each other, then simultaneously shook their heads. Hey, Rit. I think Yutra is contaminated. He's spouting crazy things. Should I report him to Lady Cassia? At the mention of Song of the Fallen, Rit's usually harsh eyes brightened. Lady Cassia. I met her today. She's so. Kanakht nodded. Yes. She is. Yutra could not help but nod, too. A silly smile appeared on his face when he remembered his own interactions with Lady Cassia. To Our Lady. The three of them clinked their cans together and drank from them happily. Although, she would probably be cross with us if she caught us drinking on the job. The three of them looked at each other with somber expressions. Eventually, Yutra shrugged. Well. Good thing she hasn't caught us then. What she doesn't know can't hurt her, right? Kanakht nodded. Right. We should destroy the evidence, though. Rit reached for another can. Yeah. We should hurry up and eliminate this entire crate, for sure. *****. A few days later, Yutra escorted a patient to the treatment room and waited in front of the door. When the treatment was over, he entered the cell, intending to take the patient to the discharge crew. To his surprise, though, the man was unconscious. Lady Cassie was slumped on the chair, rubbing her eyes tiredly. When she lowered her hand, Yutra froze, awestruck. This was the first time he saw their lady without her usual blindfold. He had expected her eyes to be white and cloudy, but they were clear and of a stunning blue color instead. Her eyes, just like the rest of her, were breathtakingly beautiful. It was a good thing that Lady Cassie's beauty was so heavenly as to seem unreal. It was as if she existed in an entirely different world from mortal men like Yutra, and because of it, he could only regard her as a sublime being. Someone too sacred to be touched by the dirt of the world. Otherwise, he would have to remind himself that he was a married man every time he saw her. Noticing him, Lady Cassie pulled up her blindfold and sighed. He fainted after seeing me after the treatment. I am sorry, Yutra. I will have to trouble you with dragging this man to the discharge team. He bowed lightly. Of course, my lady. It is not trouble at all. Instead of getting to it, however, Yutra lingered for a few moments. You seem tired, my lady. She blessed him with a soft smile. I am a bit tired, yes. Thank you for noticing. Not to worry, though, there should be fewer patients to treat soon. Yutra was glad to hear it. Still, you should take care of your health, my lady. Take a day off and do something fun. She chuckled. Should I? I haven't been home for a while, so maybe I'll follow your advice and visit my parents, but not just yet. How can I go home before all of you can? Yutra scratched the back of his head. He didn't remember his previous shifts, so from his point of view, his stay at the quarantine facility had been brief. He still missed his wife and daughter terribly, though. And there was also the son he had not met yet. Let's hope that this mind disease will be cured soon, then. Right, my lady. She regarded him silently for a while, then nodded. Yes. Let's hope that it will. Not knowing what else to say, Yutra went to pick up the unconscious mind. Despite what he had told Lady Cassia, there did not seem to be an end to their work. The number of patients was only growing, not diminishing. There was a reason why Rit and a few others had been recruited as additional staff. The facility desperately needed more hands. Come to think of it, I wonder how long I've actually spent here. There was no way to know. Slightly troubled, Yutra picked up the patient and dragged him out of the cell. Asterisk. Yutra was sitting on a metal chair, holding an alloy box in his hand. On the other side of the desk, Tegrout was slowly coming to his senses. A few moments later, his buddy flinched and looked around with wide eyes. What the hell? Where the hell am I? Seeing him completely out of it was a little cute. Tegrout's eyes fell on Yutra, ignited with fear and hostility. Who the hell are you? Yutra grimaced and pretended to clean his ear. By the dead gods, Tegrout. Can you lower the volume a little? My ears are ringing. Opening the box, Yutra fished out an envelope from it and took out a folded letter. I am awakened Yutra. You can just call me Yutra, though you must have a lot of questions. Read this letter first, it should clear up a few things. Handing the guarded and uneasy Tegrout the letter, Yutra leaned back and waited silently. Tegrout's letter was way longer and wordier than his own, so it was going to take a while for the man to finish it. As Tegrout read, Yutra thought back to being in the same spot at the start of his shift. He also thought about his letter. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh, right. I need to replace that case of beer. Asterisk. One of the patients attacked Yutra while being escorted. It was a stupid decision, really. Not only was his aspect suppressed, but he was also devoid of Changing Star's blessing. That was a common trait that all infected shared. Well, of course they did. Why would Lady Nephis bless some crazies? The fact that the staff enjoyed her care and the patients did not was proof that they were doing righteous work. Even if it felt tedious, sometimes. Yutra was not put out by the attack, but he was sad to see the patient in pain. The emergency team arrived to take the man away. His life was not in danger, but he was in dire need of medical attention. Left alone in a dark corridor, Yutra stared at the blood staining the floor and the walls. There were other, older stains like these around the facility. Had there always been so many? From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw something red moving in the darkness. But when Yutra looked up, there was nothing there. Frowning slightly, he sighed and went to fetch a different patient. Asterisk. Yutra must have dozed off at some point, because now, he was slowly becoming aware of his surroundings. Something was wrong, though. He found himself sitting on an alloy chair in a dark room, wearing a set of comfortable civilian clothes. His memory was a bit hazy, and he couldn't quite remember how he had gotten here. My wife is going to kill me. Have you come to your senses, Yutra? His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Looking up, he saw a woman with grim eyes sitting across from him. She was wearing clothes that were similar to his, holding a folded sheet of paper in her hands. Ah, greetings, miss. I am sorry, but could you tell me where I am? The woman regarded him silently for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. I'm awakened, Rit. You can just call me Rit, though. Welcome back, Yutra. Read this letter first. Soon enough, Yutra started a new shift, although, of course, it felt like the first shift to him. It always did. Chapter 2747. Dark City Prison Experiment. The Church of the Moon stood empty, surrounded by an ominous atmosphere. So were the headquarters of a rising battle sect in Ravenheart. One of the meddling black market auctions ceased operation. A gang of dangerous smugglers vanished without a trace, leaving their ill-gotten gains behind. A fallen legacy clan disappeared, its manor offering no clues to what fate had befallen the once powerful family and its many retainers. A considerable number of people were missing, but the world moved on. Its steps were a little less confident, but the world moved on nonetheless. Cassie was dedicating more and more of her time to cleansing the minds of the captured thralls. Sunny, meanwhile, was managing the isolation camp on the Forgotten Shore with Revel's help. Holding thousands of people captive was proving to be more of a headache than he had expected. Things had gone well at the beginning, reasonably well, at least. The captives were confused and frightened, but if there was one thing people born in the era of the nightmare spell were good at, it was swiftly adapting to new circumstances even as the world was coming undone around them. The prisoners were unharmed and seemingly safe. There were no nightmare creatures howling behind the walls of their settlement, and no captors coming to threaten them. They had food, water, and shelter, and even if the darkness surrounding them was oppressive, the streets of the settlement were illuminated by bright lights. The shades guarding them were eerie and disturbing, while the beautiful demon who had spoken to them, claiming to be a former princess of song, was terrifying. Because of it, the prisoners were cautious and behaved themselves for the first few days. It was after they had some time to come to terms with their new reality and regain their courage that the problems began. Curse those fools. I can't believe it. Sunny did not care too much about the captives attempting to destroy the shades or escape the camp, but sadly, they did not stop at that. He had expected that the followers of Asterion would be safe on the Forgotten Shore, since there were no nightmare creatures here. However, he had not anticipated that the prisoners would become a danger to themselves. In hindsight, he should have. The captives were all different people, after all, having come from all walks of life. Sunny had simply thought of them as potential thralls of Asterion, but while many of them were, they also retained a tainted version of their original personalities. So, placed in an environment without familiar rules, many of them started misbehaving. Those who had been criminals in the outside world saw the rest of the prisoners as prey, and those of them who had harbored a perverse desire for power saw the lawlessness of the prison camp as a golden opportunity to elevate themselves by trampling other people. Even though there was enough food for everyone, some attempted to monopolize its sources by force. Others sought ways to control those around them by singling out unfortunate victims and playing insidious mind games. It was a complete mess. Sunny groaned. Fools. And I'm the biggest fool of all. He felt extremely indignant at the fact that the prisoners were refusing to play nice, but there was no time to voice his grievances. He had to deal with these shenanigans before someone was actually harmed. Sunny could not establish a police force and a judicial system inside the prison camp, but he had his shades and Revel. So, in the end, he had to build an actual prison inside the settlement and lock the troublemakers up. The prison was pretty much the same as the rest of the dwellings, but less comfortable by design. And, of course, the inmates were not allowed to leave. This is just ridiculous. No, but really, how absurd is it to have to build a prison inside of a prison camp? After the captives learned that there were consequences for misbehaving, things settled down for a while. But not for long. Some of the prisoners were criminals, but they were a minority. Another thing Sunny had forgotten to take into account was that most of the people he had kidnapped were zealots belonging to various cults. A couple of weeks after the prison camp was established, Sunny was once again standing atop the wall of the Dark City with Revel, looking down. There was a baffled expression on his face. What the hell are they doing? Far below, on the main square of the prison settlement, hundreds of people were prostrating themselves on the ground while facing the Dark City. Revel gave him an unamused look. They are praying. Sunny returned her stare with complete incomprehension. Praying? What are they praying to? She sighed. The black wall. What? What is she saying? He exhaled slowly, then rubbed his face. Since when do they worship the walls of the Dark City? No, how does I even make sense? Revel shrugged. How should I know? Since a few days ago. She glanced down with a scowl. I guess it started with the cultists of the moon. They were quite traumatized after finding themselves in a place where moonlight doesn't reach, so they decided that this is some kind of moonless purgatory. And since the only landmark they can see from the camp is this huge stone wall, they somehow developed a weird fixation on it. Eventually, they convinced themselves that paradise lies behind the wall, and only those worthy would be taken to the other side. Revel let out a contemptuous sigh. The belief quickly spread among the members of different cults as well. I guess people were desperate to believe anything in order to make sense of what had happened to them. Not like I gave them a perfectly reasonable explanation, right? People, in any case, it was a scene of rare unity, but there was already a religious schism among them since then. She pointed to another group of people, who were kneeling with their backs to the wall. Those guys believe pretty much the same stuff, but they are convinced that it is hell that's hidden behind the wall, not paradise. And the weirdos at the edge of the square believe that they're already in hell, so they're busy performing selfless acts as penance. Very altruistic. Revel fell quiet, then added in an icy tone. And all of them are treating me as some kind of divine existence, be it a benevolent spirit or a sinister devil. Sunny let out a groan. How did this happen? No, it wasn't the worst-case scenario, yet. At least these fools were worshipping the walls of the Dark City and Revel. If they had started worshipping Sunny, he would have had to do something drastic in order to prevent Weaver's lineage from acting up. Biting his lips, Sunny looked at Revel. We're not going to have to intervene in order to prevent religious strife, are we? Instead of answering, Revel simply gave him a dark look. A couple of weeks later, she unceremoniously barged into the throne room of the Dark Castle and growled from the door. We have a problem. Sunny flinched on his throne. Another problem. What? What happened now? They're not killing each other, I am keeping an eye out. Revel marched to the throne and glared at him from below. Eventually, she spat. Killing each other? No, it's the opposite. I have at least 3 dozen pregnant women in the camp. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Who? One of his eyes twitched. A few moments later, an exasperated voice boomed in the throne room of the Dark Castle, echoing in the darkness. You have what? Chapter 2748. Herd immunity. The prison camp was proving to be an endless source of problems. Still, after straightening out a few kinks, Sunny managed to maintain it in a presentable state. The prisoners were still frightened and miserable, but at least their lives were not in danger. Even when new batches of captives were delivered to the Forgotten Shore, things stayed civil. The complicated task of separating the actual thralls from ordinary believers was progressing smoothly, as well. Every day, Revel carried the identified thralls to the waking world, where they were taken to the quarantine facility in the abandoned factory. The people helping Cassie run the facility were all former thralls themselves. Coming into contact with the carriers of Asterian's plague meant becoming infected by it, too, so neither the Firekeepers nor the Shadow Clan agents could be assigned the task, and even the rehabilitated thralls who had volunteered to stay had to have their memories wiped routinely in order to stay free of the disease. It wasn't an ideal solution, but Sunny and Nephis were not in a position to pursue the ideal. They were somberly anticipating Asterian's retaliation. After all, it was unlikely that he would allow them to undo his efforts without delivering a counterattack. But days passed, becoming weeks, and nothing happened. Those days of eerie calm and building tension were more exhausting than open conflict. The Dreamspawn refused to reveal himself. Which was not to say that he was doing nothing. Despite all their efforts, his name continued to spread. Sunny and Nephis had delivered a substantial blow to the plague and slowed down the rate at which it grew. By taking out the sleeper cells of Asterian's followers, they prevented them from actively spreading the knowledge of him among the people. However, the people themselves continued to spread it unwittingly. There were thralls that they had failed to discover, as well, and they were not staying idle. By late summer, various measures Nephis had ordered her people to develop were taking shape. They could not create means of identifying subjects of Asterian's domain, since that would require them to learn who the hidden supreme was and thus become infected by his mental plague. However, they could develop means of telling who was not a subject of the longing domain. And do it at scale. Once the measures were ready to be used, hundreds of thralls were gradually revealed, isolated, and captured. The Shadow Clan agents were busier than ever, and Mordred's reputation continued to plummet as a result, slowly attaining a truly sinister hue. Funnily enough, the tools that revealed the thralls of Astarion had discovered none of his vessels that had to be hiding among the people. That was probably because of the mysterious ritual that Mordred had performed in the Ebony Tower at the end of the second nightmare, making himself elusive to most forms of divination. But he was definitely watching. Sunny had almost expected Mordred to begin haunting every reflection on the Ivory Island to express his dissatisfaction with being made a scapegoat, but the King of Nothing remained suspiciously quiet, hiding in the Hollow Mountains and retreating from the human world. The only sign of his continuing existence was the fact that the population of nightmare creatures in the areas bordering the Hollow Mountains seemed to be slowly dwindling. There were no corpses or signs of battles to be found, but merchants and soldiers traveling through those lands had reported that they had to fight fewer and fewer skirmishes as time went by. In any case, Mordred had chosen to remain quiet. Then again, maybe he simply couldn't reach Sunny on the Forgotten Shore. There was no light there, after all, except for in the prison camp, and mirrors needed light to cast reflections. Instead of feeling relieved, Sunny felt unnerved by the insidious bastard silence. The situation across the two worlds eventually reached a state of fragile equilibrium. Sunny and Nephis could not stop the name Astarion from spreading, with more and more people becoming infected by it each day. However, they were quite successful at preventing the infection from bearing fruit by swiftly capturing those of the carriers who failed to resist it and became thralls. The population of the prison camp had reached a peak and plateaued, then slowly began to diminish as more and more thralls were transferred to the quarantine facility. There, Cassie worked without rest, or rather, as much as her reserves of essence allowed, to cure as many infected as possible. Sunny had sent Luster to assist her, but now, he was almost starting to regret that decision. Cassie seemed to be drowning in patience, working herself to the bone. At the same time, she continued to perform her various duties for the human domain, from serving as a mental connection between the members of the cohort to watching over the Firekeepers, from working on the runic arrays to protect human cities to managing relationships with prominent saints, and much more. The abandoned factory in the outskirts of NQSC might have become her temporary base of operations, but the power of her mind reached far and wide, as if she was in a dozen places at the same time. Of course, it took a toll. The human domain, meanwhile, was gradually growing stronger. More territories were conquered as those lands that had already belonged to humans continued to develop. more people awakened, and more awakened defeated their second nightmares to become masters. The number of saints was also growing, albeit at a much slower rate. The morale of humanity remained high, and was further bolstered by both the continuous victories of human armies and the achievements of those people who were building a new home for mankind in the deadly reaches of the Dream Realm. Not everything was well, of course. As much as the Dream Realm was developing, the situation in the waking world was slowly growing more dire. The cities of Earth were becoming less populous, and the remaining citizens were feeling both the anxiety of being left behind by the times and the fear of watching the world end in front of their eyes. There were more awakened, masters, and saints, but not all who challenged the nightmares returned alive. In fact, the more people dared to challenge the spell, the more casualties it reaped. And even if human armies were victorious, those victories did not come without a price. Many people were mourning the loss of their loved ones, drowning in the depths of sorrow. The anxiety, fear, and sorrow that people felt were like cracks in the human domain. And it was in these cracks that Asterian's influence seeped like poison, claiming new victims each day. Sunny was full of apprehension, waiting for the day the Dreamspawn would finally make his move. But when that day finally came, he still found himself unprepared. Chapter 2749. Third time's the charm. Most farewells were sad, but some were also bitter. Rain did not remember parting with people she cared about often, but somehow, the heaviness in her heart felt familiar. She made sure not to show it, though, knowing that today was not about her. Ash softened the sound of her footsteps as she walked through the darkness. In front of her, Tamer's black armor seemed to consume the pale radiance of the luminous memory Tell had summoned. Ray was hidden from sight, scouting the path ahead, while Fleur was walking behind her quietly. Finally, June was defending their small expedition from the rear. The vast and dreadful hollows of Godgrave looked different from how they had during the war. They were currently south of the Road of Shadows, close to the great breach created in the ancient bone by the battle between the four supremes of humanity. Here, the abominable jungle had been turned to ash and banished into the depths of the hollows. The war in Godgrave had ended a long time ago, and yet the scarlet infestation failed to reclaim these lands, as if it was reluctant to approach the ground consecrated by the blood of supremes. The exiles who dwelled in the citadel to the south routinely patrolled this area, hunting down stray nightmare creatures. So, it was supposedly safe enough for a cohort of Awakened to traverse, at least a cohort like the one Tamer had assembled. Still, they were all tense and wary. I really never thought that I'd come back here one day. Fleur's voice was full of a quiet, dark kind of amusement. Looking back at her friend, Rain hesitated for a few moments, then smiled. I remember you saying something pretty similar the first time you returned to Godgrave after barely escaping it. Fleur, you really never learn your lessons, do you? Their healer smiled, as well. Tamer, Ray, and Fleur had been sent to Godgrave by the nightmare spell as sleepers. Later, they came back here as Awakened of the Great Song Army. The Song domain was gone, but here they were once again. This time, they came to conquer the second nightmare and ascend. Tamer had been preparing to challenge a seed of nightmare for a while. There were many reasons why she wanted to become a master, like the smoldering desire to restore the dignity of her fallen legacy clan. It was also because that was what the Shadow Clan operatives were expected to do. Tamer and her cohort were just the first ones to actually attempt it. The world was falling apart around them, and only the strong could avoid being buried under the debris. Wanting to become stronger, Tamer had assembled an exceptional and well-rounded team. Some of them were young, but all of them were veterans. Most were armed and armored by the Lord of Shadows himself, while Tell inherited her sole arsenal and skill from the White Feather clan. They stood a good chance of returning from the nightmare alive, a better chance than most, at least. As for Rain, she, obviously, could not accompany her friends into the nightmare. But she could at least escort them to the seed and see them off. She had known that they would leave for a long time, but it still felt sudden. It had caught her by surprise. There was a reason for that feeling of suddenness, as well. Rain threw a thoughtful look at her shadow. Something was strange about the world these days. People went about their lives as usual, but because Rain was innately attuned to the world, she could sense the eerie undercurrents hiding behind its familiar surface. There was a subtle tension permeating the air, and a subtle strangeness about the people. Her brother was not his usual self, either, having become a little more distant and a little more somber. That was why Rain had not been too surprised when he suggested moving the day of Tamer's departure forward. There it is. Having crested a bone ridge, Tamer stopped and peered ahead. There, a blackened ruin was protruding from the ash, left behind by the extinct civilization of Godgrave. The angular stone buildings still stood, even if the people who had built them were long gone. Here and there, molten remains of fearsome asuras lay on the ground. Deeper in the ruin, signs of devastation were more severe, as if something dreadful had raged in the heart of the fallen city once, thousands of years ago. I guess you really do see in the dark. Tell gave them an envious glance. Despite the close bond between the three young women, Rain and Tamer had not revealed the existence of the Shadow Clan to Tell. All they had told her was that they, as well as the other members of the cohort, were agents of an elite government force that operated in complete secrecy and could not be disclosed. That explanation was not that far from the truth, anyway, since the Shadow Clan was integrated into the government at some levels. Let's go. Ray should be waiting for us at the boundary of the ruins. June, who had been guarding the reed, silently moved forward. I'll take point. Tamer looked at him for a moment, then fell back without saying anything. Soon enough, Ray rejoined the cohort, and they entered the ruins together. It was eerily quiet there, with ancient darkness nestling among the blackened carcasses of crumbling buildings. As they cautiously advanced into the depths of the forgotten city, the shape of a shattered ziggurat that stood at its heart, buried in ash, slowly revealed itself. The Seed of Nightmare was located on the platform atop the ziggurat, and Rain could already hear its call. For the carriers of the Nightmare spell, it was like a rallying call that mesmerized them into challenging the Seed. But to Rain, the call of Nightmare was a much more sinister and malevolent force. After all, she did not belong to the Nightmare spell and, therefore, could not challenge a nightmare. So, to her, approaching a Seed only meant becoming corrupted by its darkness and turning into a mindless abomination. The call was nothing more than a siren song that compelled her to dissolve into the nightmare and become a part of it. We should stop here and make the final preparations. The ziggurat was already looming in the distance, towering above the rest of the crumbling structures. Tamer and her cohort spent quite a while standing in silence and looking at its peak, knowing that their nightmare was waiting for them there. Life and death, that was what they were facing. Rain could not help but feel alienated. While her friends looked at the ziggurat, she looked at them, sensing a vast divide separating her from all people. A bitter mixture of emotions flowed through her heart. Eventually, there were no more preparations to be made. Rain looked at her friends and smiled, pretending to be nonchalant and ignoring the real possibility that this was the last time she saw some of them, or all of them. June, take care of them out there. The tall man looked at her with wry amusement, not a hint of nervousness written on his handsome face. I am not a babysitter. Rain stared at him for a few moments, then scoffed and looked away. Stop trying to be cool, old man. Finally, June's armor of nonchalance cracked. Old? Hey. Old? Since when am I old? I am a young man in my prime. Ignoring him, Rain turned to Ray and Fleur. You two, don't you dare hold the wedding in the nightmare. I demand an invitation. In fact, I demand to be a bridesmaid. So, stay alive. Ray coughed, while Fleur chuckled. Don't worry about us. If anything, we are the ones who should be worried. Please make sure that the world is still in one piece when we return. Ray nodded with a smile and looked at Tell. Come to think of it, our spars won't be the same when you come back as a master. Tell smiled faintly, a hit of wistfulness finding its way into her eyes. I guess not. Ray nodded. I'll still kick your butt, though. Tell scoffed and looked at her with pity. Finally, Rain turned to Tamer. There was nothing left to say, she had already said everything she could, and then some. She even named Tamer's sword and armor, as well as assigning them epithets. So, Rain simply sighed. Tamer. She lingered for a while, then said with a pale smile. Let's build roads together again, one day. When all this bloodshed is over. Tamer gave Rain her patented inexpressive look, then walked over and hugged her. Sounds like a plan. Letting go, she studied her for a moment. Will you get back all right? Rain forced out a smile. Of course. You know I won't be alone. Tamer hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. Tell him not to worry. You know he will, we'll make him proud. And before Rain could truly come to terms with the parting, they were gone. She stood alone in the darkness, listening to the maddening whispers of the call wash over her mind. Before too long, however, another figure appeared by her side, having risen from the shadows. Sunny looked at the looming ziggurat and frowned. Worry? Who's worrying? These kids are way too overqualified for a measly second nightmare. Why would I worry? Who? He gave Rain a disapproving look and shook his head. So you shouldn't worry, either. You know, I died about 1,000 times in my second nightmare. And look at me. I'm still alive. Well, one can argue that I'm actually dead, but when has it ever stopped me? Rain turned to him and remained silent for a short while. Eventually, though, she could not help but chuckle. Right. It hasn't stopped you yet. Chapter 2750. A lesson in patience. They walked back in silence. Sunny could simply whisk Rain away through the shadows, but she was not ready to return to the embrace of civilization just yet, so instead, they traveled through the ashen expanse of the hollowed-out hollows on foot. It felt nice and nostalgic, reminding her of the long hikes back to Ravenheart they had often taken after her hunts. The pleasant sense of fatigue, the warm feeling of sharing her teacher's company, the pride and satisfaction of having slain a nightmare creature with her own mundane hands. Times had been so much simpler back then. Eventually, her brother stopped near the scorched remains of an ancient Asura and gave it a little kick. These ones are different from the Asuras of condemnation. I wonder what they were called. He sighed. Sometimes I miss being infected by the spell. Its whispers were quite convenient at times, for things like finding out what this city had been called or what kind of deity had ruled it once before becoming swallowed by corruption. Rain lingered for a moment. Asuras of Desolation. Tamer had investigated everything connected to the seed quite thoroughly, so she learned how these abominations were called from a saint who had slain one during the war. In fact, she tracked down everyone who had slain nightmare creatures in these ruins and convinced them to share their knowledge with her. She looked at her brother intently. Things like the details of local abominations, memory descriptions, scouting reports from both armies, and so on. But you already knew that, considering that you had helped her with the investigation to increase her chances of becoming a master. Sunny smiled. Well, she is a subject of my domain, after all. Rain studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. I wonder when I'll become a master, as well. Her voice was full of wistfulness. Sunny hesitated for a short while, then raised an eyebrow. I see that arrogance runs in our blood. Shaking his head, he turned away from the fallen Asura of Desolation and continued walking. I understand how you feel. It must be a bitter pill to swallow, being left behind by your friends. However, you mustn't be impatient. It has not even been 2 years since you awakened and unsealed your aspect. People used to spend a decade preparing to challenge the second nightmare. Things move a bit faster these days, but 2 years is still far too fast. He glanced at her. And that's for the carriers of the nightmare spell, who already walk the path of ascension at an astonishing speed due to its cruel gifts. You are doing things properly, unlike them. So, it is only natural that things are going to take longer for you. Rain smiled bitterly. She followed him in silence for a while, then said, You say that I must be patient, but at the same time, you pushed Tamer to enter the seed earlier than she had planned. Sunny shrugged. I wouldn't have if I thought that she was not ready. Rain looked at his back and frowned slightly. She hesitated a little before speaking again. But that is not everything there is to it, is it? You hide it well, but I can tell you are worried. Sunny gave her an inscrutable look. Eventually, he averted his eyes. Yes, there's more to it. I might have been inclined to believe that it would be good for your friends to be away for a while. Rain's frown deepened. So you are worried, after all. She remained silent for a while, then said in a somber tone. I am not sure that I want to know what can make a supreme nervous. Sunny grinned. Oh, a great number of things. But I am already worried enough for the both of us, so you don't have to feel worried as well. Rain looked at him cautiously. Or you can share your worries and see if doing that would alleviate some of them. He chuckled. Sunny continued to walk across the ash in silence for a while, then said, It's just a new enemy. Well, rather, an old enemy, the newest old enemy I've had. That enemy is a tricky one, too. He's unlike anyone I've faced. He is hidden in the shadows, while we are out in the open. Quite ironic, isn't it? He also doesn't have anything to lose, while we stand to lose everything. All of it makes me uncomfortable. He winced and then added in a low tone. We recently encountered an enemy that we couldn't kill. And now we are up against an enemy that we cannot even fight. How can one win a war if the enemy refuses to engage in battle? Rain scrunched up her face, trying to discern what he was talking about. Her brother was a demigod, so it was not always easy to understand his point of view. Demigods had different problems from mortals like her, after all. So, it's like guerrilla warfare. Sunny smiled. Come to think of it, yes. It's somewhat like that. Rain fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, she said, From what I remember from school, the best way to counter guerrilla warfare is to destroy the enemy's source of power, which is usually founded in the support of the local population. Once you get the population on your side, the enemy won't be able to replenish their numbers, move freely, or hide among the people. Then, you can eradicate the insurgents through a series of targeted offensive operations. Something like that. Sunny stared at her in bafflement. Just what are they teaching you in schools? Why would they teach kids how to counter guerrilla warfare and suppress insurgencies? Rain blinked a couple of times. What else would they teach us? All kinds of situations are possible in the first nightmare. So, children are taught how to handle various types of conflict effectively. Well, at least we were in my school. Granted, it was quite an elite establishment. Sunny kept staring at her for a bit more, then looked away and shook his head. Actually, what you just said made me worry even more. He paused for a moment. Because it sounds suspiciously like what that bastard is trying to do to us. Rain scoffed. Who is he talking about? The public was buzzing with rumors about the evil deeds of the King of Nothing, but Rain knew that he couldn't be the enemy Sunny had mentioned. After all, she was a member of the Shadow Clan, too. So, she knew who was behind the seemingly endless string of clandestine arrests, or, simply put, kidnappings. Come to think of it, she had been meaning to ask her brother about what was up with that. Surely, there had to be a good reason. Rain had almost asked the question when her brother suddenly froze. He remained motionless for a short while, and even though Rain could only see his back, she could tell that his entire demeanor had changed abruptly. None of his usual carefree attitude remained, replaced instead by tension and sharp focus, and a hint of anxiety, as well. Rain could not help but tense up, too. What is it? Sunny turned to her slowly, his face a few shades paler than usual. His eyes were cold and dark. It's Cassie. Even his voice sounded like it was brimming with cold darkness, and a chilling wind suddenly blew across the hollows, making Rain shudder. The presence of the Sovereign of Death spread like a frigid tide, drowning the ashen expanse around them. Sunny added in an even tone. I just received a message from her. I think it was a call for help.